Good morning, everyone, and I'd like to welcome you all to the November 11th County Board meeting. I am Board Chair Christian Dorsey, and I'll be presiding this morning, and I'm joined on the dais by my colleagues, Vice Chair Garvey, and board members DeFerranti, Carantonis, and Talento. Thank you all for joining us here in the boardroom, as well as those who are participating remotely through Microsoft Teams. Masks are optional in this room, and if you would like a mask, they are available outside of this room in the atrium or at the clerk's station, which is located to my right. In addition to those who are in the room, some members of the public, county staff, and other presenters are participating remotely as part of our hybrid meeting model. Before we get into today's agenda, I want to commemorate Veterans Day. Arlington officially observed Veterans Day on yesterday, and this past Thursday, the county honored its veterans at a commemoration right here at the Bosman Government Center Plaza, which included a concert by brass quintet of the U.S. Army band Pershing's Own. Those who are interested can find a video of this event on our county's YouTube channel, and we were all members of the board were privileged to participate in a commemoration of Operation Greenlight last Monday, which is an initiative sponsored by the National Association of Counties, and this year Amazon partnered with them to light up their HQ2 in green to commemorate our veterans and to make sure they understood that they are appreciated, seen, and heard. So if you are a veteran here in the audience or watching from home, the board expresses our deep appreciation for your service to our community and our country. And while typically I read proclamations at our Tuesday's recessed meeting, I will invoke my privilege as chair to make an exception and read our Veterans Day proclamation on today. Whereas Veterans Day is a day intended to honor and thank all who have served in the United States Armed Forces, the women and men who have served in the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and Coast Guard. Whereas the signing of the armistice ending World War I at the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month in 1918 has been observed by the country for over 100 years. First is Armistice Day, and now as Veterans Day. Whereas Congress in 1954 passed Public Law 380, formally changing Armistice Day to Veterans Day to expand the significance of the existing holiday in order that a grateful nation on a day dedicated to the cause of world peace may pay proper homage to all of its veterans who have contributed so much to the cause of peace and the preservation of our way of life. And whereas Arlington County is the home of an estimated 13,000 veterans, we're also the home of Arlington National Cemetery, the Pentagon, and many other military installations. And also we are the employer of many veterans. The people of Arlington feel a special connection to Veterans Day and its honorees. Now therefore I, Christian Dorsey, Chair of the County Board of Arlington, do hereby proclaim November 11th, 2023 as Veterans Day in Arlington County and urge all of our residents and our employers to recognize and honor the service and sacrifice of veterans to the cause of world peace. Now we will continue with our meeting. A few logistics before we begin our agenda. For those who are going to be speaking here in the room, the podium that you will be speaking at has a height that can be adjusted to suit your preference. There are up and down arrows that are located to the right of the microphone. Please speak clearly into the microphone, which is always on, so you don't have to touch anything, so that everyone can hear you. And if you have any documents that you're submitting as part of your testimony, please hand those to our clerk, again, seated to my right. Make sure you have your name and contact information on all of the documents. For those who are participating remotely, we ask that you keep your microphones muted and your cameras off until you are recognized to speak. You will need to unmute yourself using *6 if you are participating by phone, or by clicking the microphone button if you are joining us using Teams on either an app or a browser. We do also have a Spanish language interpreter who is available for the public comment portion of our meeting today. I see our interpreter is here. Could you please introduce yourself in both English and Spanish?
Good morning, Johanna Marquina, Spanish interpreter. Buenos días, Johanna Marquina, intérprete de español.
Gracias. We do have a substantial agenda today, and occasionally board members may need to leave the dais. And if you are speaking when the need may arise, we intend you no disrespect, but rest assured that we can follow the meeting even if you can't see you, as we have our meeting streamed in the back. Now, we begin our meeting with public comment, and to remind everyone, the purpose of public comment is for individuals to alert the board on issues that have not been the subject of a recent public hearing, nor are scheduled for an upcoming public hearing. To ensure that we can hear a range of topics and to be fair and consistent for all speakers on all issues, we have a one speaker per topic rule. This rule helps the board efficiently manage the main purpose of today's meeting, which is to consider items which have been publicly noticed on our agenda. And also, this respects the time of neighbors who may be waiting for hearings on those scheduled items. We do appreciate everyone's help in adhering to our meeting procedures and for being fair and respectful to your fellow residents who may come to share things with the board. If you are here as part of a coordinated group today, we ask that you identify one person to speak on your behalf, and we certainly will appreciate if you all silently acknowledge your appreciation and your support of what it is they're saying. Our sort of norm around here is to do gestures like this to show silent applause, so everyone is welcome to do that so that we can keep the meeting flow going. And we also want you to know, importantly, that there are many other ways to connect with members of the board beyond just this monthly public hearing. You can always send us correspondence via email or in a regular snail mail. That still actually happens. We also encourage you to take advantage of more dynamic opportunities to have a conversation with the board, which include our Open Door Mondays, which are held on most Mondays, where you can sign up to reserve some time to speak with a board member and have the opportunity to share your issues with more of a dynamic flow and no restrictions on time like we have at this meeting. If you have a question about how to participate in any of those ways, you can please contact either our clerk in the room or our deputy clerk out in the atrium. They'll be happy to answer any questions that you have. With that, we are ready to begin our public comment. And Ms. Jacobs, would you please call our first two speakers?
Our first speaker is Wells Harrell, followed by Suzette Reicher.
Good morning, Mr. Dorsey, members of the board. My name is Wells Harrell. As the Housing Committee Chair for NAACP Arlington Branch, I urge you to secure a commitment to achieve 255 deeply affordable homes at Barcroft. Our branch has joined a coalition of 20 community groups calling for action on deeply affordable housing at Barcroft. We've asked the county to secure a commitment to produce enough affordable homes to serve the existing Barcroft households earning 30% of the area median income or less. A resident survey revealed last year there are 255 of those 30% AMI households at Barcroft. We are grateful for Gyrolish's recent commitments to prevent displacement, cap rents, and set aside 10% of affordable homes for those 30% AMI households. Under that commitment, the number of homes preserved for the county's lowest income households would be about 134. We can do better. That number should be doubled for two reasons. First, it's necessary to maintain the current income mix at Barcroft. If the share of deeply affordable homes is limited to just 10%, then as legacy tenants move out, many will be replaced by households that earn higher incomes. Eventually, the number of 30% AMI households at Barcroft would be half of what it is today. Second, it makes the most of a prime, valuable opportunity to produce deeply affordable homes. Those opportunities are really hard to come by. We're getting a commitment at Barcroft already. Let's get an even more ambitious commitment now, and then as the project proceeds over the next decade, provide the resources needed to hit the target of 255 homes for 30% AMI households. Deeply affordable homes are in desperately short supply, and securing them can be life-changing for those families. Every home matters because every household matters. We owe it to our lowest income neighbors to provide affordable housing for them, as many of them as we can. So I urge the county to do everything within its power to maximize the number of deeply affordable homes at Barcroft. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Suzette Reicher, followed by Allison. Suzette Reicher. Okay. Next speaker is Allison.
Good morning, everyone. I appreciate the opportunity to address you again today alongside many members of my community. First of all, I'm here as a follow-up from the last board meeting where the board was presented a fact sheet outlining how Arlington County, despite its public stance as a safe community for immigrants, is still complicit in deportations and family separation through police collaboration with ICE. I'm here to hear your response to the research and data that we provided. And additionally, I also wanted to push the board to adopt CAPA's proposal for accepting a range of identification documents, especially when interacting with law enforcement. As a reminder, it's been almost a year since the Arlington County Sheriff's Office Department publicly agreed to end voluntary cooperation with ICE. Today, our demand is straightforward. While we recognize adopting the trust policy was a step in the right direction, Section 7 must be removed. Section 7 establishes a loophole for language such as community safety and probable cause to arrest as potential reasons where ACPD can contact ICE. At this time, we've gathered over 700 signatures from the community in favor of removing Section 7. Lastly, in our pursuit of what we'd like to call the Arlington Way, our organization is offering to draft a proposal for the county to establish dedicated forums for community members who have personally experienced state violence to speak up and actively contribute to change making in Arlington. One example of such change would be the adoption of the proposal for law enforcement to accept varying forms of identification. We believe that this will only benefit Arlington's communities and put our county on the map as a model of equity and community justice in Virginia and across the U.S. So thank you for your time, and we look forward to working together with you to establish a more equitable Arlington.
Thank you, Allison. And so we appreciate both Allison and Wells Harrell for their comments here this morning. A couple of comments. Mr. Harrell, the work on Barcroft and memorializing affordability for Arlington's lowest income residents, those who we identify in the wonky parlance as being at no more than 30% of area median income, is a significant priority in the ongoing work to craft a master finance and development plan, which, to remind everyone, is not just the work of Arlington County, it's also the work of the private owner of Barcroft, as well as their other lenders in the project, which include Amazon. And the recent conversations about a floor for providing at least 10% of those units at that deeply affordable level is something that I think this board is grateful to know is penciling out, as they say, in terms of the ongoing Barcroft work. But I do want to reiterate that that is a floor. There is the potential for more depending on the interplay of a lot of other different policy ideas. Most importantly, because Jair Lynch is committed to an anti-displacement policy whereby no one who's at Barcroft will be asked to leave, there are other tools that are brought to make sure that happens regardless of the number of deeply affordable units that are a part of the 99-year plan for Barcroft moving forward. Those tools can include programs like the county's housing grants program, which fill the gap. So I want to make sure people understand that there are two pillars that are going on with this conversation. One, people at Barcroft are not going to be asked or not going to be required to leave because their income is not sufficient to live there. We have got that. We've got that established, and that is something that will not change. There is also the ability for us through this master finance and development plan to set a course for how many of these units will be available at that income range for 99 years, and our goal is to make that number as large as possible. So we appreciate everyone's interest in this work and know that it's fairly complex doing this with multiple partners and stakeholders involved in the property, but we are seeing good signs that we are going to do some pretty transformative things in terms of guaranteeing affordable units at the very lowest levels, something that we have not been able to do very successfully in this county, and quite frankly, no one has been able to successfully do at scale in this region. And Allison, thank you again for coming and representing the La Colectiva ICE out of Arlington campaign. We do appreciate your desire to engage, and I would reiterate the offer to engage, not just at these board meetings, but certainly I think we'd welcome an opportunity to discuss the data that you presented last month, as well as to understand what are some of the specific forms of identification that you would like the police department to look at, in addition to the range of identification options that they accept already. So I think the time is right for us to have a dynamic conversation in between board meetings to figure out if there is any room to further meet some of your advocacy goals. So we do appreciate your coming this morning, and we'll look forward to connecting in the interim before another board meeting. Okay, colleagues, any comments? Seeing Ms. Talento.
Thank you, Chair Dorsey. I won't add anything else to Mr. Harrell's comments because I thought you did that so well, and there's really nothing more for me to add, so thank you for that explanation. But I did want to respond to Allison and just again echo Chair Dorsey's comments, but also my team member, Kathy O'Malley, is working with a member of your team to set up a meeting. And depending, I want to apologize. I do have a full-time job that requires me also to be at events in the evening, but I am working to make that happen before the December meeting. And if another one of my colleagues is available to attend at the time that I am, I know that they will jump into that. So I just want to let you know that sometimes things are a little slower, but we are working on following up, as Chair Dorsey mentioned. So thank you again for being here and for the advocacy.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I align with your comments. And one thing I want to say to Mr. Carroll on 30% on deep affordability. This is really a very complex issue, really very difficult, and it won't be achieved only in one deal, but with a persistent focus on policy that will make it achievable over the longer term. In the United States, I wake up every day with this rule of thumb statistic. There is only one affordable unit for 3.5 households who actually can afford it. That means that, grosso modo, three out of 4 people cannot find housing at the minimum wage level, at the level of many working families in this nation and in this county as well. So this is really a very serious challenge, and I thank you for your advocacy on this.
Thank you. With that, we do appreciate everyone who has come for our public comment portion this morning. We wish you well for the rest of this Veterans Day. The board will take a brief break and return to begin with our regular agenda at 9 a.m. Thank you. Okay, we are ready to resume with our meeting. Our first order of business is consideration of our consent agenda. Ms. Jacobs, do we have any items that have been pulled from our consent agenda?
Yes, item number 7 has been pulled. That's the item related to the Arlington Transit Strategic Plan.
Thank you. Colleagues, in order will be a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of item 7. So moved by Vice Chair Garvey. Is there a second? Mr. Karantonis. We'll now move to a vote on today's consent agenda, which is all items number 1 through 19 with the exception of item number 7. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, 5-0. We will have a public hearing on that item number 7, which was pulled from the consent agenda by a member of the public at the start of the evening segment of our recess meeting on Tuesday, November the 14th. The public hearing for that will begin no earlier than 6:30 p.m. If you want to speak on that item that has been pulled, you can register on the county board's website beginning today. And if you do not have access to a computer, you can call the county board office at 703-228-3130 to register to speak at that public hearing. So even with that item that was pulled, the board just voted to approve a number of items, including minor site plan amendments, use permit requests, ordinance amendments, request to advertise, and more. We put these items on our consent agenda not because they are unimportant, but because they are thought to be non-controversial. So let me take a couple of minutes to highlight a few in particular. We have executed a memorandum of understanding to serve intimate partner violence victims who are experiencing traumatic brain injury, and that's item number 10. This agreement with the Virginia Department, between our Department of Human Services, the Brain Injury Association of Virginia, and Brain Injury Services Incorporated, which will serve a particular subset of domestic intimate partner violence victims who, as a result of those assaults, have experienced traumatic brain injuries. This is something that I don't think is very widely known, but certainly should not be surprising given the traumatic nature of these assaults. And the needs of people who suffer traumatic brain injuries are not only acute in the moment, but ongoing for quite a while. So all of the supports that we can bring to those victims is incredibly important. This MOA outlines the partnership that will include training for DHS staff on how to approach and screen victims who have experienced traumatic brain injuries and to refer those in need to the appropriate services from the community as well as related organizations. We also have item number 11, which is the acceptance of a $53.6 thousand grant from the United States Department of Justice. These funds will be used by the Arlington County Police and sheriff offices for personal protective, forensic, audiovisual, and general assorted equipment and supplies. Then we have item number 12. Board has just accepted a deed of easement from the county school board for a portion of property that is located abutting Kenmore Middle School. This will be used to build a better bus stop on the western side of South Carlin Springs Road, providing protection from the elements for students while they wait for their buses. This is a heavily utilized bus route, one that has incredibly seen tremendous ridership growth as a result of students being able to ride free, and providing this enhancement makes it safer for all of those users. Finally, the board authorized the advertisement of future public hearings on 3 separate items. They are item 15, which will be heard by the Planning Commission on December 4th and the County Board on December 16th. This item would correct several errors throughout the zoning ordinance discovered through routine administration of the zoning ordinance. These changes don't impact land use policies or goals, as they focus solely on technical administrative errors ranging from simple textual and citation errors to inconsistencies with the Code of Virginia. Item 16, which will be heard by the Planning Commission also on December 4th and the County Board on December 16th. This item would enable broader flexibility for facilities the Department of Parks and Recreation operates in public spaces by providing the County Board with the authority to modify certain zoning standards for public spaces on a case-by-case basis through use permit approvals. Flexibility to allow reduced setbacks, taller height, and reduced parking requirements in public spaces can be particularly helpful to our DPR when evaluating the feasibility of design options for those smaller and irregularly shaped lots where the standards can significantly constrain the extent and location of even modestly proposed changes. And then I think we have one more, stormwater utility. Item number 17, this is an action that has to follow our work to establish a stormwater utility and repeals the existing sanitary district tax, utilizing a formula based on impervious area on each property that correlates with stormwater runoff is the way that we are going to, in the future, be able to appropriately collect fees from residents so that the fee that they pay for this is really based on the impact of their particular property. Public hearing on this will be held on December the 16th. All right, I think that is it. I think that now leaves us ready to move on with our regular agenda. Ms. Jacobs, are you ready to call the first item?
Yes, item number 20 is the adoption of the following elements associated with the Langston Boulevard Planning Studies. A is the Langston Boulevard Area Plan. B is the General Land Use Plan, GLUP map and booklet amendments. C is the Master Transportation Plan map amendments. And D is the Arlington County Zoning Ordinance amendments to sections 6.1, 7.12, and 12.3.
Yes, I would. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. First, I want to begin by thanking all the community members and stakeholders who've been on this journey for the past decade and working on an alternative to the status quo. I think we've come up with something, at least at this point, that focuses on sustainability, reliability, and equity. And I know there's not consensus on every last detail. So I also wanted to, before I turn it over to Natasha, to thank her and all the interdepartmental staff for, it's only 10 years out of your life, don't look at it any other way, for working on this project. So over to you, Natasha. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Again, my name is Natasha Alfonso Ahmed with the Planning Division. I'm joined today in person and virtually by other team members in other divisions, including DES, DPR, and AED, as well as ACOM, the consultant for the planning study. So this is an exciting day. We are certainly very pleased to be here to bring forward the final plan and several associated amendments for adoption that's culminating in a planning study that began in 2019. This new area plan provides a comprehensive, high-level vision for the Langston Boulevard corridor that will guide both public and private investment long-term. It includes policies, recommendations, and design guidelines to support the goals and vision of a green Main Street, as well as implementation strategies. The planning process, built from earlier efforts led by the Langston Boulevard Alliance, which began over a decade ago, it has also provided many engagement opportunities to connect with community members and stakeholders since the beginning of the study. Most recently, our engagement focused on the review of the first and second draft of the plan and implementation tools, and collecting feedback from the community and several commissions and advisory boards. We held a work session with the board on September 12th to initiate this final phase and receive preliminary input. Since the board's advertisement of the draft plan in October, staff presented the plan to the Park and Recreation, Transportation, and Housing Commissions. At the end of October, staff released the final draft, and on November 1st, presented it to the Planning Commission, who recommended adoption of the plan and associated amendments with a few changes, which I will describe later in the presentation. So through extensive feedback, we heard support for the planning policies, as well as concerns on several key topics, including the plan's scale and extent of change, and the potential impacts of the transformation of the corridor on existing businesses, the plan's vision for increased housing supply and affordability, building height recommendations and strategies for historic preservation, the elements required to create a multimodal corridor and accommodate new growth, the overall supply, access, and ownership of new public spaces, the strategies for managing stormwater and greening the corridor, and ultimately the implementation of the plan. So at the board's hearing in October, the main topics of discussion centered around housing, building heights, and sustainability. Other topics included ground floor priority areas, street grid expansion, parking, the timing of transit and transportation improvements, and the timing for the review of the East Falls Church and Cherrydale plans. So along with the advertisement of the public hearings, the county board approved 2 revisions. The first was to remove a policy recommendation for consolidation of public uses, which include recreational facilities and activities. And the second was to change the timing for considering the review of the Cherrydale and East Falls Church adopted plans to short term. So in my presentation this morning, I will provide a brief overview of those key topics of discussion with the county board at the RTA hearing and with various commissions since that meeting to highlight what's changed from the RTA draft to the final draft. I'm also going to identify additional changes that staff is recommending to incorporate into the final plan to address the most recent recommendations from the Planning Commission and concerns that we've heard from property owners. So the plan's policies and recommendations are centered around economic sustainability, environmental resilience, and equity. The plan proposes goals and policies for 9 key planning elements supported by design principles and guidelines that are related to the built environment and public realm. The plan aims to incentivize positive change in the core areas that can meet the county's goals and the community's aspirations by providing other choices besides by right development, which we know will only exacerbate the problems that we have today along the corridor. The corridor lacks mixed-use development that supports a walkable Main Street environment, and the housing mix provides very limited opportunities for lower and middle-income households. To transform the car-oriented environment and achieve the vision for a green Main Street, a new land use framework is needed that concentrates the development in the core areas to support commercial activity, expanded residential uses and densities, and access to new public spaces. To support the land use framework, the plan indicates where mixed-use development and other uses are recommended and identifies priority areas where the ground floor should remain non-residential and where spaces should be built as commercial-ready and able to support retail or retail equivalent uses when the market can deliver. At the RTA hearing, there was discussion about designating street frontages near the Lehigh shops as gold per the retail plan. The Gold Street designation is recommended at key intersections of Langston Boulevard and arterial streets where there is higher traffic volumes and therefore greater access to customers. The Blue Street designation is identified in areas between key intersections to provide greater flexibility and to avoid requiring higher design standards that may affect project feasibility or result in commercial vacancy. However, given the community's interest in the Lehigh shops area to maintain high levels of activation, the plan's goal to achieve a central public space there, and the designation of Cherry Hill Road as a primary street that can be closed for special events, staff has adjusted its recommendation and now proposes to designate frontages in and around the Lehigh shops as gold. This change will be reflected in the final plan. The 2015 Affordable Housing Plan projected 2,500 affordable units by 2040 for Langston Boulevard through a combination of existing and new committed and market rate affordable units. That projection was based on the anticipated need for affordable housing countywide and not on a land use and development analysis of the corridor. Using that 25-year projection and an aspirational number, the potential housing supply and affordable units were studied during the development of the 2022 preliminary concept plan, the draft that was released in June of this year, and the RTA draft that was released at the end of September. Based on these analyses, staff has concluded that there is a range for what can be achieved. The total potential units in the planning area, based on this plan's recommendations, can range between 19,000 to 26,000 units, or approximately 9,400 to 16,000 net new units. And that is expected to be delivered over approximately 5 decades, all the way out to 2075. The total potential affordable units would also grow incrementally and could ultimately range between 3,200 to 3,800 units. In the next 15 years or out to 2040, we anticipate that approximately 2,000 affordable units could exist along the corridor. The table on this slide compares the current distribution of affordable units to the potential distribution by neighborhood area. And as you can see, the projected affordability is expected to remain distributed across the corridor, with the greatest concentration in Areas 3 and Area 5 West. The supply of affordable units may be increased in the future if sites contribute more than what is assumed, if land is acquired by nonprofit developers, and through further redevelopment in the Cherrydale and East Falls Church neighborhoods guided by either current or updated plans. At the RTA hearing, the county board discussed the PC's recommendation for conducting additional study of the planning area or as part of the Affordable Housing Master Plan to propose other ways for preserving or building new affordable housing. We also discussed the potential timing for conducting a housing needs analysis, how many affordable units would be achievable by 2040 in Area 5 West, and the timing again for revisiting the East Falls Church and Cherrydale plans. The recommendations provide robust strategies to retain and increase affordable housing while balancing community input for change along the corridor. If further study is needed to identify new tools, staff recommends it be considered through a countywide effort related to a review of the Affordable Housing Master Plan rather than conducting additional analysis of the planning area. The plan's projections are already based on more detailed analysis of the potential development, which, as we know, will take time based on market factors and pace of growth, and will occur when property owners are interested in bringing forward applications. The last county-wide housing needs analysis was completed in 2020, 2021. The next analysis would likely occur no sooner than 2025. The final draft includes additional language to clarify that the 2015 Affordable Housing Master Plan projection is not a target or a goal, and is expected to be achieved through a combination, again, of existing and new affordable units. It includes additional data on the potential affordable units along the corridor by 2040 and 2075, and clarification on the affordable housing expectations for both base site plan and bonus density levels. Staff recommends identifying the timing for revisiting the East Falls Church and Cherrydale plans as midterm rather than short-term, given staff's current work program and priorities, the need for additional consideration by WMATA and VDOT in their collective interest in realizing new development at the East Falls Church Metro site, and our interest in bringing forward planning and zoning implementation tools for sites with limited incentives and opportunities for change. Staff presented the final draft to the Housing Commission on November 2nd. The discussion focused on the 2015 Affordable Housing Master Plan projection, again, the timing for revisiting East Falls Church and Cherrydale plans. It also talked about family size and accessible units, and the plan's recommended affordable housing strategies. The Housing Commission recommended adoption of the plan and associated amendments. However, the Commission is requesting the County Board to direct staff to, 1, evaluate the Langston Boulevard affordable housing goal as part of the next housing needs analysis, to confirm or to update the 2,500 unit projection. Secondly, to prioritize the review and update of the East Falls Church and Cherrydale plans to occur in the short term. Third, to track construction of accessible and family-sized CAF units along the corridor. And lastly, but not least, to prioritize the study of additional tools and strategies for affordable units countywide with a very clear time frame. The policies on building form are aimed at achieving context-sensitive building design that fosters a healthy urban environment, enhancing connections to nature, and retrofitting surface parking with landscape to reduce impervious surfaces. At the County Board hearing, the County Board discussed if the proposed building height limits could be adjusted for special exception applications, and the specific proposed height limits at the southeast corner of North George Mason Drive and Langston Boulevard, which is adjacent to the Halls Hill Highview Park community. Staff does not recommend lowering the heights at the southeast corner of North George Mason Drive, as doing so would limit opportunities for feasible redevelopment and lot consolidation, which, as we know, is needed to achieve multimodal improvements along Langston Boulevard and other major plan goals. The current zoning there allows for up to 3 stories, and the parcels have sufficient space to provide building height transitions to lower density residential edges. The final plan draft clarifies that the building height maps represent the maximum height limits and appropriate tapering. Staff expects applicants to design projects following the plan's guidance, and at site plan review will check for consistency with the plan. Having said that, there may be special conditions or extraordinary circumstances in very limited instances that may warrant further consideration of the heights in the future. Notes have been added to the plan to indicate that the County Board has the ability to consider greater heights as allowed within the zoning district regulations when a project meets the spirit and intent of the plan's policies and can deliver the important benefits and improvements. In response to concerns from property owners, staff is proposing additional language to be incorporated into the final plan to clarify that, 1, on the west side of Spout Run Parkway and Kirkwood Road, Both a greenway and an overland relief area should be provided within the 50-foot setback. And two, that the building height in both designated floodplain areas and overland relief areas is measured from the officially approved grade. Additionally, the recommendations for the podium height and upper story stepbacks have been clarified for specific conditions, and a disclaimer will be added to the diagrams depicting height transitions to indicate that they are for illustrative purposes only and are not meant to depict current conditions. The policies on transportation focus on creating complete streets that connect the surrounding neighborhoods and areas to the corridor and ultimately increase transit use. At the RTA hearing, the County Board discussed residents' objection to the proposed extension of 25th Road North behind the Harrison Shopping Center, the Chamber's recommendation for a parking plan, and the timing for investing in enhanced transit service. Staff continues to recommend enhancements to the street network in all neighborhood areas, including at the Harrison Shopping Center site, to allow for access to new development to be consolidated and to help reduce driveways and improve safety for all users. As we have noted before, the specific type, location, and design of all connections will be determined during site plan review, which will consider the extent of property consolidation, the multimodal trip generation of that particular proposed development, the safety, mobility, and access needs of all modes of transportation, and overall, most importantly, community input. In terms of a parking plan, the policy to coordinate open parking agreements provides staff a mechanism to evaluate parking needs as sites redevelop in the future and over time. And before significant transit enhancements can be provided, substantial transformation of the corridor must take place, which we know requires redevelopment. The final draft amends policy TC.9 to clarify that pedestrian and bicycle crossings should be improved along all roads, not just Langston Boulevard, and adds a definition for enhanced bicycle facilities. In response to the PC's motion, staff is proposing to expand the definition in the final plan to reference the NACTO bikeway design guidance as is shown in the Master Transportation Plan. Staff represented the final draft to the Transportation Commission on October 26. The discussion focused on the new street connections. Staff clarified that the county does not expect to use eminent domain to expand the street grid, and that the specific type, again, location and configuration of those connections will be determined during the site plan review process, when more specific details of the proposal and the most effective circulation for all modes can be determined. There are 24 existing public spaces in the planning area. Through this plan, there is a potential to achieve up to 28 new spaces in the core over time in the form of publicly accessible plazas and parks, which is almost 6.5 acres of additional land, and an additional 17,000 linear feet of public space in the form of greenways, which are, again, pedestrian and bicycle connections. Per the County Board's action during the RTA hearing, this final draft does not include the Public Facilities Policy number 8 and Strategy number 7, which spoke to the consolidation of public uses and recreational facilities and activities. Instead, it references the PSMP recommendations in the body of the report. Additionally, it includes language to clarify that when any future studies of the Lee and the Langston Brown Community Center sites are conducted, that it is done with public input. In response to concerns from property owners, staff is proposing additional language to be incorporated in the final plan to clarify that the specific location, type, configuration, and design of new public spaces will be determined at site plan review, with public input taking into account a number of factors, including stormwater management features where they're needed. Staff presented the final draft to the Park and Recreation Commission on October 24th. The discussion focused on tree canopy targets, sports and other recreational facilities, and the design of plazas. Staff clarified that tree canopy targets in urban areas are typically lower than the county's overall target because available plantable space and opportunities for adding space in those areas is very limited. Additionally, staff clarified that land is limited in the planning area and the types of recreational amenities provided at larger scale sites may not be possible to be replicated in the future. Lastly, the PSMP provides design guidelines for privately owned public spaces, which include plazas. Amenities such as tennis courts are determined based on need at site plan review or during other master planning processes. The plan recommends specific tree canopy targets for private development as well as public parks and APS facilities, It also recommends detention and overland relief in specific locations where new parks, plazas, or greenways are recommended as part of redevelopment to detain water or to provide a safe path for the water to flow. The final draft includes additional language to clarify that implementation will promote long-term climate adaptation and resiliency. The Planning Commission is requesting staff to develop incentives to repurpose existing buildings for sustainability and resiliency. Staff continues to emphasize that while renovation is an option through this plan, it is not stated as a priority because preserving existing buildings minimizes opportunities for increasing the supply of affordable housing and delivering important improvements along the corridor. To implement the plan, staff recommends several amendments to the general land use plan map and booklet, to the master transportation plan map, and the zoning ordinance for action now with the plan adoption. The GLUP amendments, as shown in the supplemental staff report, include establishing the Langston Boulevard Planning District and text within the GLUP booklet to realize the goals through new policy and zoning tools, adding open space triangles on the GLUP to indicate generally where public spaces are desired, and removing the overlapping HCD designations for parcels in the core area, given the establishment of the new district and new guidance for multifamily residential properties. To provide more clarity on those proposed GLUP amendments recommended for final adoption, the maps that are shown in the supplemental report have been updated to include text notes that describe the proposed changes. Otherwise, there are no other changes proposed with these updated maps. In addition to these 3 GLUP amendments, staff previously recommended to remove 18 parcels within the Cherrydale Revitalization District, adjacent to areas where redevelopment has already occurred per those plans' goals, to allow for expanded housing options. Staff presented this at the October 14th RTA hearing. However, the RTA staff report inadvertently omitted the specific GLUP map depicting this change, and a new request to advertise is needed. Staff is requesting today that the County Board reauthorize the advertisement of the GLUP amendment to revise the Cherrydale Revitalization District boundary, as shown in that supplemental report. Staff recommends final consideration of this amendment to occur in December. And again, the resolution to adopt the other 3 GLUP amendments has also been updated to remove the reference to the Cherrydale District boundary revisions. The MTP map amendments include adding the planning district boundary as a new area plan for new streets on the map, and amending the second page of the map to note that this is an area with new planned on-street bike lanes. The zoning ordinance amendments include clarifying that townhouses will only be allowed by site plan within the planning district, and amending the CO 2.5 zoning district preamble to clarify that it can apply to areas outside of the metro corridors so that the zoning tool can be applied here on Langston Boulevard. In addition to these amendments, the plan establishes a future land use plan which makes recommendations for future land use designations on sites with the greatest incentives and opportunities for change, and identifies existing zoning districts that correspond within the recommended GLUP designation for implementation. Requests for GLUP amendments and rezonings would be expected with site plan and rezoning applications. For sites with limited incentives and opportunities for change, the plan indicates that after plan adoption and in the near term, staff will continue to evaluate and bring forward recommendations for appropriate GLUP and zoning implementation tools. The final draft clarified expectations from site plan projects for both base site plan density and both bonus density levels, and clarified that optional increases in density above by right levels are allowed within the maximum building height limits. At the November 1st Planning Commission hearing, the Commission recommended adoption of the plan and associated implementation amendments with the following additional changes. The first is to change the frontage designation for ground floor uses between North Glebe Road and Lee Heights Shops from a blue to a gold street. The second is to include additional language in the description of the enhanced bicycle facilities to reference the NACTO bikeway design guidance as shown in the MTP. The third is to develop incentives to repurpose existing buildings for sustainability and resiliency. The fourth is to revisit East Falls Church and Cherrydale plans in the short term, taking a holistic and comprehensive look at all the needs, not just affordable housing, and opportunities presented in the corridor. And lastly, to support a countywide effort to realize more tools for affordable housing related to a future review of the Affordable Housing Master Plan. So in conclusion, staff recommends the County Board adopt the Langston Boulevard Area Plan and associated amendments as set forth in the main supplement and the supplemental staff reports, and also reauthorizing advertisement of public hearings in December by the Planning Commission and County Board to consider a final GLUB amendment to remove the parcels within the Cherrydale Revitalization District boundary. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Alfonso Ahmed, and we appreciate it. And we appreciate the entirety of the staff team that has been working on this for these many years. We don't have an applicant per se, but we do have a number of our advisory commissions that have considered this issue. We'll begin with Mr. Berkey representing the Planning Commission, and then I believe following you, we'll also have representatives from the Housing Commission, as well as the Forestry and Natural Resources Commission, and Climate Change, Energy, and Environment Commission. Take it away, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the County Board. Very happy to be here. I'm Eric Berkey, and I'm here representing the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission heard this item at our November 1st, 2023 public hearing. We heard from 21 speakers, most of whom expressed levels of support for the draft plan and provided a number of comments and requests related to topics such as public spaces, adequate planning for retail businesses, meeting our sustainability goals, housing, and building heights. The Planning Commission recommends that the County Board adopt the following Langston Boulevard Area Plan with the associated amendments to the General Land Use Plan, Master Transportation Plan, and the Arlington County Zoning Ordinance that's before you with 2 amendments. Stole my thunder here on the amendments. The Planning Commission recommended that the retail priority designation for the Lee Heights Shops site to Glebe Road along Langston Boulevard be designated as gold rather than blue in the draft plan. There was active discussion in the community, as you're aware, and the Planning Commission about the area and the vibrancy that the Lee Heights Shops provides. The vote on this motion was 9-2. The commissioners who opposed this motion were concerned about taking away flexibility that could inhibit the viability of future development in this area. And of course, the final staff report does recommend the Planning Commission's recommendation. Second, the Planning Commission recommended that the definition of enhanced bicycle facilities on page 84 be amended to include the phrase consistent with Appendix C of the Master Transportation Bicycle Plan element. This motion, which passed unanimously, spoke to some concern about the clarity of the language regarding the enhanced bicycle facilities to mirror those in the Master Transportation Plan. And of course, this has also been modified in the final staff report to recommend the Planning Commission's recommendation. Outside of the Langston Boulevard Area Plan, there were 3 additional motions, the recommendations that the Planning Commission makes to the County Board. First, the Planning Commission recommends that the County Board request staff develop incentives to repurpose existing buildings as a part of a plan adoption for the benefit of sustainability and resilience. So this conversation came up during the discussion of the future of Lee Center and other sites, which staff has recommended will not be fully fleshed out during this planning process, and that there would be a public process for such site in the future. I think it's fair to say that while there was varied discussion among planning commissioners about the viability of the Lee Center building itself, there was unanimous agreement that we would like to at least ask the County Board to direct staff to look at ways to incentivize reuse of existing buildings generally in the future to meet our sustainability goals. Second, the County Board, the Planning Commission reiterates its recommendation that the County Board and staff revisit the East Falls Church and Cherrydale plans in the short term, taking a holistic and comprehensive look at all the needs and opportunities within the Langston Boulevard corridor. This was, of course, discussed at the last County Board meeting. Many public speakers requested that the County Board prioritize housing needs within East Falls Church and Cherrydale, and the Planning Commission reiterates this previous recommendation. The recommendation that we bring before you today, though, is not just limited to housing needs, but a more comprehensive review of those planning areas. And third, the Planning Commission supports a county-wide effort to identify new tools and strategies to preserve and achieve more affordable housing related to a review of the Affordable Housing Master Plan. Similarly, the Planning Commission made a recommendation to the County Board during the request to advertise process regarding a review of affordable housing tools for preservation and development of such housing on Langston Boulevard. Staff's response was that it would recommend such a review during a review of the Affordable Housing Master Plan, and we concurred. There was discussion among planning commissioners about a variety of topics, including the lack of 3-bedroom affordable units, the limits of our current tools to preserve and incentivize affordable housing, the need for more on-site affordable units in new market rate construction, and questions about the current developer contribution model for affordable housing, all of which are not part of the plan before you today, but could be part of future public conversations with regards to our affordable housing tools. Finally, on behalf of the Planning Commission, I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to the many who brought this proposal here to you today, including our lead planner, Natasha Alfonso Ahmed, and her colleagues, county staff. As a member of the community, I just would like to note that there was a lot of work that was put into this plan. I'm deeply appreciative of it. As a planning commissioner, there was a lot of community outreach, and it's pretty clear, in my opinion, that our staff responded, has been working overtime up into plan adoption here to make sure that those concerns, questions are addressed. It's clear that this community participation, especially from residents of Langston Boulevard's neighborhoods, really gives us a much better plan that we see today and a much better vision for Langston Boulevard. And I'm here if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Berkey. And I'll hear from Haley Norris from the Housing Commission.
Morning. Haley Norris, I'm here today on behalf of the Housing Commission.
Hold on, Haley, we're going to try and adjust our audio a little bit. We're not hearing you clearly.
Sorry about that.
All right, now we see you. Let's try the audio again.
Does that sound better?
It's very soft. Is there any way you can increase the volume on your end?
All right. Does that help?
Marginally. Can you try again? Give us your outdoor voice.
I can speak loudly.
That's great. That's perfect. That's perfect.
Okay, thank you so much. So I'm here today on behalf of the Housing Commission. We considered the Plan Langston Boulevard at our November 2nd meeting this month. First, we really appreciated all of staff's work in bringing this critical plan to fruition. We know it's been many years of work to get to this point. We're pleased to see that opportunities for increased density along the corridor, as we know we will need more housing to increase the supply of overall affordable housing in the county, particularly in such a rich amenity and high opportunity area. Part of our discussion was around a few areas where we felt the plan could have further supported the affordable housing needs in the county. Some of these included some disappointment that the plan shares a projection or goal of 2,500 affordable units, but no additional tools, incentives, or implementation methods for achieving this goal. There were also some concerns expressed that the plan process focused mostly on the immediate homeowners and neighborhoods of Langston Boulevard, rather than considering some of the county's overall affordable housing needs, particularly of more marginalized populations. Some of our specific recommendations to ensure that Plan Langston Boulevard fulfills its goals of increasing affordable housing and lives up to its full potential include some that you've heard both from staff and also from Mr. Berkey. We would like to recommend prioritizing the update of the Cherrydale and East Falls Church plans to the short term rather than midterm. These areas offer excellent opportunity for density to help fulfill county affordable housing goals. We'd also like to recommend prioritizing further study of Plan Langston Boulevard's housing needs, including strategies and tools to further incentivize or fund the development of affordable units, including part of the study to include assessing whether the 2,500 units is the right goal for this corridor or if that should be a different number. We'd also like to recommend tracking construction of family-sized and accessible units as they're delivered along the Langston Boulevard corridor. So overall, the Housing Commission recommends approval of this plan and appreciates your consideration of these additional recommendations. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And we'll move next to Carolyn Haynes from the Forestry and Natural Resources Commission.
Great, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I want to echo the comments about the great appreciation for both the community effort and staff that has been going on since 2012, and we're very cognizant of all of the competing interests that have had to be resolved through this plan. We very much support the vision outlined in the draft and of the Green Main Street with the designated hubs of increased density and mixed-use activities bring together the residents, workers, and visitors in a more inviting green walkable space. My comments will focus on, there's a lot to comment on in this plan, but my focus will be just on 4 quick areas: tree canopy, public spaces, adjacent neighborhoods, and TDRs, transfer development rights. Increased tree canopy was identified as one of the top priorities during the public engagement. And a healthy tree canopy supports multiple interrelated objectives and really is the foundation for the whole concept of the Green Main Street. The Forestry and Natural Resource Commission strongly supports the inclusion of the tree canopy targets and was distressed to see that some property owners are already working to chip away at the modest targets that are set in this plan. From our perspective, the trade-off of surface parking and trees and vegetative spaces, you need to create those places where people want to be rather than perpetuating sort of those heat-trapping parking lots that we currently have along Langston Boulevard. The tree canopy targets can indeed be met with a little more creativity and by strategically removing asphalt and creating an oasis of shade and greenery in an otherwise unwelcoming and very unhealthy environment. Additional permeable and plantable spaces also serve the stormwater objectives, and we want to encourage people to get out of their cars, so we have to create those spaces that are inviting for people to walk and bike through. And that tree canopy provides that healthy and continuous street trees are a critical part of that. We must establish the expectation that additional tree canopy and vegetation are critical to transforming the heavily paved and impervious surface in the study area. We urge against any changes to the modest tree canopy targets included in the plan and really want to hold the property owners to these goals because it makes their place of business much more attractive as well. With respect to public spaces, we echo some of the comments made by the Park and Recreation Commission, and we appreciate that additional spaces were included in later drafts. And however, given the focus on privately owned public spaces, we'd like to see the development of more targeted biophilic design guidelines to ensure that the redevelopment includes those vegetated spaces and can contribute to that collective vision of the Green Main Street. The Commission also recommends that the neighboring civic associations update their respective neighborhood conservation plans to fully integrate the green corridor concepts and create a more holistic approach to this area more broadly. Making the connection to neighborhoods adjacent to the study area also highlights additional opportunities to purchase properties for overland storm relief and to help create some of those missing green spaces. This could simultaneously contribute to 3 county goals: stormwater management, parkland acquisition per the 2019 Public Space Master Plan, and then obviously the tree canopy goals. And lastly, I just want to focus on the transfer development rights. The Forestry and Natural Resource Commission strongly supports including environmentally sensitive sites and public spaces, along with historical and cultural resources, which is in one of the earlier drafts, for the potential use of the transfer of development rights. Creating a TDR bank to allow the sending and receiving of density along Langston Boulevard could, for example, provide opportunities and financial incentives to consolidate public spaces among adjacent parcels with different owners. The Commission supports the adoption of the plan and looks forward to working toward its implementation. Thanks so much. Appreciate the opportunity to share with you.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. And Ms. McIntyre.
Morning, I'm Joan McIntyre, speaking on behalf of the Climate Change, Energy, and Environment Commission. At the risk of repeating myself, we are in a climate crisis, and addressing this threat should be a core element of the Plan Langston Boulevard. While we certainly appreciate the time and effort that's gone into this very detailed plan and the public engagement and we definitely support the overall vision of Langston Boulevard as a vibrant, transit-oriented green Main Street, which would pave the way for more sustainable lifestyles. But more generally, the prominence and greater clarity is necessary to identifying what's required in policy recommendations, design principles, and implementation to really incorporate addressing the climate change as part of this plan. let's be clear, addressing the climate crisis means eliminating the use of fossil fuels for our energy consumption and more broadly minimizing the carbon footprint as the corridor is developed. This means setting the standards for net zero energy or zero carbon buildings, and particularly promoting some of the standards by leaders such as the International Living Futures Institute. Buildings of the future need to have high energy efficiency, rely on all-electric systems, install on-site solar where feasible, and use low and even negative carbon materials. The plan should also prioritize repurposing and renovation of existing multi-story buildings over demolition and new construction to reduce the life cycle impact. This would also allow opportunities to preserve existing open space and tree canopy, and also possibly preserving existing marks. We very strongly support and appreciate the Planning Commission's motion to make this a priority as part of the plan. The county should be promoting the availability of financing credits and rebates with owners to help finance some of these changes. In addition, the green building incentive policy should really be enhanced to embed these principles within it more broadly and to also provide more attractive incentives for achieving these goals. The plan's vision for transportation falls short in promoting transit and micromobility options that will conveniently connect the corridor to nearby neighbors, as well as other parts of Arlington in the region. To basically offer an alternative for single-use real and really make this a people rather than a car-centric corridor. Some of the initial preliminary traffic management actually sees traffic increasing, not decreasing. The plan should really call for an update of the master transportation to reflect these visions and to look for more ambitious and bold approaches to addressing transit and transportation to help people get out of their cars. As noted in the plan, climate mitigation is necessary. To that end, more discussion is warranted for reducing the urban heat island impact for future development within the design principles. There's already some things there on biophilic. Clearly, that's a key way, but there's other strategies like using reflective materials that can help reduce the urban heat island effect, but really making sure that we're looking at that as development proceeds. The recent addition for targets of 35% tree canopy coverage in the core area is positive, but the plan clearly must identify the lot coverage, setbacks, and other zoning requirements to make sure that there's actually going to be room to put those trees in. We note that the preliminary concept plan actually suggested that kind of indicated that there would be less rather than more space for the materials, so for tree coverage. So again, that's possible inconsistency with some of the targets. This plan should be aspirational and reflect a clear vision for a prosperous Langston Boulevard community that addresses the climate change and offers a roadmap for county policies, investments, and engagements with developers to achieve this vision, setting an example for development across Arlington Boulevard. So let's make Langston Boulevard truly a green Main Street and become an example of aspirational planning for Arlington. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Jacobs, I believe that's all of our applicant presentations. Have I missed anyone?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. We are now ready to move on with our public speakers, and I know we have a number of them this morning. I'll give you a chance to get that organized before we begin. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our first speaker is Jane Green, followed by John Acton.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jane Green. Later today, I'll be driving my son to dance class along Langston Boulevard. I really wish and hope that in the future, this is a bikeable corridor for me to take from Courthouse all the way along Langston Boulevard. So I ask today that you adopt the Langston Boulevard area plan without any delay, although I know it falls far short of our aspirations. Crucially, I ask that you issue expedited and simultaneous updates to both the East Falls Church and Cherrydale area plans. These should be listed as short-term in the implementation matrix, and we should work towards setting a date in 2024. So in 2024, the county should commit to initiating reviews of both East Falls Church and the Cherrydale area plans to align these two plans with the broader new Langston Boulevard area plan, which is crucial for us achieving the 2,500 committed affordable units that we need along the entire Langston Boulevard corridor, because that was what was set in the Affordable Housing Master Plan in 2015. East Falls Church and Cherrydale offer very different opportunities, benefits, and scales of housing types. Cherrydale is a small neighborhood that could be revisited very quickly, although it will yield fewer units. But filling in this development area will also improve the overall walkability and bikeability of the corridor. The East Falls Church area review is a multi-year process and is more complex because there's multiple ownership structures in the area, but it has a great potential to yield hundreds of new units, including affordable units. So I support the Langston Boulevard area plan because Arlington's northernmost corridor deserves to be a showcase neighborhood. The people who live there deserve parks and walkable, bikeable streets and mixed-use developments. They also deserve to have integrated schools. And all Arlingtonians deserve a chance to live along Langston Boulevard. This is a once-in-a-generation chance to bring the opportunities that density provides to North Arlington. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is John Acton, followed by Tim Hewson.
Hi, I'm John Acton. I live in Westover. I moved here back in 1989. And back in those days, I was able to afford a single-family house in North Arlington. Nowadays, everything is unaffordable. My kids would like to live in Arlington. They are 21 and 17, and there's not much chance that they're going to find anything affordable once I kick the bucket. I would like to encourage you to pass the Langston Boulevard plan in order to ensure more affordable housing, which is desperately needed, and also in order to clean up Langston Boulevard, which is really not kind of an eyesore in my opinion. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Next speaker is Tim Hewson, followed by Charles Day. Tim Hewson. We will move on to Charles Day.
Okay. I don't have to tell this board about the need for affordable housing in Arlington. We've already seen the pent-up demand from both developers and residents push up against the temporary limits that the missing middle plan created. The recommendations here, I think, are modest, but as with missing middle, maybe to a lesser extent, there's some folks who want the county to slow walk everything, even as rental prices creep up year after year, and renters considering homeownership in the medium to long term, like my wife and I, and many others, began to look across the river or out of the DMV altogether. We love Arlington, and we don't want that to happen. We're excited at the prospect of more transportation options, more retail options, more parks, as were mentioned here today, and we want to stay. We want to be able to find housing long-term. I don't know what Arlington will look like in 5, 10, or 20 years, but I know the county can't meet its goals regarding climate, transportation, housing, any of that without using every tool available to it. I urge you to pass the plan, re-examine the East Falls Church and Cherrydale land use plans, and increase funding for the Affordable Housing Investment Fund. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Derek Weber, followed by Lander Allen. Derek Weber.
Good morning, board members. Thank you for being here to take our comments and listen to our concerns, and thank you to the staff for working on this plan. So when I think of some of my favorite places I've lived in or visited across the world, they have a few characteristics. They're walkable, they're bike friendly, they're transit friendly, they're generally fairly dense, they're business friendly, and all these things manifest themselves into making a community that's people friendly. Now, when I think of Langston Boulevard as it currently is, I don't necessarily think of those characteristics, but we do have an opportunity to make it like that. So I would urge the board to adopt this plan. And now, it's not as expansive as I would have hoped for, but we really have a good opportunity here to shift the community and make it more people-friendly. So please, I'd urge you to adopt this plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lander Allen, followed by Eric Malpelli.
Hey, good morning. I'm here today to ask you to approve this plan. There's a lot to like in it, and it's been through a very thorough and comprehensive process. That said, it doesn't go far enough. Leaving out Cherrydale and East Falls Church were huge mistakes. Both areas need to be addressed immediately, not in 3 years. We can't wait that long. My biggest concern is the failure of the plan to effectively address the rapid warming of the Earth. The warming appears to be accelerating. 2023 is on track to be the hottest year in 125,000 years. Our way of life is going to change dramatically. Everyone will be affected. Many millions of people are likely to be forced out of their homes by rising seas and fires. Many millions will face hunger and starvation as crops fail due to heat, drought, and floods. Some areas will become uninhabitable due to unbearable temperatures. This is not something that might happen. It's already begun to happen. Global warming is going to eat our lunch, whether or not we want to admit it. We must change the way we live and build if we hope to survive. Change will be inconvenient and unwelcome, but not nearly as inconvenient and deadly as what will happen if we don't act. There are steps we can take locally to do our part in addressing this looming disaster. One is to increase density. Suburban housing produces twice as much carbon as urban. We should be building a lot more housing on our major corridors, including Langston Boulevard, instead of forcing the people to live in sprawling suburbs. Another step is to minimize the use of the cars. This plan doesn't do enough to address the car-oriented nature of Langston Boulevard. Going forward, we have to do more, a lot more, and we have to act with a real sense of urgency. We are rapidly running out of time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Eric Malpelli, followed by Gail Ammons.
Hi, my name is Eric Malpelli, speaking today just on behalf of myself. I think you have in front of you today a really good plan. What I want to make sure, though, is that with its focus on east-west connections along Langston, that east-west connections along some of the roads perpendicular to Langston, particularly when it comes to pedestrian safety, is not lost in the shuffle. And I'd like to start by thanking staff. I know they've already modified one of the transportation goals, number 9, to partially address this. So I live 1 block north of Langston Boulevard along Glebe Road in that triangle between Old Dominion and Langston, and it's not a friendly place for pedestrians. As just one example, from the intersection of Langston and Glebe, if you start there and then want to find another crosswalk across Glebe, you have to walk north 2,100 feet to North 26th Street. So what do people do? They end up jaywalking. I see this routinely in the morning, parents running across the street with their kids on their way to the daycare, located along Glebe. It's also a street that kids going to Discovery Elementary, Williamsburg, or Yorktown also have to cross. And I know putting safe pedestrian crossings on roads like that are hard. It's 4 lanes, it's high speed, it's owned by VDOT. But that's why I'm flagging it for you specifically today, because if on days like this, folks like you don't make it a priority, it might never happen. Similarly, the other side of my house is Old Dominion Drive, another high-speed, owned by VDOT road that has seen several frightening accidents over several years, which have seen cars careening off the street into across sidewalks, into fences. So, you know, one of the goals of Plan Langston is to make it a more pedestrian-friendly environment. Hopefully you'll take advantage of these opportunities to make that a reality. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gail Ammons, followed by Timothy Dungan.
Good morning. My name is Gail Ammons, and I am a lifelong resident of Arlington. I last spoke here on the behalf of Missing Middle, and I want to thank the board for your continued commitment to make Arlington a place where diverse people can work and live. I am now here to support the Langston Boulevard plan. I live on Washington Boulevard near Westover. Within a half a mile of my home, there are townhouses, duplexes, affordable housing apartment buildings, and a high-rise apartment. I would like to share a story with you that I think is an example of the benefits of the diversity in housing. A few years ago, some friends beautifully decorated my front yard in honor of my retirement. A stranger who happened to live in the apartment building down the street stopped to exclaim over her joy in seeing the yard. She is from India and has borne some difficult circumstances in the last few years. We became fast friends. She leads a simple life as a nanny, and she opens my eyes to a different life every time we meet. She, in turn, has been able to accept advice and experience from me as she continues to figure out our systems. I am here to ask for you to move forward with the Langston Boulevard plan in your continuing quest for a better Arlington. I am asking for you to re-examine the East Falls Church and Cherrydale land use plans, along with researching other innovations for affordable housing units in the county, including increasing the Affordable Housing Investment Fund. Thank you for your time and your commitment to these issues.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Timothy Dungan, followed by Grace Jerpy.
Good morning, members of the County Board. My name is Timothy Dugan from Bean, Kinney, and Corman, representing the owners of the Lion Village Apartments and the Lion Village Shopping Center. Regarding the Lion Village Apartments, we asked the board to change to partial preservation the plan designation on page 76. At plan page 72, we urge adding the strategy for full preservation should be balanced with other countywide plan goals and policies for the proposed projects. As for Lion Village Shopping Center, at page 120, we would like the plan to read, in private development projects, tree canopy should be conserved and expanded to the maximum extent possible while balancing the tree canopy goal with the other planned sustainability and resiliency policies and implementation strategies. We also note overall that at plan page Roman 3 about policies and implementation recommendations, we urge adding a sentence. Inherent in the new plan is that flexibility should be exercised in applying its goals and policies to actual circumstances. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Grace Jerpy, followed by Zachary Williams.
Okay. Hi, my name is Grace Jerpy, a lifelong Arlington resident, and I just wanted to say I am excited about the future that this plan will create for Langston Boulevard. I'm actually going to be moving to the district soon, but this is the kind of community that I could see myself moving back into in 5 or 10 years when I move back to Arlington. I do think it's a good time to reflect, though. My biggest disappointment with this plan is that we are not going to meet our affordable housing master plan goals for the corridor. I think the biggest reason that we're not doing this is because in our dialogue on development, we see development as a burden, right? When we know this is not the case. If we had wanted to have 2,500 committed affordable units on Langston by 2040, the plan would have been very simple to do this. More height, expand the study area, and then we could reach those goals. But we didn't do that, once again, because we see development as a burden. It's not a burden. Denser development is better for the county budget, it's better for the environment, and it creates a more livable community. We know these things. They've been studied and well established in this county since the 1950s. So while I'm excited for the future that this plan brings, I just want to see in the future our leaders acknowledge that development is good, that the things that we want, like affordable housing and good services and livability, are created by development and not hindered by it. And so as we look into future plans, planning other roads, other studies, I would just hope that our leaders would view development in this way and not as a burden. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Zachary Williams, followed by Patrick Gross.
Good morning, Chair Dorsey and members of the board. My name is Zach Williams, I'm a land use attorney with Venable. We have been involved with the Langston Boulevard planning effort for many years, and over the course of that time, I've gotten to know a number of folks who I thought deserve some extra recognition today. Ginger Brown and Sandy Chesrown. I can still remember meeting them both many years ago over lunch at Cassatt's, no longer exists. First hearing their vision for the future of Langston Boulevard, at that time the Lee Highway Corridor. This was before the Lee Highway Alliance, now the Langston Boulevard Alliance, even existed. Over many years, Ginger and Sandy have built a diverse and widely respected coalition of advocates for Langston Boulevard. Not an easy task. We would not be here today without their passion and dedication to this effort. Others I wanted to mention include Jim Lantelmi and Paul Holland, who have been deeply involved in this effort for many years as well, but also played a very important role more recently on behalf of the Langston Boulevard Alliance and Neighborhood Voices as we work through the concept plan in later drafts. John Bachman and Ryan Boma with ACOM, thanks to both of them as well for helping with the nitty-gritty of this plan, working through the mechanics of how to bring this vision to a reality. And of course, Natasha Alfonso Ahmed. What can we say? Natasha's been on the front lines of all of the hard conversations, all of the hard debates over the many years of this planning effort. This plan would not have happened without Natasha's perseverance over those many years. Of course, there's so many others that have contributed their time and resources to this plan. There's not enough time in my remarks today to mention them all. But to conclude, we look forward to the approval of this plan today. We look forward to working with the county and with local leaders, including Ginger, Sandy, Jim, Paul, Natasha, and many others on implementing this plan and its vision for Langston Boulevard. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Patrick Grosp, followed by Ralph.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Grosby. I'm a resident of Langston Boulevard and North Glebe Road. On the whole, I'd like to urge the board to adopt the Plan Langston Boulevard along with the associated zoning amendments today. I'd also like to urge the board to agree with the Planning Commission and the Housing Commission to bring the reconsideration and updates to East Falls Church and Cherrydale plans to the short term, not the medium term. More than anything, I appreciate the direction of the plan, but I would like to echo Grace's sentiment that, in general, the plan is timid. And in order to reach our housing goals as well as our climate goals, we need to be more bold in our updates of plans going forward. So I hope the board continues to work along with staff to achieve the objectives of Plan Langston Boulevard, hopefully by 2040 and not by 2075, because I'd really like to see its vision sooner rather than later. So thank you, and adopt the plan.
Okay.
Now our next speaker is Ralph Volmer, followed by Sadia Farouk.
Good morning. My name is Ralph Volmer. I'm an owner at 3000 Spout Run Parkway, which is known as the Cardinal House. I'm here to ask for the board to pass the plan as it stands because it's crucial to our own community's plan for community preservation. And I would also like to thank Natasha specifically for all of her hard work and for always being open and receptive to our concerns and ideas. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Sadia Farouk, followed by Jillian Burgess.
Good morning.
Morning.
Very short. My name is Sadia Farouk, and I live on Clarendon Boulevard with my sister in a condo unit we are very blessed to own together. My aunt and uncle have lived on 4 Mile Run for pretty much the entire time I've been alive, so I spent a lot of my childhood around Arlington, and I thought Arlington was the coolest place to be on earth. A lot of my firsts were in Arlington. The first time I ever had a Tres Leches cake was at a little bakery in Arlington, and the lady gave me candy while my mom wasn't looking. It was a great time. I got a lot of candy from random people in Arlington, but that's a plus, that's a positive. Also, the first time I ever had halal pizza was in Arlington, and I didn't believe it was a real thing. I thought my uncle went crazy and was trying to feed me pork. And I was like, this is not, what are you doing? And he had to convince me multiple times. I think he had to call my mom. But all of these were wonderful experiences I had in Arlington and made Arlington a very memorable place to grow up. All of these experiences happened because there was a strong immigrant community in Arlington. An immigrant community that nurtured me, that told me it wasn't weird to wear a hijab, that I could talk how I wanted, dress how I wanted, and my life could be amazing. That community existed in Arlington because of affordable housing. That community literally would not have been here without affordable housing, and because of the lack of affordable housing, now the community is very striated. So the Bureau of Labor Statistics stated that prices for food at home have increased 4.7% in the last year, and the year before that there was a 13.5% increase. It's gotten more and more expensive to just be a person in America now. The time is now to invest in the people of Arlington so that years in the future, another little brown girl can think Arlington is a really great place to grow up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Jillian Burgess, followed by Roger Casey.
Good morning. I am still Jillian Burgess, and I still live in Cherrydale, just a block from Langston Boulevard. And I'm here again to say yes in my backyard and enthusiastically support Plan Langston Boulevard's vision of a more dynamic, diverse, and dense Langston Boulevard corridor that supports people getting around safely and sustainably. This vision is a result of many years of hard work by the Langston Boulevard Alliance and by staff listening, and it reflects input from so much of the Arlington community. Thank you all for your really hard work. I urge the county board to adopt this plan with the edits recommended by staff. And I just wanted to say a few words about transportation. There's been a lot of talk about the car-centric nature of Langston Boulevard today. And while it's certainly true that the design of Langston Boulevard today is car-centric, its use is not exclusively cars. In fact, to get here right now, I biked on Langston Boulevard because there's not a good alternative in my neighborhood. My daughter, too young to have a driver's license and have a different option, commutes daily to the Lee Harrison shops, and she bikes across Langston Boulevard every day. Many of her fellow dancers use transit along Langston Boulevard. This plan includes a lot of short-term improvements, especially for transportation, things that can be low dollar and can be implemented quickly. I urge the board and staff to keep those in mind and get those on the ground as soon as possible to help those of us who are moving around sustainably and safely. So thank you so much for your time and for your service. Let's adopt this plan.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Roger Casey, followed by John Obenberger. Roger Casey. Okay, John Obenberger. John Obenberger. All right, Dan Albin, followed by Benjamin Keeney. Okay.
Let's do a check-in. These last two speakers we've called are participating virtually. We'll give you opportunity, maybe you're muted or something. No, okay.
Okay, Benjamin, Dan Albin, no, I think I called that. Benjamin Keeney. Benjamin Keeney. Okay.
Oh, we're sailing through.
Stephen D. Alicio.
Sorry. Hi, I'm Stephen D'Alessio. Just reiterating, as many have spoken about, that we are in dire straits regarding the climate. So I hope that the Langston Boulevard plan will prioritize climate change measures. I hope that the plan can include provisions such as setbacks and lot coverage that will provide the space needed to get the 35% tree canopy coverage. We need to commit to investing in creating continuous and safe bike network and sidewalks. that we can prioritize preserving and rehabilitating existing multi-story buildings to avoid the added carbon emissions from demolition and new construction. I hope that we will establish design principles for zero carbon and zero energy buildings, new and renovated, that highlight tight energy efficient building envelopes, all electric HVAC, hot water, and appliances with no on-site combustion of fossil fuels, solar panels and backup storage where feasible, and use of low and even negative carbon building materials. I also hope that we will commit to developing a transit plan that will connect the corridor with nearby neighborhoods and other destinations in Arlington to reduce the drive-through traffic, to provide convenient alternatives to single occupancy vehicles and create a people, not car-centric Main Street. I look forward to seeing the county board support a plan like this. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I do see John Obenberger online, so if we could circle back to him. John? John Obenberger, you're unmuted, so that, oh, there you go.
Hi.
Great.
You're able to hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for your time and service. I appreciate you taking comments today. Before you approve anything today, I'd encourage you to, delay approval and adoption of any changes to the transportation plan or the GLUP until you've assessed the entire impacts of the proposed added density and land use changes before you. The work that's been done today, while it's been good, hasn't assessed the full impact on the community and your ability to provide services or public infrastructure needed. The assumption that developers will pay for all the improvements isn't going to ring true, and Arlington County is going to have to foot the bill on most of the money that'll be needed for the infrastructure. Severe congestion has been identified. It's been buried and left out of the last two update reports that the staff have provided. Severe congestion, so much so it'll impact travel in the entire corridor. 66 won't be impacted. Wilson Boulevard, Clarendon Boulevard will. Also recommend north of Langston Boulevard between Veach and Spout Run, development be limited to 5 stories maximum and a cap put on a maximum next to the first block north of Langston Boulevard, then a transition from 5 to 8 stories, and then a maximum of 10 stories north. It's not walkable to the metro. It's 0.65 to 1.25 miles, that entire area. People are going to have cars, even if they do use transit, and they're going to need a place to park. You're not going to have enough parking provided in that area to meet that density, and people are going to be walking a substantial distance to get to those places. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Chair Dorsey, Roger Casey is here. I think we may have had a little miscommunication on timing, so.
Oh yeah, let's pick everybody up we can. Thank you.
Roger Casey.
Thank you. This is the second time I've ever been talked in front of the council. The first time was speaking in favor of the Mom's Organic development. It's about 2 blocks from our house. And it was also the first time that I heard about the development of the Langston Boulevard plan. And I thought that we were in favor of the Mom's Organic development because it provided, I think, a template that I assumed would be part of the plan that you're adopting today of more density and more amenities for the county and for the people. And as we've gone through this, I've become disappointed at it. I don't see that it provides the type of amenities that were given by the plan. And it is oddly car-centric. It carves roads through Area 5. It also, the things that are said to be for parks seem to be often just relabeling of things. There's a ravine that has always been there, and it's now considered to be a park. There's also it seems as if at Potomac Towers, the thing that is being provided is a driveway, and it'll be underground. And instead, I think it would be better if developers had to give things like, in that case, enlarge McCoy Park and provide some type of neighborhood amenities, a cafe or a restaurant. I think that there are other problems with the lack of separating the bike path between Scott and Lynn Street, which is a dangerous thing.
Thank you, Mr. Casey.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Casey.
We also now have Dan Albin. I don't believe he spoke. Okay.
I'm here.
Yes, okay, thank you. Dan, you can start.
Thank you. I'm here to testify in support of the Langston Boulevard plan, and particularly the aspects of the plan that allow for more housing to be created and more walkable, transit-friendly development. It's important that as the population in the area increases, we increase housing to go along with it. And we really need to do that along our transit corridors like Langston Boulevard, which has sadly been underdeveloped for far too long. I think the plan is not ambitious enough. I wish it had more housing in it and greater heights for the buildings, but it is an improvement. It's a significant improvement, and this board should pass it and continue to look for opportunities to dramatically increase housing in Arlington County so that it can be more accessible and more affordable to a larger number of people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to Adam Theo, followed by Aaron Roberts.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
As mentioned earlier today and at every stage of this process, planning for Cherrydale and East Falls Church needs to be moved up to early next year. Don't kick that can down the road any further, please. Similarly, find every way possible to move up the goalpost for affordable housing. Pushing our affordable housing commitments out to 2075 is atrocious. We need that affordable housing, those 2,500 units now, not 50 years from now. Please maximize the potential for the area of Langston Boulevard near Beach and Highland Streets, whose areas are within easy walking and biking distance to Courthouse and Clarendon Metro stations for transit-oriented living. That area deserves to not be limited to just a few stories. The plan isn't ambitious enough there, near closest to Metro. And I'll politely point out that, yet again, speakers in favor of a bold plan for Langston Boulevard far outnumber those against by a 10-to-1 margin so far today. Take note of that. Let's build the future, not be limited to our past. Thank you.
Okay,
Next speaker is Aaron Roberts, followed by Ryan Arnold.
Hi, everyone. I'm Aaron Roberts, and I'm here from the Palisades Park community in the North Highland Civic Association. Our neighborhood is excited to welcome new neighbors to our community. And so I'm here today to ask that you please, without delay, adopt Plan Langston Boulevard as written. Under the leadership of Ms. Alfonso Ahmed, we've arrived at an outcome that I believe reflects strong public and community engagement, and very excited to see the result. I would, however, like to close with two requests. The first has to do with implementation around the Air Force Association site. As it will soon, begins the site plan review process, I'd ask all of you to continue your strong engagement and partnership with our community to ensure that the principles of this plan are observed in the site plan review process along low-density residential edges. The second request has to do with the housing crisis, of which I trust no one needs to be convinced in this room. Our community is in a unique position of having a net reduction, a forecasted net reduction in market rate affordable units. And for that reason, I ask that when the Femeter property, otherwise known as Park Georgetown, is considered for redevelopment, please hold them to a higher standard. North Arlington cannot afford to lose a single market rate affordable unit. I yield my time to other speakers, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ryan Arnold, followed by Jane Zimmerman.
Good morning, everyone. I am happy to be here to ask you to pass Plan Langston Boulevard. I know it's been many years in the making. I first heard of it almost 6 years ago, and I'm thrilled that the time has finally come to adopt it. My family first moved to the North Highlands neighborhood around the time I started kindergarten at what was then Key Elementary School. This meant that for years I had to cross Langston Boulevard at Veach Street to get to things like soccer practice. At the time, Bergman's Cleaning was located on that corner. Today, there's an organic grocery store on the corner, along with 200 apartments on the old Bergman's property. I moved back to that neighborhood a few years ago, and I can tell you firsthand that the experience of walking along that parcel is so much better than it used to be. If the Bergman site gives us a preview of the kinds of changes coming to the rest of Langston Boulevard, then the future is very bright indeed, something to look forward to. Another Langston Boulevard memory, I must have been riding the school bus to Swanson in 7th or 8th grade, and I noticed an awkwardly sited 7-Eleven at the corner of George Mason Drive. That old building is still there with a different business in it. Like too much of the rest of Langston Boulevard, it appears almost frozen in time, stuck in the past. Things like the Bergman's transformation and the mixed use and relatively high density redevelopment promised by Plan Langston Boulevard give us hope that progress is possible, that change can happen, the kinds of changes we need to help solve what seem like intractable challenges, the housing shortage and affordability, pedestrian safety, and especially climate change. As has been noted before by strong supporters of this plan, it's not a perfect plan. It could do even more for affordable housing, walkability, and other values, but we must not let the perfect be the enemy of the terrific. I know that we as a county are doing the best we can do within certain constraints. Those who have spent these past years creating Plan Langston Boulevard have done a fantastic job, and I can't wait to see what we do next. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jane Zimmerman, followed by Carmen Romero.
As the chair noted, today is Veterans Day. November 11 is a sacred day to veterans and their families like mine here at home and in many countries around the world. But today we are at an Arlington County Board meeting. The holiday and long weekend to honor veterans gave this lame duck board a convenient opportunity to suppress public turnout and concerns regarding the Langston Boulevard area plan. Like previous iterations, this final draft of the plan embodies aspirations we all support, such as affordable housing, outstanding public schools, improved infrastructure amid climate change, historic preservation, and a diverse and inclusive community. Like previous iterations, this final draft lacks the data, empirical, and especially financial analysis, and written guardrails that are the most basic elements of credible urban planning. At least this time it came out on a Thursday morning rather than a Friday night in summer, or preceding another long weekend. But the final draft did come out less than a week before the Planning Commission meeting on November 1, and only 18 days prior to this meeting. After so many years of meetings, charrettes, and surveys, this is the best the county could do? A plan that misses the county's own affordable housing goals for another 52 years? A plan that blithely ignores Arlington Public Schools, even while Nottingham Elementary was on the chopping block to be converted into swing space for APS? The plan has no plan for Arlington school children as it adds 15 to 20,000 new residents to the Langston corridor, other than converting community centers into schools or even senior living. In fact, the Planning Commission on November 1 did not respond to residents' questions and concerns about APS. The county has given grants to the Langston Boulevard Alliance, a 501c4 nonprofit which, unlike a 501c3, exists for political lobbying and which does not have to publicly disclose its donors. No wonder that the county's attorney, who was so concerned about residents exercising their rights in courts to subvert democracy, had no issue with the Planning Commissioner voting on this final draft, while he's also chairing the Langston Boulevard Alliance. His fiduciary responsibility to the Alliance is to serve its members, like Amazon, Coakley & Williams Construction, and J.B.G. Smith's law firm, Venerable. So no conflict or appearance of interest voting to approve this plan on November 1? But enough of the plan's serious deficiencies and process fouls. You know the former, and you engineered the latter. Two of you will be gone before property assessments, tax increases, and budget cuts are enacted and make Arlington even less affordable and livable. This board's mismanagement of the county's finances will be its ultimate legacy, while Plan Langston Boulevard, Missing Middle, and Pentagon City sector plans erect tombstones to aspirations like affordable housing, schools, environmental and financial sustainability, and diversity, equity, and inclusion. You should be ashamed of such a shockingly cynical maneuver to use Veterans Day in Arlington County, of all places, to convene and take this vote. But we are here today because this J.B.G. Smith and Coakley
We
Board.
time has expired. Have a good day.
Our next speaker is Carmen Romero, followed by John Musso.
Hello, my name is Carmen Romero, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the Arlington Partnership for Affordable Housing, a 35-year-old nonprofit serving over 4,000 Arlingtonians tonight. I want to give my complete and total support for this plan and thank both the county leadership, your staff, and most importantly, my neighbors who stood up and worked for over 10 years to see this come to pass, and commit to you that as an affordable housing developer, we are ready to start building. First, details matter, and I believe the plan did its best to really navigate all of the elements that we need to move forward around the heights, infrastructure, stormwater management, sidewalks, the multimodal elements. All of this makes it possible for us to have the building blocks to actually implement. Professionally, I can tell you that APP has built over 1,400 new homes over the last decade and have 1,000 left in the pipeline. But none have occurred on Langston Boulevard, and only 68 homes have been able to be built north of 66. So this is a game changer when it comes to where we put affordable housing in this incredible county of opportunity. There's a lot of work to be done. I echo the sentiments of the Housing Commission and the many advocates here calling for the changes in the plan in East Falls Church and Cherrydale, as well as the financial tools that we're going to actually need to be able to afford to build this housing. So please, I ask you that you take those actions swiftly so that we can get these projects moving. But on a personal level, I'm a 27-year resident of this area of the county, and I am excited to welcome my new neighbors. And I will tell you, last month, I had the privilege of having met one of the residents that lives along the corridor, who both lives and works in the corridor. We have a Latino college access club that meets one Friday of every month. And there was a woman in the audience who came up to see me who has served me and my family at Metro 29 probably every weekend for the last 27 years. And I was shocked to see her there. I did not realize that she lived in Lucky Gardens and where she walks to work every day at Metro 29. And I explained to her what was going to be happening this month. And she was so excited. She takes the bus all the way to Columbia Hills to engage in our programs, and to tell her that someday soon I'll be able to redevelop that property and bring the services to her community and to serve 4 times as many affordable homes is deeply meaningful to me on a personal basis. So thank you for your action today.
Next speaker is John Musso, followed by Jonathan Kenny.
Good morning, members of the County Board. I'm John Musso, Government Affairs Manager at the Arlington Chamber of Commerce. On behalf of the Chamber, I'm here today first to thank staff and to thank the many community activists and community members who have put so much time and effort and hard work into advocating for this vision for Langston Boulevard and ultimately getting it here to what is almost the finish line. The Chamber supports the final adoption of the Langston Boulevard Area Plan and the various amendments with a few select revisions that we think would greatly strengthen the plan and ultimately the implementation of the plan goals in the decades to come. Firstly, we request that the County Board commit to amending the GLUP designations that are included in the future GLUP map in the overall packet for the properties located within the plan area as soon as possible, ideally within the first half of next year. These type of GLUP amendments are a really important component of articulating the vision that we as a county have for this corridor. It's really important to fundamentally clarify what is the vision we want for this corridor to be in the decades to come. And in addition, businesses and those who wish to invest in the corridor will really want the clarity that adopting and incorporating these GLUP amendments and designations would bring. Finalizing the changes in a more piecemeal process could create certain uncertainty, especially in the near and medium term, and that would dissuade the sort of development investment that we really ultimately want to bring into the corridor and will ultimately help achieve the planned goals that we ultimately have. In addition, the discussion so far in this hearing has been predominantly about housing, and that's absolutely a very crucial part of this plan. But we also want the board to just be mindful that a vibrant and successful corridor is going to require not just housing development, but also commercial. And so that's why we asked for the area plan to include 2 additional plan goals, one for the retention and expansion of small businesses or businesses of all sizes along the corridor, and also for the provision of parking resources in order to make sure that at least for the short term and for the medium term, that the businesses along the corridor, the legacy businesses, will still at least have the requisite infrastructure in order to satisfy their clientele, which still do predominantly come from the more auto-centric areas of North Arlington and beyond. But ultimately, we thank you and we thank staff for all this hard work to ultimately adopting this plan, and we do request that you adopt the plan with these requisite revisions. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Jonathan Kenny, followed by Audrey Clement.
Good morning, Chairman Dorsey, members of the County Board. I'm John Kinney, and I'm here representing the Harrison Street Shopping Center. And in this particular case, our position is the same as the Langston Boulevard Alliance, the immediate neighbors, and the Yorktown Civic Association. In this case, we're talking about the extension of a roadway from Harrison Street through the neighborhood, and it goes shown as going through the immediate shopping center area. From the shopping center's point of view, the major tenant in the shopping center has extensions on their lease that go almost 49 years. I think it's 62 as opposed to 63. And they have a number of tenants that have 20-year extensions rights. So we don't believe anything is likely to happen anytime in the immediate future. There is plenty of time to look at this at another point in time. But our feeling, and I think it's the neighborhood's feeling, but they'll speak for themselves, is that by putting this road on, people are going to make decisions on a road. It's not like saying something's going to be a setback of 35 feet or a height of 5 stories or something like that. A street has impact. It has impact on people that are buying a house, or whether if they have kids, whether they want to stay in the neighborhood. That street probably has 200 cars a day, and I am guessing on that, so don't hold me to it. And if we open up that as a roadway, we're going to increase it significantly, and it's going to change the character of the roadway. So if you take the first principle of government, which I believe is not to do any harm, I think we don't have to take this step. we can look at it again if that's a possibility. But the one thing that I do want to convey to you is that both the neighborhood and the shopping center owner are in favor of pedestrian and bicycle transit between the things. So we're not saying no connectivity, we're just saying the type of connectivity in this particular case is not appropriate. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Audrey Clement, followed by Diane Mahaney.
Thank you. And before we continue with our next speaker, for those of you who are participating remotely, please keep yourselves muted until recognized to speak. We would appreciate it.
Welcome, members of the board and the county manager. I'm Audrey Clement from Westover. Plan Langston Boulevard is a far-reaching scheme to densify the Langston Boulevard corridor from end to end. This plan has been hijacked by the YIMBYs of Northern Virginia and housing nonprofits like Voice, many of whose members live outside the county. Thus, they will not bear the impacts of 15-story high-rises on a Langston Boulevard narrowed to 2 travel lanes. Yet their members have dominated recent meetings on the plan, arguing against a provision of the current draft that extends from 2040 to 2075, the deadline to achieve 2,500 new affordable housing units recommended in the 2015 Affordable Housing Master Plan. Unfortunately, the master plan numbers are obsolescent. The forecast that quantified future countywide housing demand was updated in a 2020 needs analysis produced by George Mason University Stephen S. Fuller Institute. But the new forecast did not update the Langston Boulevard estimate, and it was based on the same set of assumptions about housing preferences in Northern Virginia that existed pre-pandemic. Since 2019, there have been 4 major developments in Northern Virginia that render the county's housing projections obsolete. 1, the extension of the Metro Rail to Fairfax and Loudoun counties with 6 new Metro Rail stations for the express purpose of transit-oriented development. 2, the advent of remote work. 3, the adoption of Arlington's expanded housing options ordinance. And 4, the expansion of express lanes on I-66 and I-95. With fewer people commuting to DC and better, cheaper housing available elsewhere, the need for so much density has evaporated. To meet residual demand, the EHO, together with rewriting the General Land Use Plan, or GLUP, to convert single-family neighborhoods to apartments, will dramatically increase housing throughout the county. Yet the all-Democrat county board, which has the back of both the YIMBYs and Voice, plans to double down on density, not only on Langston Boulevard, but everywhere else in the county. That's because county board is not accountable to a large block of voters that pull the Democratic Party lever no matter what. It is accountable only to a set of outside interest groups that do not have your best interest at heart. You can turn the situation around by lobbying to send Plan Langston Boulevard back to the drawing board for an updated forecast of housing demand based on a set of valid assumptions. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Diane Mahaney, followed by Zachary Newkirk.
Thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. My name is Diane Mahaney. I am a resident of Arlington County. My family moved to Arlington 5 years ago from the district. One of the primary reasons we moved is we had 2 small daughters and no green space. We bought a home in Arlington that had a very small patch of grass, which we were very excited for. But one of the things we loved about this county was the park space. We have several parks that are available to us, and we love that. My children also attend the independent school Rivendell, and I'm speaking on behalf of Rivendell as well today. I've handed out some excerpts from the plan as it exists at this time. Rivendell for several years has had a wonderful partnership with the county. We use the Lee Center space during the day. We cross the street to use it. And Arlington County, the youth sports, uses our gym for many of its practices. We benefit so wildly from that space, and the county benefits from the use of our gym. We've enjoyed the partnership we've had over the years. We've been actively participating in the development of this plan this year and have spoken several times. Again, we appreciate the opportunity to do so. Our request is very specific. Lee Center has very valuable green space. It is used by the community. It is used by our school. The plan as it exists today does not preserve that green space. It calls for the possibility of a drastic reduction. We ask that you amend the plan so that it is preserved for the current families, for the possible new families that will be coming into an area in affordable housing that they may not have their own green space and will use this, and for the school that my children attend. The current condition as it is, I've handed out little excerpts, is a very large green space. It has a playground, it has an open run area, it has a butterfly garden, it has a basketball court. Every part of that is used by our school, and every part of it is used by the community. My children use it as members of the community, not just the school. The possibilities that are in this plan call for either shutting it down for a couple of years for stormwater development, tearing down the building and potentially putting affordable housing there, drastically reducing it for parking, and all of those things would not benefit our community as it stands or our community as we hope it will be. When we move new families in our area, they need a place for their children to play. One of the comments we heard from the staff was, oh, it's important for this space, but we have to have this possibility that we may need to redevelop it. We ask that you remove that possibility because it benefits everyone to give our children a place to stay, and a place to play, excuse me, and for the canopy, then the green space
Thank you.
it creates.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Zachary Newkirk, followed by Terry Armao.
Good morning, County Board members. As I said to some of you the other day, I swear I do have other hobbies and interests beyond this envisioned 25th Road North extension, but for purposes of this morning, I speak to you in support of an amendment that will strike the proposed extension of 25th Road North as it relates to motorized vehicular traffic only. Instead, the community supports turning this extension into a green pedestrian bicycle connection. You're all very aware of this issue, but I'd like to quickly summarize why such an amendment aligns with all interested parties. First, the residents oppose an extension to vehicular traffic. In a survey conducted this summer to the most affected houses, more than 90% oppose this extension as it relates to vehicular traffic. This is reflected in consistent comments made during this process in various forms. Second, the Yorktown Civic Association's executive board unanimously opposes this extension and supports a pedestrian bicycle connection. Third, the Langston Boulevard Alliance has aligned with this position at the October 14th meeting. And finally, as you just heard from Mr. Kinney, the property owner of the Lee Harrison Shopping Center strongly objects to this extension as it relates to vehicular traffic. So this is, as I understand it, an exceptionally rare circumstance where a developer, residents, and various civic organizations are 100% aligned on a perceived problem and, importantly, a proposed solution. A quick word on whether this should wait for the site plan stage. As I learned from some of you, once something like a road appears on a plan like this, it becomes sort of the presumption for a future plan. It becomes the expectation. We think this presumption should be flipped. Future developments should expect or presume only a pedestrian bicycle path, as that aligns with the current vision and values that the county and the MTP envisions as we promote walkability, sustainability, and environmentally friendly policies. So with that, I will end early, and I just want to thank you for your time, consideration, and forthcoming amendment on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Terry Armao, followed by Greg Sislove.
You can adjust the podium if you'd like.
Oh, well, you can hear me, right?
We can.
Okay, probably the last time you guys are going to hear me, see me, because I'm not going to keep doing this anymore. I have just passed out, which each one of you are going to get, a pop quiz. I would appreciate if you would look it over, and if you cannot answer the questions, then please defer this vote, because that means this cake is half-baked. And as somebody who occasionally makes cake, I would never serve a half-baked cake to my friends or family, and so please don't serve it to the residents of Arlington. I'm going to be talking about a couple of things, mostly yes to what Audrey said, by the way. And also, I hope that you really, really listen when Ann Bodine gets up to speak, because as somebody who has poured probably almost as much time as your staff has into analyzing the consequences and plans, it's really worth listening to really grasp what some of the obstacles are and future consequences. I feel like those consequences were virtually ignored when it came to EHO. We know tree canopy is going to suffer drastically. I just saw a developer in my neighborhood, every single tree on the lot, started demoing the house without permits, asbestos, lead everywhere. It was great. And this is what we get when we put our future in the hands of developers. Also, the developer Bozzuto and JBG have come under some kind of legal problems in DC, where I believe they're being looked at for collusion, for inflating rents. So that's an issue also when you look at putting your planning into the hands of a developer. We need to keep reins on, and that's what government is supposed to do. They make the rules of the road, and they have to make sure that they're enforced, not just lay out the road work. It has to be enforced. Road work, VDOT, 29. Do you guys remember 9/11? Who was here during 9/11? Anybody? I was. The plane flew over my house and into the Pentagon, and the plane exploded and the house shook, and we could not get our kids out of school. The road was so impacted, all of the roads, that we could not get to the school that was like half a mile away, right? You're talking about an evacuation route that even Washington, D.C. would use in case there was an emergency. We cannot block it. Do we want bicycles and green space? Yes. But really look at it and see if that's even possible without endangering the people of Arlington.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Greg Sislove, and then we'll go to Benjamin Kenny before we take our 5-minute speakers. Greg Sislove.
Thank you for your time this morning, and thank you for your time to put together this plan. I am a over 20-year resident at Arlington County, and I'm here specifically to talk about the Lee Center part of the plan and the green space there. We moved into that neighborhood a few blocks from the Lee Center in 2010. We had a two-year-old child at the time, a baby on the way, and we've had a third child since. So I just urge you to look at the green space because how important it is for young families. They really need a place to take their children to and to have areas to run and play there. That was one of the main reasons we moved to this neighborhood. Was we live very close to what's now Cardinal Elementary, as well as the Lee Center. But since, or in the last few years, we've seen the Reed School become Cardinal. The green space has been impacted for the neighborhood families there because the school is using it all the time now during the day. We used to use that green space daily, my wife would with our children. And then this plan also calls for the loss of about 2/3 of the green space at the Lee Center. You heard earlier there's a basketball court there. There also is a baseball diamond, as well as a wide open field that many residents use this space. And so if it was up to us to move into this neighborhood again after this plan, it would make this neighborhood less desirable for us to come here. So we just urge you to specifically look at that part of the plan and preserve the green space there. One last thing is you heard about the increased traffic, and this plan will increase traffic, and it will increase traffic in the neighborhood off of Langston. So if children don't have green space to be on, there's going to be more children on in their driveways or playing, and then potentially in the roadways with increased traffic. So it's a potential danger as well. So thank you for your time and the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to call Benjamin Kinney.
Good morning and happy Veterans Day. My name is Benjamin Keeney. I'm a president of the North Highland Civic Association. I personally am supportive of the Langston Boulevard plan. I've also been really impressed with how staff has listened and responded to the comments and concerns that were raised by my particular community. I think one of the summaries I would give is most people are mostly supportive of the plan. There are some comments that parks are a little bit underwhelming still, but quite frankly, this is realistically the beginning of a process, not necessarily the end. As kind of strange as it might be to say that, I think we can get there with site plans and continuing through the county process. With that said, a couple members of the community have expressed concerns about a possible cut-through street going between the Spout Run and North Beach Street. The notion of urban porosity in this exhibit is well intended, but I think people in the neighborhood are concerned that this might be taken advantage of, specifically by people who don't live in the neighborhood. One easy thing that could be done is do not enter between such hours and such other hours, similar to what we have at the Beach Street down the street. This is a fairly small refinement, probably can be totally fine at site plan level review, but I'd like to flag it. And I think more importantly, this concern goes into the category of placemaking. And I'm going to run out of time real quick here, but I think overall, placemaking is more important. Langston Boulevard is underutilized. This plan is definitely in the right direction to make it a better, more welcoming community for everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Wells Harrell, followed by Wilma Jones.
As it goes. Good morning, Chair Dorsey, Mr. Schwartz, members of the board. My name is Wells Harrell, and I have the privilege to be here this morning on behalf of Arlington Branch NAACP to share our support among the branch for the Langston Boulevard plan. The county made history earlier this year when it ended exclusionary zoning in single-family neighborhoods, and now it has an opportunity to realize a bold vision for a part of the county that is whiter and wealthier than the county as a whole, including by adding thousands of affordable homes, creating opportunities for businesses, and increasing connectivity within and between neighborhoods. The very first time that I stood before the board at this podium to give a public comment was back in 2017. At that time, I believe most of the members of the current board hadn't joined yet. And I was lamenting the fact that so little progress had been made on the East Falls Church area plan adopted in 2011. So here we are, we're now about 6 years after that, and still there has been one single development that has happened within East Falls Church to realize that particular vision. And I think it speaks to the importance of leadership. It means it is not enough to kind of pass this plan, pat ourselves on the back, and then wait for developments to happen, wait for the staff to come up with proposals. It calls for leadership. That your vote today is not simply to approve a plan and then sit back and wait for others to realize it. It is to take leadership to realize it yourselves. And there are three particular areas that are important to NAACP Arlington Branch where leadership will be especially key. The first, no surprise here, is affordable housing. Even though, as you've heard many times before, the plan does not, by its current estimates, realize the Affordable Housing Master Plan's affordable housing goals by 2040 for the corridor, that's not set in stone. Those estimates are based on current conditions, which you, the board, have the power to change, including by directing the county manager to prioritize affordable housing production and then giving his office the resources that they need in order to make that a reality. We can exceed those estimates if we put our minds to it. The second thing is legacy businesses. Now, any transition as part of redevelopment is going to be very difficult. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't do everything that we can to help our beloved legacy businesses, who I could spend the rest of my time just naming here, as they make that transition. So that also means directing the county manager to prioritize the preservation and relocation of legacy businesses along the corridor, including our minority-owned businesses that are so beloved within the community and form such a pillar, not just for their customers, but also their employees. And beyond that, Give them the resources that they need to make the transition, including at the staff level and maybe with funding, and also to work with developers to make sure that those businesses have a fair shot to compete for space in the new developments and don't simply get squeezed out in favor of more convenient national chains. The third is community engagement. Now, because the board has been making so much history lately, and against the backdrop of decades of difficulty with some members of the community, there's a trust deficit among a lot of residents. And realizing this plan is going to take all of us trying to row in the same direction, and the board can be a big part of setting the tone there. And it's not just in going out and having the staff explain what is happening, but recognizing that even though people understand the policy involves trade-offs, it is really, really important that when there's a decision that is disliked or disfavored by some members of the community, that they understand why it's happening. They understand the larger goals being served. Now, I think the board and the staff have made a lot of progress in that direction. That is to their credit, but I think more can be done there. And I'd be remiss if I didn't take a moment to thank Natasha and the commissions and all of the members of the community who have engaged in this process over the last decade. But speaking of trust and listening, it is a two-way street. And so I want to conclude by sharing some thoughts with members of the community, particularly those with concerns about this plan. The first is that we will continue to have a voice. What you are deciding today is not a cake. It's not a cake that we're making. It's a recipe. It's a guide. And we will have the power to shape that recipe and how it is implemented to bake that cake going forward. That's why redevelopments will happen within the site plan process. Any transportation and streetscape changes will take a community process as well. But the very last thing I want to note is that homes are good. Homes are good. Everyone needs a home, especially low-income people. And as Mr. Karantonis noted this morning, we do not have enough of them. So the decisions that we make as a community to make more homes is not just true to our values, it makes a big difference in the lives of ordinary people, and especially our most vulnerable. Neighborhoods are people, people make up the community, and that is the beating heart of why we should support this plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Wilma Jones, followed by Pamela Quadron.
Good morning, County Board members. I'm here again to advocate for the welfare of the Highview Park, Halls Hill community. I'm the president of the John M. Langston Citizens Association, and I do want to make note that we are listed on your information as a civic association. We are a citizens association, so we appreciate staff kind of making that clear on future opportunities to speak. I'm a longtime resident of Arlington, over 55 years, and a fourth-generation resident of the Highview Park community. I'm a civic activist, and I've been a community leader for over 30 years. Our civic association has worked with Langston Boulevard Alliance for almost 10 years on this effort. And we want to say, first of all, in regard to affordable housing, I've spoken on it before, and unfortunately, some of my comments have been mischaracterized in the media. The Highview Park neighborhood supports the goal of 2,500 affordable housing units as listed in the plan. We simply state that we have a much higher percentage of affordable housing than other Langston Boulevard communities. All we ask is that those communities be looked at for additional affordable housing units before Highview Park is asked to do more. We have the most diverse community on Langston Boulevard, and we are proud of how our community has worked with property owners and the Arlington Partnership for Affordable Housing to maintain and increase the amount of affordable housing units in our community. But the most important request that we have of the county board is that of building heights on the south side of Langston Boulevard from the historic Callaway Church, which has been at that location since 1866, to the old Tops Cleaners building. That was initially and all the way through June listed as a 4-story height maximum. But when all of the other parts of the communities began to request additional density, those building heights were increased to 5 stories. These properties are very close to single-family homes and a row house residence with no buffer between the properties and those homes. Many of the residents who have spoken to us in the Citizens Association have said that they felt that 5 stories would again make our neighborhood feel walled in. And I know that you as a county board know the history of the Halls Hill, Highview Park neighborhood and the segregation walls that our neighbors had to endure. And although our neighborhood is very different, we do have a major concern with that building height, with some of those homes being as close as 8 feet from the commercial properties. We are asking that the county board please consider making an adjustment to the plan so that the buildings from Callaway, our historic cemetery, the swim shop, the 7-Eleven, the small businesses that are at Edison and Langston through the Old Tops Cleaners building be reduced to 4 stories as it was in the previous iterations of this plan. The Highview Park neighborhood is supportive of the plan. We're just concerned about that issue. We are working on historic preservation. As we stated before, we recently received a grant to work on historic preservation, and the Callaway Cemetery has also been designated as historic. We are happy that the county board is moving up the East Falls Church and Cherrydale plans to be incorporated, as those neighborhoods are 40% of the Langston Boulevard stretch. We ask again that you consider to please reduce those building heights in that small area on the south side of Langston Boulevard in order to ensure that the residents who border those properties will not be adversely affected. Thanks very much. And also, we do want to say thank you to the Langston Boulevard Alliance, whom we have worked with for almost 10 years on this project, and the county staff. Thanks very much for this time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Pamela Quanren, followed by Ginger Brown.
That looks about right. Hello, my name is Pam Quanrad, and I'm here on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Arlington. First of all, I want to say thank you to everybody who has been part of this process. It's truly amazing to have watched it over the last decade. As you know, affordable housing is very important to the League of Women Voters. It's a core part of our efforts to enrich our community. The visionary Langston Boulevard area plan has the potential to positively address Arlington's well-understood housing shortage. We were overjoyed when the county board voted to move forward with the draft plan. We were equally pleased about the amendment to move the reexamination of the East Falls Church and Cherrydale land use plans to the short-term study. We understand the complexity of East Falls Church with its many landowners, but we also recognize the gain of affordable units near the East Falls Church Metro could be so substantial. We need to get those processes started in the coming year as soon as possible. We also found the housing staff's prediction that reaching 2,500 affordable housing units by 2040 was impossible or not possible to be really alarming. If 2,000 units under the revisions that we heard today are possible by 2040, 2,500 are well within grasp. We should be able to meet those targets because we know that those are just the first targets and there will be more needs in the future. If we fall behind now, we'll never catch up. It leads us to an important question at this moment. Is Arlington really using all the tools that it has available to increase affordable housing? Are we considering thoroughly enough fast tracking and/or fee waivers for developers for affordable housing, co-location, community land trusts, greater density zoning, affordable housing by right on land owned by religious institutions, and importantly, more certain funding of the Affordable Housing Investment Fund on an annual basis? Our beloved Arlington is a fine place to live for so many, but too often those who work or serve in our community can't afford to live here anymore. Many of those who have lived here for years are trying to stay, and they're suffering while they do so. To reach our goals, laudable goals of ending homelessness, undoing past racist land use policies, integrating our schools, designing for climate change, stopping the trend of Arlington becoming a county only for the very wealthy, we have to continue to look at our housing policies. Langston Boulevard is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take a big bite out of this problem. We strongly urge you to pass the Langston Boulevard area plan with a path to getting us to 2,500 affordable units, especially 30% AMI units. To set a date to start re-examining the Cherrydale and East Falls Church land use plans in 2024, and to consider new tools to address both the preservation and the building of affordable housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Ginger Brown, followed by Paul Holland.
Hi, good morning. I'm Ginger Brown. I'm the Executive Director of the Langston Boulevard Alliance. And first, I'd like to take a moment to really thank staff for all of their hard work over the last decade. And especially, I'd like to thank Natasha Alfonso Ahmed, Rachel LaPiana, Kelly Brown, Leon Vines, Jennifer Smith, and many of the staff that were behind the scenes reviewing the plan and doing all of the hard work. It was an extraordinary amount of work. Staff has been professional, earnest, and a real pleasure to work with. And I'd also like to thank the community for showing up time and time and time again to support this plan and to give feedback that ultimately made this document better, something that we can all be proud of. And I'd like to have a special shout out to Sandy Chesrown, because without her leadership and vision, we wouldn't be here today. The community's vision, going back to the beginning of the grassroots effort in 2012, is to create an inclusive, walkable community serving commercial hubs that support small businesses and create a sense of place. And the plan does that, and it's time to pass it today. We know that there are a number of finishing touches that you'll be discussing, and we hope you'll weigh in on increasing the flexibility in the type and location of connectivity in and around our shopping centers, strengthen language for the CIP, flexibility in historic designations, language expanding acquisition options for publicly owned open space, consideration of our citizens associations. And we support the adoption of this plan. We look forward to its implementation, the hard work that we still have to do. So thank you for all of your time.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Paul Holland, followed by Jim Shulman.
Good morning. My name is Paul Holland, and I am the chair of the Plan Langston Boulevard Community Forum. It's a pleasure to come before you this morning and speak in strong support of the plan, and I look forward to your action and hopeful passage later today. I do want to just touch on a couple specific areas of policy and then a couple general observations and then close with some thank yous. So with regard to the policy changes that can be tweaked hopefully today, one is public space, the other is capital improvement planning. As you all know, throughout the plan, there's a significant call for privately owned, publicly accessible space, so privately owned public space. And I think we just make sure that we need to be conscious when those spaces are designed in the public process that they are made accessible to the community, and it's done in a thoughtful manner. There are many examples of developments and community benefit where a public space is not fully accessible or not designed in a way that is accessible to the community. The other thing is making sure that we identify opportunities for land acquisition in accordance with the Public Spaces Master Plan. There are some significant opportunities for quarter-acre park acquisition throughout the corridor. With regard to the capital improvement plan, as a planned area, Langston Boulevard will require capital investment through the 10-year CIP. This will help ensure that the vision of the plan is realized and that successful implementation will not just rely on private investment from community benefit to support the public improvements. And I think we all know that investment in Arlington requires an all of Arlington approach, and we must use the CIP as a tool to advance the policy goals of the entire community and not just one neighborhood or area. Finally, I want to just offer two additional observations. I've been involved in this stuff for quite a while and have seen a lot of public processes. And I think, Arlington can ask more of the development community during the redevelopment process. I often say we're a premier location in the country, if not the world, to own and develop property. And I truly believe that, given our strong job base, our strong tax base, our strong education. So let's act like it. Let's make sure that the legacy landowners who will realize tremendous benefits as a result of redevelopment are supporting this community in the future. And as we move forward with the strategic implementation of this plan, let's be bold and really outline a vision. We are all beneficiaries of the vision that was outlined in the 1970s. Let's make sure we carry that forward and think about creating a new vision in the future. I'd like to close with just a couple thank yous, especially to the staff. I think, Mr. Harrell talked about the idea of baking a cake, and Natasha has been an expert baker. I mean, I can't say enough how good the staff has been on this. I mean, the different priorities, balancing the different elements, it has been a pleasure to watch, and I really just thank you, Natasha, for all your work on this. And I think the other person I want to thank is Sandy Chesrone. I mean, Sandy is, she is the epitome of a servant leader in this community. She is someone who gives so much of her time and expertise and knowledge to make this community a better place. I moved to my neighborhood in 2014, and she was one of the first people to welcome me, probably because I agreed to join the Civic Association board the first day. But she's been a great person, and I've been so lucky to get to know her and work with her on this plan for the last really 9 years. So I look forward to your action, and I look forward to approving this plan. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jim Shulman, followed by Ann Bodine.
Honorable Chairperson Dorsey and County Board members, the Alliance for Regional Cooperation promotes regional sustainable economic development within our metropolitan region. ARC supporters recognize that the pattern, density, and scale of land use strongly affect the quality of life for residents and visitors alike. We testify today to support concerns and questions that have been raised and communicated to you by Arlingtonians for our sustainable future. They'll testify shortly about the plan for Langston Boulevard. In particular, if adopted, this plan authorizes potential spot upzoning and spot upglumping to take place at site plan review for future projects within the study area, at least for those proposed to be less than 7 stories. And for this, you can refer to page 189 of the final draft plan. Spot zoning and spot amending of the general land use plan represent an unprecedented concentration of discretionary land use power in the county board and county manager. For those, far too many areas in the proposed planning district anticipated to be upzoned and upglumped upon adoption of this proposal, those that will suffer redevelopment from 7 to 15 stories up to 170 feet tall, the plan terms are exceedingly squishy. For instance, see the second to the last paragraph on page 189, which explains regarding higher density development that rezonings to CO 1.5, which provide for a base site plan density of 1.5 FAR for commercial uses and 72 units per acre for residential uses, and CO2 2.5, which provide for a base site plan density of 2.5 FAR for commercial uses and 115 units per acre for residential, could be appropriate. In other words, there is no zone being set. The zoning is up to the county board. And again, quoting from the plan, as a near-term implementation item after plan adoption, adaptation, and/or new zoning district regulations are to offer a more feasible alternative to the existing special exception approval processes are expected to be developed for these areas, either through site plan or potentially a use permit approval. Our understanding is that this will likely give the county manager a unilateral right to approve projects up to 6 stories. Is this what the county board has in mind? If so, it is open-ended enough to confuse developers and the public. The squishiness extends to how this plan is depicted graphically. For instance, in the bird's eye perspective rendering shown on page 163, which to my eyes looks nothing like a floor area ratio of 2.5 FAR. But it is not density alone that makes a plan more sustainable, much less livable. It is a misguided presumption that highly urbanized, meaning more dense human settlements measured in people per acre, are necessarily more environmentally, socially, or economically sustainable than typical suburban layouts. The devil is in the details, intention, and policy tools that are dedicated to achieving these universally accepted worthwhile goals. For instance, we do not believe that this plan encourages the badly needed provision of affordable 3-bedroom living opportunities. ARC argues that there should be no sacrifice zones. In other words, no neighborhoods anywhere along the corridor which should experience a reduced quality of life, nor areas with a reduction in ecological function, nor residents expected to suffer displacement, nor significant losses by residents of access to light and air. Nor should such trade-offs be at all accepted for potential increased per capita energy efficiency or perceived vibrancy, especially since the only concrete things we see that will be gained are higher tax revenues and very spotty revitalization. County board members, you have a choice to either force this not fully baked plan, yes, continuing to use that metaphor, down the throats of Langston Corridor residents, or step back and reevaluate what a responsible phased enhancement should look like. As someone who has been engaged as an architect in sustainable placemaking since 1989, I can assure you that this plan is not that.
Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity.
Time is concluded. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ann Bodine, followed by Mike Iger.
Ready? Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I am Ann Bodine with the Arlingtonians for Our Sustainable Future. This is a 40-year plan, so it hits at the heart of ensuring our sustainability over a long term. When it is built out, I will be long gone, but our planet will likely have exceeded recommended global levels for CO2. 40-year plans must assess against global benchmarks, environmental, social, and financial, and ask if they offer the best mix of growth and sustainability. We think the plan Langston Boulevard comes up short on the latter. Partly because this plan sees our county's land and its public uses and assets best leveraged by private owners. The plan adds 6 net acres of public land, all controlled by profit seekers, not by Parks and Recs, as the proper place to hold land in public trust. And on stormwater, the plan only manages partial runoff, again through private owners, and leaves substantial portions to future county funding, inappropriately punting core elements of the comp plan that should be addressed here today. How does transferring public land and/or functions make Arlington more sustainable? On the strategic level, and in a break with longstanding tradition of smart growth, this new plan delivers transit-oriented density without mass transit. Ms. Alfonso Ahmed noted this morning that the transportation element will depend on sufficient ridership among new residents, implying if you build it, they will come. But remember, we did build Metro. They did come, and then COVID and rideshare turned them all away. The board manager and staff have not even mentioned that a policy to pack in 10 to 16,000 new residential units may be self-defeating. Residential development, on average, results in more spending to provide expensive services and infrastructure than residential development contributes in revenue. Counties need to build schools, libraries, ballparks for residents that are not required for office or hotel occupants. In short, commercial properties pose less fiscal burden. Yet advocates of this plan have said against all evidence that newcomers will pay for the new infrastructure. Past practice here, i.e. adding substantial density in metro corridors, guaranteed a net increase in revenues. But that was predicated on successful commercial, office, retail, and hotel density. This plan has no magic formula to address the regional crisis, no national crisis of post-COVID drop-offs of commercial tenancy. But we saw this week JBG Smith writing down commercial space in the county, and more is sure to come. So let me repeat, residential development results in more spending to provide expensive services and infrastructure than residential development contributes in revenue. And also note that Arlington's own budget consistently demonstrates this near universal dynamic. Let's instead have constructive discussion about other ways to move forward. If the cost of serving thousands of additional residents strains the county's budget, let's see if it's not cheaper to fund vouchers for affordable housing. On substance, the county is adding up to 16,000 new units that will simply add to the existing problems of gentrification, particularly serious in areas of African-American historic presence in Halls Hill and Highview Park. Plan advocates and the board have told us taller buildings were added to obtain more affordability. But you go silent when we reveal the simple math that Plan Langston Boulevard reduces by 40% the percentage of affordable housing units on the boulevard. Yes, I said a 40% reduction in the proportion of low or moderate income residents. I wish we had the same concern about legacy residents that we've heard today from many about legacy businesses. Now let's talk about height and density. What should be clear and easy is instead very complex. Residents have presented many concerns about heights and densities, and most relented when told it's the only way to meet affordable housing. How ironic given what I just said about those goals. Not to mention that we have learned those building heights and density from the models are not real. The board acknowledged the public desire for caps on these items at its discussion of October 14th, but that was actually also confusing. Since then, staff told ASF, we're not setting numeric caps, and the only constraint on density is building form. So if you meet setbacks and step backs and get a big enough lot, you can put up very large buildings. Do residents understand this? No. Do they know what might be built in their areas? No. ASF has been subjected to tortuously slow process, but even today, after weeks of FOIAs, we don't have the key to staff spreadsheet to see what projections are for each site. We can tell you that staff spreadsheets show floors area ratios well above the maximum projected in the plan, going up to 7, 8, or 11. Most residents also do not understand there are 16-story cap on the building heights can go higher if the board activates section 16. So we ask you to defer this plan until the new board is seated, at a minimum until you've completed the new RTA period identified for Cherrydale, until you set height and density caps that can't be busted, until you address our concerns on environment, gentrification, and the budget. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mike Iger, followed by Alice Hogan.
What time is it? Good morning, everybody. Thanks very much. I'm Mike Iger, the president of the Old Dominion Citizens Association. And this week, we sent all of you a letter from the association with some of our comments and concerns about the plan. I just would like to highlight some of those for you today. Little over 2 years ago, our association submitted a letter to the county in response to the initial plan. Many of our points of concern about that plan remain. We actually never received a response to that letter or outreach in response to that letter that we sent 2 years ago. As you might know, Old Dominion Citizens Association sits in the heart of Area 3 on Plan Langston Boulevard. Overall, our residents would be significantly impacted by the changes proposed. As such, we would have liked to have seen more outreach and communication with the residents and engagement to solicit their feedback. We think that's been missing, and particularly in the past year. Some in our community have also called for the board to delay consideration of the plan until more time for public review. I want to focus on a couple of specific suggestions, though, that we have for you to consider. One, concerning building heights. As the representative from the Halls Hill Citizens Association commented, we also support a reduction from 5 stories to 4 stories for properties that are directly adjacent to single-family homes. There is some tapering in the plan now, but it's not consistent. There are blocks, particularly from in our neighborhood, from Wakefield through Old Dominion, and then again on the other side of Glebe Road through Columbus, where there is no tapering. It's 5 stories and then single-family homes. We don't think that's appropriate. We think the tapering that exists in some areas would be appropriate across and should be adopted by the board. We would also like to call for some additional studies into the impacts of the plan. We believe a study is warranted to determine how to improve the intersection of Old Dominion and Langston. We'd welcome the study of a design that helps to slow the speed of vehicles that are heading westbound from Langston to Old Dominion. As a couple of people said, there's some real safety concerns for pedestrians and kids in this area. The crosswalks are terrible, and we have seen some very significant accidents along this corridor. We do want to call out concerns of speeding on 23rd Street, speeding on Old Dominion, that we hope are factored in when plans are considered. We also request, as some other speakers have said, additional safe crossing across Glebe Road. There is no, as one of my members in our association noted earlier, there's no crosswalk in the nearly half mile between the intersection of Glebe and Langston and Glebe and 26th Street, and that's a 4-lane road. We also would like to note that we believe in recent decades the county has underinvested in the communities along Langston because it was not a planned corridor. If you adopt this plan, we'd request an equitable distribution of capital improvement planning funds into the Langston corridor. And finally, I don't need to take the full time. I do want to call out a particular issue that I think some of my members have spoken to you guys about, and it's concerning public parks. We note that the lack of additionally owned public space in the plan. ODC would like to let you know that the property that sits at the intersection of Old Dominion, the county-owned property, where the salt dome and the mulch pits are, sits on an area where we have been promised a park by the county for going past 10 years. We would like to work with the county board to address that lack of a park. And we have, we can share this with you. We conducted a survey this summer of our residents about the situation of the park. 97% of the residents surveyed supported the establishment of a park on that parcel. And we also collected data that more than half of our residents are driving to parks because there isn't one close enough to walk to. I think if you're going to consider Plan Langston Boulevard, you can consider a park for us as well. So thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Alice Hogan, followed by McCoy Kaufman.
Good morning. I'm Alice Hogan. I'm with the Alliance for Housing Solutions. The Alliance appreciates the broad vision and enormous staff and community effort that went into Plan Langston Boulevard, which proposes a vibrant, inclusive, and green future for this corridor. However, we are deeply concerned that the plan does not meet the target of 2,500 committed affordable units for this area as set forth in the 2015 Affordable Housing Master Plan. Plan Langston Boulevard process has offered a rare and valuable opportunity to transform this area and address the urgent housing needs of our community. It's a once-in-a-generation chance to reimagine a corridor that reflects Arlington's core values of equity, affordability, environment, and community. Unfortunately, the plan states itself that in its current form, it does not allow sufficient height and density, which prevents this corridor from achieving its full potential for affordable housing. It should be more ambitious and impactful for all Arlingtonians. Passing an area plan like Plan Langston Boulevard that does not live up to the goals of an established county-wide plan, like the 2015 Affordable Housing Master Plan, also sets a dangerous precedent and risks undermining the value of large-scale community processes required to create such plans. Falling short of the 2,500 units for the corridor is also a blow to geographically balanced distribution of affordable housing across the county and a lost opportunity to fully address the historical segregation, legacy of racial and economic segregation in this area. An adequate supply of all types of housing, especially affordable units, is an essential component of a community's infrastructure. Arlington cannot function, never mind thrive, if we cannot house the people who keep our community going. Nor can we, quote, eradicate homelessness by 2026, an excellent goal, without a commitment to deeply affordable housing. AHS's goal is an Arlington for everyone. Since the plan itself cannot achieve our housing goals, we need to look to the plan's implementation matrix to help the county reach its housing goals by 2040 and not have to wait till 2075. To that end, AHS suggests the following for the matrix: expedited and simultaneous updates to both the East Falls Church and Cherrydale plans. In 2024, the county should commit to initiating and not considering when to initiate reviews of both plans. We agree with both the Planning Commission and the Housing Commission, and we would like to support staff to initiate both reviews immediately. 2, immediate exploration of additional development tools for new CAF construction and marks preservation. AHS believes the county should immediately initiate a study to identify new and financial and development tools or strategies to achieve more affordable housing beyond our current toolbox, especially for marks acquisition and preservation on this corridor. We agree with staff that this should be related to the next review of the Affordable Housing Master Plan, which could assess all new potential tools for both Langston Boulevard and other areas of Arlington. We cannot expect to create more CAFs without new methods and additional funding sources, and we should not wait until 2025 to begin such a multi-year study. Let's seek those new tools immediately. And 3, commitment to deeper and permanently sourced investment in AHIF in the next budget, as well as in the staff needed to achieve our goals. A stable and adequate AHIF budget is crucial for creating more affordable housing along Langston Boulevard and across the county, since our success depends on a sufficient supply of housing for all income levels. The county should not rely on annual budget fluctuations, but should commit to a dedicated budget line item at much higher than the $9 million as allocated over the last few years, and should look to identify a permanent funding source to support this indispensable element of our community infrastructure. Additional funding should also focus on adequate planning and housing staff to support these efforts. In order to achieve housing equity on the boulevard, we need to plan for and fund more affordable units close to transit in this northern part of the county in the short term and in areas that were historically segregated by race and class. AHS is committed to working with the county to help recreate a Langston Boulevard that opens doors of opportunity by providing sufficient supply and greater diversity of housing options for Arlingtonians of all ages, stages, and income levels. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is McCoy Kaufman, followed by Amanda Weaver.
Good morning. I'm McCoy. This is my partner, Jackson, and I'm speaking for Voice today. I'm 25 years old, so this is my future we're talking about, and I care a lot about it. Voice also cares a lot about what we're discussing here. Voice has been in the community talking to different members, as you know, and we've been hearing very consistent things from everyone. There's not enough housing, there's not enough affordable housing, wages haven't kept up with rents, and people are spending too much of their money to pay for rent, which leads to uncertainty, distress, and insecurity, long-term problems for our residents if we don't solve this. When it comes to solutions, Langston Boulevard, 2,500 units has been batted around a lot. We have a visual aid here for that. This is what diversity and density looks like and what we've talked about when it comes to Arlington housing. There's 2,500 dots here to represent these 2,500 units we've talked about. Each dot represents an individual in Arlington now. It could be a Starbucks worker who got you your coffee this morning. It could be the county clerk who gave you your ballot to vote. It could be an adult with intellectual disabilities living with their aging parents and needs an independent place to stay. It could be a senior living out of their car right now looking for affordable housing. So each dot is one of these people. It could be a school teacher, a police officer, a fireman. This is what this 2,500 represents. But it also represents my future and future generations. It represents an Arlington that is ethnically and is diverse ethnically, people different nationalities, different income levels, all living together. It represents an economically sustainable and environmentally sustainable community that is as we want to live in now and is built for the future. But it also represents Arlingtonians who can't be here today, Arlingtonians that have been left out due to racist policies, as you all know about. It represents the African Americans who couldn't live here. It represents immigrants who've been pushed out due to pricing, and it represents other people of color who can't be here today due to the increased cost of housing in Arlington. Now, Langston Boulevard is a great opportunity to live up to this vision that we talked about. It's a great plan, and we want you to move forward with it so that we could get closer to this diverse Arlington that we want to live in. But we also think there needs to be follow-up to that plan, because we're not going to hit the goals we planned for 2040, and 2070 is generations away from my generation. So we want you to follow up with East Falls Church in Cherrydale, looking at those plans so we can add affordable housing there. We want you to increase AHIP funding as well so we can start paying for more affordable housing. And we want to look at what other tools might be available. We know of Cherrydale, we know East Falls Church, we know Langston Boulevard, but there's other opportunities to reach this density and diversity we're talking about. Langston Boulevard is a great plan that lives up to this vision of Arlington, and we hope you'll move forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amanda Weaver, followed by Jason Schwartz.
Hi, good morning. My name is Amanda Weaver, and I'm a member of the Board of Directors of the Donaldson Run Civic Association, and I'm speaking on behalf of the DRCA Board. I want to follow up on the October 13th letter filed by Bill Richardson, President of the DRCA. That letter flagged several important issues that we urge the County Board to consider, which do not appear to be addressed in the staff's November 3rd report. Before I do, I'd like to make 3 general observations. First, an overwhelming majority of Arlingtonians demonstrated this week that they are very concerned with the boards making critical housing decisions directly affecting them without adequate planning in advance. Second, as a court has recently indicated, it is not sufficient for the county to wave off concerns about its lack of analysis of the long-term costs and benefits of such decisions simply by asserting that the staff are the experts. Third, there is very little incentive for future civic engagement in Arlington, like showing up to express concerns at these meetings if affected residents' thoughtful comments are consistently disregarded. I refer you to our October 13th letter and the comments of others on the problems with the plan's assumptions about likelihood of affordable housing, adequacy of parking, impacts on infrastructure, and abdication of public responsibility in favor of privately owned public spaces and privately funded stormwater retention. In my limited time, I want to focus on 3 other issues. First, building heights. It's beyond frustrating that since the onset of this project, DRCA and many other civic associations have objected to the 7, 10, and 15-story buildings now proposed for this corridor. Most recently, the Langston Civic Association has urged that heights be limited in their neighborhood to 4 stories. Omitting Cherrydale from the plan, while now promising to follow up on that later, also means that you have little input on what the building heights should be there. We agree with staff that it would not be appropriate to have inconsistent building heights in different neighborhoods. Yet the plan would make a canyon land of Lee Heights alone, based on a decision by staff now to anoint it as the heart of the corridor. We prefer the ease of access to the shops that are there, and we urge the county to replicate the success story along the entire corridor. We support Langston and believe 4 or 5 stories should be the limit in all our neighborhoods, with the possible exception of the existing tall buildings at Spout Run. The vision thing. The staff report now makes clear that the plan here is a 3-step. First, amend the GLUP now to put a thumb on the scale for densification beyond the metro corridor without any documented study of the costs and benefits of doing so. Second, follow up later with amendments to the zoning ordinance providing new development rights that cement this vision into law by arguing that such amendments are now consistent with the new vision of the revised GLUP. Third, explore ways to promote even greater heights than 7, 10, and 15 stories by making it easier to obtain approvals in exchange for additional commitments. While such special exceptions are always available, the key and that what role and what stage the affected neighborhoods would play in reviewing these requests. In the past, we understand that the role has been minimal and very much after everything is baked in. If the board does proceed with this plan today, it should build in meaningful protections for affected neighborhoods, not strip away what limited protections we have today. Finally, lot coverage review. As the board is well aware, almost 10 years ago, staff recognized the need to address the monster house problem by reviewing the 2005 lot coverage limits. So did the board over a year ago. Now, however, staff have been disinclined to pursue the board request while we see large tear-down redevelopments each week doing irreparable damage to mature trees, stormwater management, and established neighborhoods. Now staff would like to prioritize instead its study of the new questions on how to implement PLB. In any orderly planning process, these are questions that should have been considered before, not after adopting the plan. But in any event, they should not be permitted to jump the queue on any study on lot coverage reform. And with that, I thank you very much for your consideration of these views.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Jason Schwartz.
Good morning. My name is Jason Schwartz, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Yimbys of Nova. We support more homes for more people in order to increase affordability and prevent displacement. Yimbys of Nova is excited about the prospect of a more walkable, bikeable, and multimodal Langston Boulevard with more housing options for people of all incomes. This important plan is long overdue. We thank staff for their hard work on the plan and the community outreach. There has been a clear consensus from Arlingtonians that we need more housing. Arlingtonians have come repeatedly to show how important it is to meet the AHMP goal of 2,500 affordable units by 2040 along this corridor. Over 70% of the speakers at the most recent Planning Commission and County Board meetings favored the plan and called for more ambition to meet the AHMP. That is also true today. Yet this final draft plan only calls for 1,400 units affordable to 60% AMI by 2040, which is only 56% of the AHMP goal of 2,500. This plan calls for a minimum of 9,400 total net new units by 2075, but we should be aiming for a minimum of 20,000 net new units in this timeframe. The allowable heights and overall building footprints are way too small along this corridor. Area 5 in particular can provide much more housing as it is right along the Roslyn-Ballston corridor. To the south of Wilson Boulevard, there are buildings of 12 stories and higher next to garden apartments, townhouses, and single-family homes. Yet this plan limits buildings of these heights to very small areas concentrated along the I-66 highway. One of the Marbella buildings currently under construction right now is 12 stories, and guess what? It's right next to townhouses, like literally right behind it. There's a big hole in the ground where there's gonna be all this affordable housing, which is really great. The proposed Wakefield Manor building is 12 stories and directly adjacent to the Wakefield Manor garden apartments. Buildings like these should be allowed across Area 5 as they are south of Wilson Boulevard. We applaud the change to move the East Falls Church and Cherrydale area plans to the near-term work plan. However, these areas will only increase the number of net new housing units along the corridor by 6 to 10%. So it is a good change, but again, this is only a small increase in the housing. We need to do better, and we can achieve our housing goals. We just need to be bold and have the courage to do what is right. We need to show our values, not just in our words, but in our actions. How can we say we value a diverse and inclusive world-class urban community when we fail to meet our fundamental housing policy goals? Goal number 1 in our AHMP states that Arlington County shall have an adequate supply of housing available to meet community needs. This plan is a modest step forward in meeting our housing goals. Despite that, we urge the County Board to pass this plan now without delay and without any further reduction in housing targets. We ask the Board two things. Number one, make sure that the East Falls, Church, and Cherrydale area plans are on the immediate term work plan. And number two, make sure that all public spaces along the corridor retain maximum usage flexibility, including housing and committed affordable housing. We look forward to supporting further actions to increase the supply of housing and provide life-changing opportunities for current and future Arlingtonians. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Jacobs, does that conclude our speakers?
Yes.
Discussion will be with the board, but we will take a short break to consider your comments and prepare for that discussion and reconvene in this room at around 12:20. For those of you who are interested in our discussion, for the rest of you, have a great weekend. Okay, the board is now ready to resume. And discussion is now with the board on the Langston Boulevard Area Plan and associated actions. Colleagues, let's start off with any clarifying questions that we may have of staff or any of our advisory commissions before we then proceed to go through with consideration of the plan document with each chapter of the plan. So first, any clarifying questions? I know Ms. Garvey had a couple, so we'll wait for her. Mr. DeFerranti, why don't you start us off?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. There has been extended discussion of the possibility of protected bike lanes in part of the corridor. And I'm just so that our public can hear, first, it's a VDOT road, but can you describe a little bit of the plan, what the plan would say to that, actually says to that? And I think we can't allay all concerns, but we can just get out the facts with respect to that piece of land where we've been considering whether there would be biking facilities that would be there. So if you could speak to that a little bit, great.
Sure. So in terms of bike facilities, as we know, there are different segments along the corridor with different right-of-way widths and both opportunities, constraints for achieving the multimodal access. Part of the issue is that we're obviously where we have the least right-of-way, that's where we have the most constraint, and so we need the redevelopment to occur in order to incorporate all of these elements. And that includes widening the sidewalk, adding the street trees, and creating space for protected bicycle lanes, which we're calling enhanced. They could be buffered or protected in a different way. But all of that requires space. And it really varies depending on where you are along the corridor. Some places we're actually showing, wherever we can, in the most places as possible, the protected bike lanes. But in other areas where it's very constrained, we're showing other types of bike facilities, just to continue that flow.
Great, thank you. I think it's just trying to sort of allay some of the congestion concerns related to that. And there's been this dialogue, which I see as with respect to not already having approval for certain actions from VDOT, meaning we can't go forward with a plan. And that I just don't share that view, but I just wanted to at least hear staff's perspective on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Alfonso.
Thank you. Mr. Carantonis.
It's just a follow-up. We heard also some advocacy on establishing a desire to enhance or to widen the Custis Trail. So is that something that you consider in the plan, or is that the right place to do that?
So I'm going to call on Allison. I know we talked about this at the last meeting, the opportunities for expanding the trail along basically east of Beach Street. So Allison, I believe she's joining us remotely, and there we go. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Allison Bullock. I'm the manager of the transportation planning team in DES. Yes, we have a number of county-wide recommendations for improving the Custis Trail. Within the MTP bike element, we call for the entirety of the trail to be studied for widening to a minimum of 12 feet. And this is also echoed in VDOT's Inside the Beltway study. And we're conducting a study right now to look at sections of the corridor and feasibility for widening that we expect to wrap up by next May. So that's happening concurrently with the plan, and we will be looking at opportunities to widen within the planned Langston Boulevard area.
I understand. Thank you. So it's not the appropriate place here. It's in the MTP, the bike element, and the associated work that is going on right now.
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. While we're on transportation, there's a slide and you spoke to the 25th Road extension, and we've had a lot of people talking on it. Would you like to elaborate a little more on why you think we should keep that?
Sure. So I'll start and then I'll pass it on to Allison, since they're looking at this more holistically from the Master Transportation Plan, which has policies overall for encouraging connectivity and obviously access to all modes of travel. But in that particular area, again, like we said in other places along the corridor, it really has to do with trying to improve the flow of traffic at all intersections, and we've identified that intersection as one that needs to be studied further in the future. And so with that, I don't know if Allison, do you want to add anything specific or more?
Yeah, I can add a few points for consideration. One is I'll describe kind of how staff considers where to add new streets and then the policy backing for that. So when we're considering where to recommend new streets in Langston Boulevard and throughout our county plans, we look for places where there are larger than average blocks because we know that smaller blocks help improve walkability. We also look at places where the county has adjacent right-of-way to connect to have the ability to make a new street connection. And then also how that street would serve access to the site and help improve neighborhood connectivity. So in this case, both Langston Boulevard and Harrison are primary streets where we'd want to have fewer curb cuts, and we have policies to basically minimize curb cuts on primary streets and to provide those access points on secondary streets. So in this case, there is no existing secondary side street. And so a new 25th Road connection would provide that vehicular access to, say, parking, but also to service access. And then in terms of the policy that we've kind of looked at to support that, you can find that in the streets element of the county's master transportation plan. So the streets element calls for the county to maintain and enhance a grid-style street network, and specifically to, quote, enhance the connectivity of the existing street network by constructing new streets with redevelopment of large blocks. And so this, in that case, is a large block. It has larger than average distance between Langston Boulevard and then the adjacent east and north streets. So this is kind of an example of where we have the opportunity. We've made recommendations for new streets to fulfill that MTP policy.
Thank you. That's helpful. And then my understanding is the details on whether what we're actually going to do there would come with an actual site plan and work. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. So if we adopted what you have there, I mean, don't make any changes, it could be when we get to the site plan that the decision is made to not have it be vehicular, have it just be pedestrian.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And if we change it and put it the other way, the flip is true. If we say now
That's
it could be
correct,
pedestrian,
too.
could be, okay, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Any other clarifying questions? Okay, to consider discussion of the plan and associated elements, I will make the following motion. Move that the county board adopt the county manager's recommendations on the following elements associated with the Langston Boulevard planning study. The resolution, which is attachment 1 of the November 3rd staff report to adopt the Langston Boulevard area plan, as it is shown in attachment 2 and 2B, the addendum to the staff report, that we adopt the resolution, attachment 3 of the staff report that was updated as of November 7th to adopt the GLUP map and booklet amendments, as shown in attachment 4, updated and dated November 7th, that we adopt resolution attachment 5 of the staff report to adopt the master transportation plan amendments as shown in attachment 6, and that we adopt an ordinance, attachment 7 of the staff report to amend, reenact, and recodify the Arlington County zoning ordinance, specifically section 6.1, 7.12, 12.3 as shown in attachment 8. And that we adopt resolution attachment 10 of the staff report to authorize advertisement of public hearings by the Planning Commission on December 4 and the County Board on December 16th to consider adoption of GLUP map amendments associated with the Cherrydale Revitalization District boundary, as shown in attachment 11 of the staff report, which is revised as of 11/8 and the supplemental report dated 11/7. Is there a second? Seconded by Vice Chair Garvey. That is the main motion that is now on the floor, and we'll move to consideration of this document and associated addenda, moving chapter by chapter from the plan document itself. So why don't we begin with a discussion on chapter 1, which is the executive summary and introduction.
Mr. Chair?
All right.
Yeah,
Ms.
well,
Garvey.
I've got, a thought on an amendment there, and it's just simply to clarify a little bit the point I was just making with my last line of questioning. This is a guide, this is a plan, and things will actually be solidified when it comes down to actual site plans, and those kind of details will then implement the plan, and they can be different from what's set out here, but people are really concerned, and there's often a feeling that everything is sort of set in stone. So I was going to propose, which some residents had suggested, a little different language, a little additional language, very small, on page Roman numeral 3, and I don't know if we want to put it up on the screen. Do you have those handy, Ms. Jacobs? And then I'll just, it's pretty small.
While she's searching, why don't you go ahead and read it?
Sure, and it's just at the end, to get exactly where it is, so people, if they're reading along, actually, it's the very last paragraph on that page, and the last sentence, and it would read just close to what it is now, but a slight difference. Flexible land use policies will allow, there we go, the corridor to adapt to market and community needs and transform over time. And then add, inherent in the new plan is that appropriate flexibility should be exercised in applying its goals and policies to actual circumstances, which I think has always been intended, just makes it a little clearer.
So let's see if there's a second for that. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. DeFerranti. Would you like to speak to it further?
No.
Okay, so just so everyone is following at home, we have an addition of a sentence after the last sentence on that page, which would read, inherent in the plan is that appropriate flexibility should be exercised in applying its goals and policies to actual circumstances. Mr. DeFerranti?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Vice Chair Garvey. This is actually something that the more that I read the sentence, I probably didn't wake up this morning thinking that I might support this, but I don't believe in strict constructionism. Legally, I don't believe in but I do believe that we should use the language that is in a plan to guide as much as possible what we're doing. And I just think that this points to the flexibility that is consistent with how I've tried to interpret plans throughout. And so that's what leads me to support it. That doesn't mean that I think that those who are most concerned about the plan might say, oh, we could change every last thing. We could have an entirely different look at one of the areas. And that is not what I'm saying. But I do think flexibility is appropriate, so I'm happy to support this.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis.
To be honest, I was a little bit skeptical because I thought that this is logical. So you always have to adapt to the real circumstances and negotiate something. The use of the appropriate, the word appropriate flexibility, when circumstances are demanding that, makes me to feel more comfortable with this. So I will support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Garvey?
No, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I think this is how we work. It's actually a statement of how kind of government, when we're always trying to balance things, just makes it a little more.
Thank you. I'll just add, for my purpose, this is one of those things where I think John Kinney said it well earlier, our job is to do no harm, and I don't see any harm from this, although I don't also see any particular clarity that's given, but that's not a criticism. Words like appropriate and flexibility are always going to be subjective and in the eyes of the beholder, but I think the general message that this is signaling, that rigidity is not called for in any circumstances, is one that we are all believing in, and if that is specifically called out with this language, I have no concerns with it. All right. Thank you, Vice Chair Garvey. We'll now move to a vote on this amendment to add that sentence. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it 5-0, and that is now going to be a part of the main motion.
And Chair Dorsey, I'd like to offer another amendment in this section.
Thank you, Ms. Talento.
I will read the amendment and then I'll speak to it. I move to delete the last bullet on page 24 that reads, quote, provide these benefits through private development, thus reducing reliance on county CIP, close quote.
Okay, thank you. So that is now displayed on the screen. To delete the last bullet, and that's seconded by Mr. DeFerranti. Ms. Talento, would you like to speak to this further?
Yes, this really goes back to some of the comments that I agree with on the idea or the fact that there hasn't been a lot of investment on Langston Boulevard historically. And the CIP is one of the tools that we use to assess the needs and fund needs across the county. With the adoption of the Langston Boulevard plan, we will now have a plan in this area. And therefore, it should be considered alongside any other plan and any other need around the whole county for CIP funding. And so this really goes, I think this is going to be really the theme of the amendments today. It's really messaging and making sure that there's clarity around, as someone said, rigidity or flexibility. I really think it's important to ensure that what's in the plan does not guide us in or infer guidance in a direction that we really don't want to go. And around the whole county, we work with private development to meet the needs of the county when we do not own the property. It wouldn't be any different on Langston Boulevard, but by no means should that be more of a priority than to use our own CIP funding when necessary to support the needs of the county. And so I believe by removing this, we're just removing that idea. This should be as much of a priority as any other area in the county in any of our CIP discussions. And so that is why I'm making this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. DeFerranti?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is, we received from the chair of Plan Langston Boulevard a couple of suggested edits with respect to the CIP, and staff has tried to balance those very carefully. There are a few other places where a sentence is included that says something like the CIP may be considered for further investments. If you just read the text of what's on the screen, every plan should do that, I believe. But I don't, and I guess I do agree that because Langston Boulevard has been unplanned, it has not received, some parts of it have not received investment at the levels, if you just drive down Columbia Pike, the level of public investment on Columbia Pike right now is immense. From an equity standpoint, there are a lot of resources. There are, I believe, more resources in some regards, historically for sure, that have been invested in Langston Boulevard, thankfully formerly known as Lee Highway. But that doesn't mean public investment has been there. And I just feel as though, as we thread the needle, equity should mean, in my view, greater investment where there's the greatest need, but we also have to invest in Arlington as a whole. And I just think, I guess I'll have a question, and I'm dangerous, and I'm not asking this question knowing the answer to it, but I'd be curious if staff, I believe that, I don't know if other plans have a sentence like this in it. And I guess I'd be curious, you don't have to know every plan, but I think it might be for Ms. Smith. I'm not sure. It could be for Ms. Alfonso Ahmed. Do other plans have a sentence like this? I'm not saying I'm against the sentence on its own, but I want a definition of equity that is a little all one Arlington in addition to investing where there's the greatest need. So hopefully I've given you a question in there.
Thank you. I can't speak to whether this is specifically or the sense of this is specifically in other plans, but I do think that all of our plans where we have created incentive-based development is reliant on private development for helping us achieve a lot of those improvements, but that has not certainly precluded the county from also bringing funding to help meet community need.
Thank you so much. So ultimately, that leads me to a place of not being in a position where I would support, there have been some advocacy that says you must have CIP investment. If there were a specific parcel of land and we committed to a CIP investment in this plan, I would not support that because I think that is over-promising. But I do think that investment as a whole is worthwhile, and to get that right balance, that's why I support the amendment.
Thank you. For my purpose, I regrettably will not be able to support the amendment. I think Ms. Smith has framed my thinking on this thoroughly. This is a statement of facts. Part of the reason why we create these opportunities for there to be incentive-based development so that we create value that can be then shared with the community. And taken literally, the sentence just reads that private development will reduce the reliance on county investment, not eliminate it. And in fact, as we look through the implementation matrix, there are number of places that are identified as where county investment will likely be a part of the implementation scenario. So in this case, going back to the do no harm, I fear that by eliminating this sentence, we are signaling that we do not expect that private development will provide its fair share, if you will, of community benefits and other investment that have been typical of other areas of our county that we have developed. So while I understand the intent, I think the way in which this is executed actually does lead to at least some ambiguity over what should not be ambiguous in the first place. So my apologies, Ms. Talento. Moving forward, Vice Chair Garvey.
All right, so I'm totally torn. I came to the conclusion that doing no harm taking this out would do no harm, so there we go. Quick question for staff. I assume if we delete this, you'll continue to work as you always have, which is, in general, if we can get private developers to pay for things, that's what we want to do. And whether this is in or out, you'll do the same. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, thank you. So I think it won't do any harm. And given that this may give some people some comfort and supporting my colleague, I'm okay to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to ask something to our county manager on that, because he's a veteran of CAP, bringing CAPs together. So we have several planned areas in Arlington. We have a very precise idea of what they need in terms of projects, CAP projects. They are lined up for 10 years every time, and they are updated every couple of years. There is a thing, I believe at least in the one CAP I participated, that there is always coming in some thinking about what the capacity of, equivalent contributions from private development will be when we cobble together a CAP. We should be mindful that we commit money in a CAP, we commit taxes, we commit a lot of resources. It's not a victimless exercise. So how do we do that?
So when we're preparing the CIP, if you go back and look at the one that was adopted last year by this board, there's columns in there where we look at potential contributions from the outside, including developers, and we make a good faith estimate. It's very difficult as you get further out to make those estimates, but we will include one of the ones that I'm thinking about most specifically is in Roslyn. We've thought about the potential as development takes place. We set aside some money that could go eventually towards a boathouse or towards Gateway Park. So we show, as an example, large public dollars going to that, and also the potential for investment from the private sector through private development. So we look at all those choices. I would view this language, whether it's deleted or not, when we're looking at Langston Boulevard, we do assessment of what the needs are. And if we don't think that the private development is going to be realized in the next 10 years, then we will put more public dollars in to get something done.
Yeah. So this is the point where I struggle, because we really need to calibrate the CIP based on the development capacity, and I think that's not a bad idea to signal to developers what really the truthful approach is to that. Mr. Lindo, I had to really struggle with that a lot. I was, balancing, because I said, okay, what's really the harm here? Because everybody understands that. Just for reasons of orthodoxy, CIP orthodoxy, I will not support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, Mr. DiFerenti?
Yes, I just want to try to clarify my earlier remarks a little bit. Your point that we should use private development, I share that concern. And also, the other suggested changes that it's my understanding that all planned areas and unplanned areas would be considered in future CIPs. So those are some of the suggestions we received for edits. And I agree with those statements. I just don't think that we particularly need to include those pieces in this plan. But I do support both your sentiments, as well as have been broadly expressed, as well as the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Lento?
Thank you. Chair Dorsey and Mr. Karantonis, I really appreciate your comments. And I just want to be clear that in no way do I not anticipate or expect private development to support development on the boulevard. But I think, again, a lot of times there'll be language in there, and 10 years from now, it's possible that none of the board members on the county are here, and that our Langston Boulevard Alliance team members have decided to invest their energies elsewhere, may not be watching things or reading the plan or anything. And so I just think it's important that we don't have an inference one way or another, because the expectation is that we develop our community in partnership with private development, and when private development can't meet those needs, we look at our funding to see where and how we can prioritize that funding. But I just wanted to clarify that. I know that it's important to have as clear messaging as much as possible, and so I really want to make sure that there's no understanding that I do not support private development investing in Langston Boulevard, but I would still like to move this motion. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments?
No.
Seeing none, we're ready to move to a vote on Mr. Lento's amendment. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
No. Mr. Karantonis and Mr. Dorsey vote nay, but the motion passes 3-2 and is now included in the main motion. Any other discussions on executive summary and the introduction chapter?
Mike.
Please turn on your mic, Mr. Karantonis.
Sorry, I didn't. So on page Roman 7, under public spaces, I hope our clerk has the text. So under the strategy number 1, to add a new number 2 and then follow with the old number 2, which says the privately owned public spaces created through this plan should be designed to maximize accessibility for the general public and to achieve as closely as possible equivalent functionality to publicly owned public spaces. This is in reaction to testimony that we heard here on the concern that sometimes just the public easement on a privately owned public space doesn't really guarantee the public accessibility and the functionality of the space as real public space where you can actually do what you can do on a public space from the definition of how this space is designed to the definition of the uses of the space. So I think this is an important part of what we should be able to signal, that we really have some expectations from the delivery of the plan of privately owned public spaces, and this language reflects that. This language, by the way, is repeated in almost identical context in further down on page 111 and page 108.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second, I think the...
Seconded by Mr. DeFerranti. Okay.
Just so I know what I'm seconding, am I seconding page 7 and page 111 and 108, or what's the motion?
That's a procedural. I mean, for now, since we go by chapter, it's the first, and then will be repeated in the next 2 instances.
Okay. Any further discussion? Ms. Talento?
Thank you, Chair Dorsey. I've considered this information and request as well by some of our advocates and community members who've been working in this space for quite some time. And I plan to support this. I think this goes back to my initial intent. I plan to be a little more detailed in my thanks to staff and their ability to listen and really engage our community and get us to a really great plan, which is where I think we are. And this just goes again to clarifying some messaging that supports the vision. This is really just saying to our private developers that are, as you'll note, mentioned throughout the document, privately owned public spaces, please consider maximizing your ability to open it up to the public. And that's our vision. That's what we would like. And we hope that you'll work with us, right? This is all determined in site plan and negotiations with private developers at any point in time when they're providing public space to us. But there are many successful partnerships that have worked in other localities and even here in Arlington. So with that in mind, I will support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, I'm fine to support this too. It actually kind of supports the discussion we just had about whether this is CIP or through, development. And this is just an example of how development can help us achieve what we need without using CIP money. Thank you.
Thank you. For my part, I'll ultimately support this. I think that this doesn't necessarily break any new ground, and I think that's a good thing from the conversation that we had circa 2019 with the Public Spaces Master Plan, where there was extensive conversation about privately owned public space, and in that we came up with some language which define such spaces as ones which either through easement or license were guaranteed to be open and accessible to the public, which is, I think, what the real concern is, that somehow there be restrictions on these privately owned spaces that would limit the public's ability to access them. And that is the working policy of the county now as part of the PSMP, and I see that this language is consistent with that. People will not necessarily have clarity as to what functionality of publicly owned spaces means, but I would think that for most people, having full access is really what they desire most of all. And I see this as being, if anything, just elaborating on that a little bit. So I'm fine to support the motion. Any further comments? We'll now move to a vote. All those in favor of Mr. Karantonis' motion to add language to the introduction in pages 111 and 108, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. 5-0, and that is now a part of the main motion. Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to have a motion, but I have a couple of quick questions, and I hope that they will be quick. Someone start the timer on me. So,
bam.
There's one question for Mr. Berkey and then a question for staff, and this concerns the discussion of additional tools for affordable housing. Of course, there's been a lot of discussion over years with the Community Land Trust. Can you describe a little bit what you or the Planning Commission may have been thinking when it passed that motion unanimously to look for additional tools to help us reach the goals in our affordable housing master plan?
Sure. I mean, I think, the discussion that we had during the RTA vote was probably a little bit more illustrative of that. We're not the experts, our staff are, our planners. I think the thought was generally that there were, after review of the staff's analysis, there really were only two additional options we could sort of take as a community to get more affordable housing here. It was going to be either looking at heights, which I think we were at right with the heights and the massing, and then the other was incentivizing or thinking of ways to get some of that affordable housing either online maybe sooner, or strengthening our preservation tools. So really the thought wasn't to say, look, we've got these tools, we want to throw them in the plan. It was really to put on a marker and say, can we think about a way we can go back and re-examine some of these tools? A lot of them are frankly in the public discourse already. Can we go back and think about that and maybe get some of this housing built a bit sooner than what we currently have as far as the projections with the tools that are currently on the table?
Thank you, Mr. Berkey. So that page 17 of the staff report, there's a description of this very subject, and I guess I could use a refresher. I feel I was on the Affordable Housing Task Force, but we had a 2020 review. When is our next, I don't know if you know, but if you have a sense of the timing, and if you can provide a little context on, Mr. Berkey mentioned the word marker for some additional work. What I read of the staff report sort of says, we have so many competing planning and housing needs that we want to wait till the review of that master plan, and we will take this up, but over-prescribing what we will do when we have a massive planning work plan that we'd review every year may be too much. Can you just provide maybe a context on when AHMP comes next and a little thinking on your response in this number 7 on page 17?
Sure, so I'm going to call on Joel, who should be online. He can speak more to the AHMP and I believe the housing needs analysis, which is what you were also asking about.
Hi, good afternoon. Joel Franklin, housing planner with the Housing Division, CPHD. So yes, the master plan was last reviewed in 2022, and prior to that, there was an updated housing needs analysis that was done in 2020, 2021. And the review didn't really focus on kind of the policies of the master plan, but rather an updated implementation framework. So it laid out a number of steps, tools, as well as planning studies that were going to be looked at in the next 5 years. And that will be done again in another 5 years. When the master plan was adopted, it was stated that it should be reviewed once every 5 years.
Okay.
So for those keeping score at home, not before 2025 is that anticipated to occur?
Great, thank you both for the answers. To keep us moving along, I do have a motion, and Ms. Jacobs probably has that. It's for page 23, as well as a couple of other sections. We've heard a number of times from the Planning Commission, as well as from our public, that we want to see if we can aspire and meet this goal that was in our affordable housing master plan. So the motion is the language that is there. It's to insert where 2075 is listed, an additional sentence, and it would be 3 instances on page 23. And then also page 24 twice. I'm not so much wedded to the number of times on page 23 or 24, but once on each page at least. I will leave it at this unless the chair or colleagues request that I not be over redundant. And then on page 60, at least 1 instance as well. The point I would like to make is what's in the language that says the 2075 is a long way out. A couple of people have said, including the Housing Commission. So the motion is to add this sentence: the county will aspire to meet the affordable housing master plan goal of 2,500 units by 2040 on Langston Boulevard using the planned areas covering the length of Langston Boulevard in Arlington County. So that's the motion.
Thank you. It's been seconded by Mr. Karantonis. Any further discussion on this?
I'll just try to also stay within the timer and be succinct and say that I think that this is an attempt. I don't think that the Affordable Housing Master Plan's goal of 2,500 was deeply analyzed from what I recall being on the Affordable Housing Task Force. I also don't think it was plucked out of thin air. What we know is that there are 2 areas that are not included in the current plan, and we want to respect the scope of this study, but also I believe that as aspirational goals are helpful. If we don't have this aspirational goal, we won't measure ourselves by it as much. I think that's true in others like our community energy plan. Having it to measure is important. 17.7% was the percentage of affordable units that was referred to often in the Affordable Housing Master Plan. We don't always refer to it on the dais or in conversation with staff, but we do sometimes, and it's an aspirational goal that I would argue is helpful. I think this goal could also be helpful and could prompt us towards action, and that's why I make the motion.
Thank you. Move to other comments. Ms. Talento.
Thank you, Chair Dorsey. I will be supporting this amendment. First, I want to thank the staff for adding into the plan since our last discussion comments on affordable housing and the recognition of our goals and the work that you've done to show how you're going to achieve that. I know that you've added some data in there, so thank you for that. And I also noted that in our back section of the plan, you added a goal that we should consider directed funding from AHIP to support the plan. And I think, again, all this is guiding direction. I think it's important to understand what our goals are as a county and the recognition that as we look at the boulevard as a whole, that maybe there's a possibility to meet those goals. I also value the fact that the Affordable Housing Master Plan will undertake another review in 2025. And I do hope and encourage that that review will actually do a deeper analysis on what can be achieved and what tools can be created or strengthened to further support in achieving those goals. I think that the tools we have today, unfortunately, are limiting, and that may be some advocacy at the state level. So with that, with understanding that goals may increase or decrease at some level, to recognize that this is where we are today. There's a goal that's being that has been listed today to meet, and that we are acknowledging our efforts to meet that goal with looking at the plan as a whole. And so I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you. From my remembrance of the work on the Affordable Housing Master Plan back in 2015, we were very, as a community, we were very deliberate in actually putting up aspirational goals. And the reason was because we wanted to trigger this accountability. We wanted to see whether we are, getting to the capacity that we should have, that we feel that we should have, that we see in the street every day, people who are testifying here today. So therefore, nobody can say that a goal of 2,500 units is a modest goal. It's a very tough goal to reach. So, and what it makes us better to be able to report on that, to see what works, what doesn't, and to what degree and to what extent, and how can we improve that, and who are the critical, most successful policies here, because we know one that is very successful, EHI, for example, but there are others too, and we have been timid into implementing all these. Remember, I dare to remember that before we got a significant help from Amazon on the production of affordable housing, we were struggling to achieve our other goals. So that's a consistent philosophy of continuing on the Affordable Housing Master Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. I guess a question, certainly support, this is an aspiration. That means we might get there, we might not. Is anyone able to give me, what are the chances of us actually getting there? Ms. Alfonso Ahmed, have you got any kind of, can you give me odds?
Well, I think our analysis has shown that we've looked at every possible configuration for every site along the corridor to study, based on the tools that we currently have in place, the recommendations for height and all of that. And it really boils down to who's ready to move, who's ready to make any changes at their site.
Okay, all right.
And at what timing.
Thank you. It's not impossible, because I don't want to put aspirations that are impossible, because that sets up, anyway, I'm okay to support this then, yeah.
Thank you. For my part, I'll just say that I'm comfortable with this language because, in effect, it's a statement of fact, right? This is what we're doing anyway. But I would like to, with your indulgence, just reframe, I think, some of the conversation about the AHMP that I think has gotten a little bit twisted. First, a plan that we adopted in 2015 that was inclusive of data as late as 2013 can't be, it's not precise enough to be the basis by which we apply all of our housing strategies and policies as we get a little bit more granular in our implementation with this area plan and then eventually with site plans. But beyond that, there's not a whole lot of daylight between this plan and the Affordable Housing Master Plan. If we look at the top line goal of the AHMP for 17.7% of all housing units to be available at affordable rents or at affordable prices for people up to 60% of area median income, staff's analysis, their projections at one end of the range is about 16% of those units would be affordable on the corridor. Very, very close to that top line goal and contributing to the overall county strategy. And then, I want to highlight what Mr. Berkey said earlier as we think about how to deliver the number of units by a date of 2040. there's a couple of influencing factors there. Staff's analysis is a projection based on reasonable assumptions about the marks that would remain, the base number of units that would come through redevelopment, and then the number of units that would come through bonus density. If that analysis, if we want to change that, that is well within our power to change based on a couple of factors. We could have done so with height, which for reasons that have been well explained, we're not doing. But it can also come by expanding the denominator of the number of units in your study area, which is what this amendment effectively calls out, which was part of how the Affordable Housing Master Plan viewed it in the first place, corridor-wide. So in that sense, if this provides the appropriate comfort for people who feel that we are retreating from the Affordable Housing Master Plan in some way, then so be it, let's do it. But I do want to make clear, the Affordable Housing Master Plan, its goals have not changed, and I don't necessarily view them as aspirational in the sense of we might not get there. The onus remains the same, that every time a site is up for redevelopment in this corridor, it should be analyzed and assessed for delivering the maximum number of committed units it possibly can. And there's nothing that we do within this plan today that will eliminate that as a responsibility that we have when each redevelopment proposal comes up. So long way of saying, fine.
If I could just
Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think I wasn't heading, we might not get there. The question is when we get there. And I totally understand. Even when I first read this, said 2075. I'm certainly not going to be here. I don't think anybody here. So that just seemed way too far out. So I'm pleased to put something that makes it a little clear that we're really going to be trying for this and aiming for something sooner. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Madam Vice Chair, both for the chance to speak and also your comments reframing this. Because if it was, and I want to give staff a chance to describe, if you want, page 18 has this is what you were referring to, Mr. Chair, has a fair amount of analysis that helps lead to the concern. My math sort of starts with the 2000 and then thinks about the coveted space near the East Falls Church Metro, and I feel like that gets us close without overpromising to the ballpark. And so I felt like it's reasonable, but I do want to give staff, if there's anything that we've missed, you got probably all board members willing to support, but I do think it's important for us to be responsible, so I want to give you a chance, because you've done the fine-grained analysis, if there's something that staff wants to add to this.
No, we agree with the board. We should be intentional in supporting other policies, even if it's already listed in the AHMP.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And I would say the sentiment is also partly driven by Mr. Berkey's thought of a marker. This is, we have to address our office vacancy rate. This rises to that level, in my humble opinion.
All right, Mr. DeFerranti, do not snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. We'll move to a vote on your amendment. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, 5-0, and that is now a part of the main motion. Any other discussion points on the executive summary and introduction? Seeing no lights, we'll now move to Chapter 2, Vision. I don't believe we have any conversation points in the Vision chapter, but last call. Going once, twice, we'll move to Chapter 3, Policies and Recommendations. I know we have several areas of discussion here. Vice Chair Garvey, would you like to start us off?
Yeah, I think I can start us off pretty simply and quickly. And this is looking at the issue of full and partial restoration of historic properties. And there's a chart, starts on page 74, and there have been some concerns expressed that, some of these full preservation, it really isn't possible, and maybe it is. And I think, again, sort of to reassure people, and this is really what the intention is, where we have full preservation, if we could put full preservation / partial presentation. I could detail off which numbers they are on the chart, but I don't know if you want me to go through and do that. But that's what I was thinking. I was heading, mostly we've heard from Lion Village Apartments, but there are some others there. And I think if we have the choice, that it could be either one, but make it clear that partial preservation is possible.
I'll second that. Moved and seconded. I think you explained it well. Anything further to add to that? Any other comments? Okay, we're now ready to move to a vote on Ms. Garvey's motion. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it, 5-0. That's now a part of the main motion.
I get the prize for speed so far.
Okay, anyone else on this chapter? Policies and recommendations. Mr. Karantonis.
So this is on an amendment on the heights map on page 68. I think that, yes, that's the 500 block Langston Boulevard, also known as the Callaway's Church, which is forms, don't know if the, forms the, and this goes all the way to 5066, so 5066 Langston Boulevard, the Wendy's, I believe. That's exactly where the intersection with North Emerson Street is. The North Emerson Street doesn't go through, but this is it will be a greenway, right? And a pretty big one as well. I think this is awesome. So we
All right,
heard.
let's make sure we get a second before you get into a fulsome explanation of it.
Second.
They're seconded. Seconded by Ms. Talento. Please continue.
So this is to modify the heights that are proposed there from 5 to 4, and the transitions that are already provided there, also from up to 4 to up to 3. I note that the Galloway Church itself has no transition, and I think this is appropriate there, and there's no modification there. So only where there is a transition, this reduces. This is to change the frontage of the neighborhood of Halls Hill. We heard Ms. Jones testifying here. I've had many conversations with the neighbors there. I do feel that this is a appropriate treatment for this neighborhood, especially after respecting their historical past and the way this historical past is still defining and impacting their historical present. This is I do believe that these transitions there should be softer, and that this is a minor change in the whole scope of the plan, but they accomplished the goal of showing and sending a very clear signal to these residents that have been extremely collaborative in getting this plan forward, that we heard them and that we can react to them appropriately.
Okay, thank you. Any other further comments? A couple of questions for staff on this. Can you first remind us what is the existing zoning and therefore by right height ability in this subject area, and then go through some of the history of how you've considered height and ultimately arriving at your 5-story recommendation?
Sure. So the existing zoning is C1 for all of the frontage along Langston Boulevard, which is commercial today. That allows up to 35 feet or 3 stories. We have always shown at a minimum 5 stories along that frontage. Earlier on in the process, when we were looking at including more parcels for areas of change, we even showed up to 7 along Langston. So we've reduced the heights along the way, listening to community concern. And so, but we've always shown 5 stories tapering down to 4, primarily to encourage lot consolidation, which we need, and that area desperately needs in terms of, in order to create the multimodal improvements.
Thank you. Mr. Karantonis, did you have something else? Okay.
No.
Ms. Talento?
Thank you for that explanation. I appreciate the work that staff has done in the analysis, but I am going to support this motion. In my work on the school board, I had the privilege of engaging that community in Halls Hills, as it was one of my liaison civic associations. And I'm also nearby, and I've traveled through the area. The way Halls Hills Highview Park is set up, the streets are narrow, the lots are generally small. It is already a tight community. And if you look at our history of segregation, this is one of our historically Black communities. Where the wall is remnant of, you can see the change in the lot sizes and the widths of streets. And so what they're asking for, and they're already abutted by the hospital on one end of their community. And so what they're asking for is really just to not feel that lock-in again. I recognize the efforts to be thoughtful about development on Langston Boulevard, how we have heights in places where there is able to afford heights, where we have brought it down, where we made compromises. And I recognize that this will be the only section in this plan that will have us at 4 stories going down to 3 if this motion passes. However, based on the history and acknowledging and recognizing the mistakes that were made in the past, I think it's important to really hear the community, respect our history, respect what the request is, recognize that we have generational families who experience that segregation. And all they're saying is, they're even saying, we support 6 stories on the corner. We support the plan. They're just asking if we can accommodate this so that the homes in their community that abut this property that are very close don't experience that sense of shut-in again. And you know, I recognize when you're planning and you're making these decisions, you really try to look at it from a perspective, but I think our job in these positions is to bring the voice of the people and find that compromise. And so I'm going to support this motion with that sentiment. Thank you.
Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to evaluate the staff report and just make sure I understand clearly. I believe I read something that mentioned that the Callaway United Methodist Church, is it included or excluded? And have we heard from their preferences with respect to this? So 2 questions.
So just to clarify that the proposed changes for the lowering of the heights is different from what we focused on in the staff report.
Yeah.
Because in the staff report, we're really talking about the southeast corner of George Mason. And I believe that what we're talking about now is about reducing the heights east of that block. To answer your other question about whether we've talked to Callaway Church, yes, they have not said one way or the other in terms of the height, but they have said that they would like to be able to redevelop in the future and be able to expand or renovate or even, you know, tear down the building and do something else in the future.
Got it. So that's helpful. And I think the first part of your answer, applying this language does include Callaway in it. Okay, great. This is, I guess, we have nodes as a theme within our plan. And do you, the concerns raised, fairness of application of our zoning code. For me, this falls in the midst of 2 nodes, though it is included in the full map. And so that is my sort of part of my current thinking as a rational basis for why this would be permissible. Does staff have any thoughts on that? Okay, thank you. I'm happy. This is not an easy question. I think that is simultaneously true. I listened to Ms. Jones, had a full Arl Now podcast that I listened to, and I understand the concerns, and ultimately they weigh heaviest. I would also say that, I think it's fair to see concerns in terms of density. I also think that density can sometimes be a benefit, but until I have next to me a 7-Eleven, I should not talk about that, and ultimately the community's concerns lead me to support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll say for my purposes, I'm wrestling with this a lot because I appreciate the intent here, but I think we have not adequately explored the unintended, perhaps, consequences. This is not necessarily a partial analysis of height being a concern, but a somewhat broad consideration of height generally. And there are trade-offs with this. By reducing this, we actually narrow the level of incentive that would call for someone who has a parcel ownership interest here to go through our special exception process to redevelop. We have presumably made it much more likely that it will redevelop by right, which provides no community benefits. And I don't think that we have adequately explored that as part of consideration of this option. And while I hold very, I know that you all are quite sincere in wanting to make sure that we bring an equity lens and support our historically Black communities, I don't think they're asking us at this point to deny them the opportunity to receive community benefits from redevelopment, which could be a consequence of this action. And at this point, I'm not comfortable that we've really explored whether or not that would be made a greater likelihood by this action today, and that concerns me. And I think it's, as was explained by staff's answer here, that this is not a change. The heights were not increased from a level that was once thought feasible, and then heights were increased later on. This was always the baseline that they thought would be that sweet spot to encourage that redevelopment. So just be very clear that by reducing heights in this piece, we run that risk. And so I'm going to mull it over. As you can see that I'm mulling it over in my mind. I think, great consequence that we could end up doing harm when our community is actually asking us to do good. And that's something that I think we should wrestle with. Vice Chair Garvey.
Thank you. You've just made it harder. Good point. Question for staff. So if we don't adopt this and we go with a higher height, and the redevelopment happens, they come forward with a project, will we be in a position to, on some, depending on how it connects with how close it is to the homes, to require more of a setback from the homes than usual? Are we in a position to be able to, would we be in a position to be able to do that?
We're always in the position of recommending better transitions, better design. What I will say specifically for this site, because we know it pretty well for this area, is that the depth of those parcels are very shallow.
Right.
And so we've already sort of squeezed as much as we think we can fit. And asking for more step backs would probably make the building envelope less feasible. Let's just say that.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
That helps. Then I think I'm going to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. No other comments? I think we're ready for consideration of Mr. Karantonis' motion. And this pertains to the 5,000 block of Langston, going from 5,000 to 5066 Langston, to reduce the height limit from 5 stories, to 4 stories, and the transitions from 4 stories to 3 stories. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Nay. By a vote of 4-1, with Christian Dorsey voting no, the ayes have it, and this is now part of the main motion. Okay, we are staying on the section of policies and recommendations. Mr. Karantonis, you have another one?
Yeah, I have a continuous one on page, figure 311 on page 69. Madam Clerk, you can pull it up. It was right below the previous one. So this is about the 2 blocks between North Buchanan Street and North Columbus Street, abutting 22nd Road North.
While Ms. Jacobs is following, why don't you go ahead and just describe it verbally?
The motion is, these are 2 blocks between, here it is. Here it is. So this is between North Buchanan, North Columbus Street. What the motion is asking is to provide for a transition, like in the neighboring blocks, for the height there, the height of the frontage on the boulevard is 5 stories. The ask here is to provide for a transition for up to 4 stories. For the section that's along 22nd Road North. The reason for that is that this is, I understand that all transitions in the plan, or most of them, are mostly when there is no street in between. I visited that place a lot of times. We walked that also with neighbors, etc. It was quite dense there. So I am sympathetic with the request to provide for a transition there, in accordance with what we do in the adjacent blocks. That's the motion.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. DeFerranti. I think you explained it. Further discussion?
Question for
Ms.
staff.
Garvey.
Question for staff. Could you talk a little bit about why you did not put a transition there? I see the street. Could you talk a little more about that?
So consistently throughout the whole corridor, wherever we've had a street in between new development and low-density residential edges, we've shown 5 stories to be appropriate because we factor in the width of the street as another sort of, as something that just gives more distance from the new development. And as Mr. Carantona said, for sure, whenever we're looking at parcels that are adjacent to low-density residential edges, we show a much more gradual transition. So that's the difference. And so we've applied that rationale here.
Okay.
Because it's across the street.
Thank you. I think unlike the other one, this doesn't present that wall-like feature, and it's not, that neighborhood's not hemmed in, so I'm not going to support this particular motion. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'd like to explore that questioning with Ms. Ahmed as well. So the street, I'm familiar with 22nd Road, and while yes, it is a street, it's a fairly low-intensity street. It's one that mostly functions, I'd almost say like a primary pedestrian network as opposed to a vehicular network. Does that in any way change the analysis of what is appropriate as it relates to transitions?
We would support it if the board believes that this is more sensitive. I think staff would support that as well. We were just trying to be consistent overall with wherever we've had a street as a separation to apply the same rules consistently throughout the whole corridor. But we would understand that and would support that if that's what the board
Thank you.
would recommend.
Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you. Sort of that I went out and drove the street. It seems like a narrower street than some that I've driven, and that's what leads me to be inclined to support the motion. But it's a totally fine answer if you didn't factor in the width of streets in making these decisions. We would get a site plan, but I have to ask that question. Did you or did you not get to that level of granularity or no?
No, we did. We did factor in the width of the streets, and that's why for all of those edge conditions where it's across the street, there's not only the 5-story, but there's also a setback, an additional setback that is recommended in the plan in order to factor that in.
Thank you. And then do we know the width on many parts of the plan, including the adjacent parts that we see on the screen? There's 4 stories. How wide is that step back? I need a reminder, or I may not have ever known.
Sure. So the plan says that beyond the 5th story, there's like a 10-foot step back up to the 7th floor. In this case, we would have to look at it a little bit more closely because we don't have that condition right now in anywhere else in the plan. So we would have to look at it and probably include some language to make that a little bit clearer.
Okay. I'm fine with the amendment. Because of the width of the street. There have been a number of requests, but it's the width of the street. I think Columbus is a wider road, so I'm fine with the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Talento.
I just want to, I had some of the questions that my colleagues had, so you answered them, and thank you for that. And I did have an opportunity to look at our other height maps. And in doing that analysis, I saw your consistency and efforts to be very intentional and thoughtful. And even in myself knowing the Langston Boulevard, this is the only one that I saw where it was a real narrow street. The other ones even have like maybe a driveway behind it in one of them where you don't have a setback. In all places, you generally have a setback unless there's where the streets are wider. And so, for me, this is not a site that is necessarily laid out like our other sites that have a street behind the building height form in the way that you have set it up. And as well in this area, there's also, the lots are smaller and closer. And I think some of these streets end up at a dead end. So it's just a different type of setup. And for that reason, I will support the amendment for this particular small set of parcels.
Thank you. Ms. Garvey.
All right. I haven't visited the site. I haven't seen the street. I'm sorry. I'll go with my colleagues.
Thank you. I'll say, as someone who spent a fair amount of time on this particular street, I think, two things can be true here. I think staff did a very excellent job of trying to be consistent. But in this case, I think it's not necessarily the letter of the law that should rule, it's the spirit of the law. And the spirit of the law is that we want these transitions to actually be real. And the characteristics of the street, I think, matter more so than whether or not a street exists. And as someone who's been there multiple seasons, multiple times of day, this really is, it's not a pedestrian priority street, but in many ways it looks a lot more like that than our typical notion of a street. And so when we think about 5 stories at scale being immediately there without buffer, that's problematic, and I don't think consistent with the way that we've applied it throughout the corridor, where we've at least tried to effectuate some meaningful transitions given all other site constraints. And in this case, I don't think the letter of the law delivers that outcome. So for those reasons, I will support this motion. Mr. Karantonis.
Just in addition to add, there is also a serendipitous case here because along Columbus Street it's 5 stories, so the western light casts longer shades there immediately up on a street that is unusually close to the boulevard. So therefore, I always thought that for environment and light and air circulation there, this is a good treatment there. I perfectly understand the criteria.
Okay. Mr. DeFerranti.
Just really briefly, I think our responsibility is to offer a thought-through and reasonable explanation for reaching our conclusion to support the amendment. And so I just want to sort of, as I was listening to you describe the spirit of the law, I wanted to make sure that you were saying we want to be reasonable and apply sort of what makes sense, because I think ultimately that's the standard that we would need for review, and I think that's what you meant, so I just wanted to mention that. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Talento. All right, we'll now move to a vote on Mr. Karantonis' motion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, 5-0. It's now part of the main motion.
Chair Dorsey?
Ms. Talento.
I have another amendment to propose in this section. So this is really to the extension of 25th Road North. And before I read the language of the amendment, I do want to, yet again, and I think this, thank staff for their efforts to really think intentionally and thoughtfully about where they are providing these street extension connectivities. Their explanation when we discussed it made a lot of sense, and were I in their shoes as a planner, it's probably something that I would also consider. However, I do live in the area. It's a shopping center that I have frequented often. I've seen it throughout the day, during rush hour, after school, and I think that, again, sort of on the theme of understanding what is planned and what is actual and flexibility, that is really where the motion is, and I'll speak more to it after I make it. So I move to remove the depiction of the proposed street extension of 25th Road North on pages 33, 68, 87, and 88, and strike 25th Road North from the following sentence on page 86. Additionally, new street segments or extensions are recommended on the north side of Langston Boulevard along 25th Road, 23rd Road North, and 22nd Road North to allow for additional circulation and access to redevelopment. And add after the aforementioned sentence on page 86, with redevelopment at the site abutting 25th Street North, opportunities for access and connectivity should be considered and include pedestrian and bicycle access.
Is there a second? Seconded for discussion. Ms. Talento, would you like to speak further to it?
Yes, thank you. So again, just to reiterate, I do believe that in parts of the Langston Boulevard, connectivity is necessary. There are many times where you'll be driving through some of our neighborhoods and you hit a dead-end street unexpectedly. And so I appreciate the thoughtfulness that has gone in to propose some of these street extensions. In the beginning of our discussion, we talked about flexibility. There was discussion on road extensions, recognizing that the depictions are not an expectation. nor are they a policy. However, when you have a vision document, I think that what you put in that document can be guidance and be considered almost as a directive. And with that is a concern that I have. I believe if we put in the extension of 25th Road North, while the efforts to provide connections would be understandable on paper, in actuality, it would actually, I think, increase danger to pedestrians in the area. Harrison Street is a 2-lane road with 1 turn lane, and I believe no turning signal, if I remember correctly, because I'm always worried when I have to turn there. And so if you're pulling out of that shopping center, you're already looking at traffic that is consistent. Harrison is a very busy street. On the other side of the street, they are proposing an extension, which makes sense. But on this side of the street, if you go down another block, you have 26th Street that connects you with George Mason and Harrison Street and takes you to the shopping center. I don't think that that street will actually, in the end, promote what the hope is that staff, that the proposals are promoting here. And I think it'd be better served by a pedestrian and bicycle path where it would make the community more walkable. It would allow access to the shopping center in a way that actually reduces traffic and congestion and make it more user-friendly for pedestrians and bicycle people alike. So for those reasons, I am asking that the depiction be removed. And then when there is a site planning discussion and updates to their master transportation plan, those things can be considered at that time with a much more intentional and thoughtful discussion about what development will look like, where and if a street would make sense. But I do, as you'll note in the motion, ask that any redevelopment be consider pedestrian and bicycle access. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Mr. Karantonis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question to our staff on this. So first of all, I understand that 25th Road North and the piercing through the block to Harrison Street is a part of the master transportation plan, right? So this is still as a secondary street there. So if this is changing in this plan, then it will automatically be not viable under the master transportation plan. So which plan is higher ranked?
So the MTP would be higher, but there is no existing street in that location now. So it's not identified at the MTP.
Okay.
Right, this is a new, we're identifying a new segment.
Good. Okay, sufficient. The second question. So there is a intentionality in how this is aligned here. So this is opening through bisects a block, a relatively big block there, huge block actually, because it wraps around, right?
Yep.
And it follows on the other side, there is a proposed alley, which is not compulsory or not mandatory for anybody, but we want to see an alley that actually aligns and goes all the way out to Langston. So if we say here, as the language suggests, to preserve that for pedestrian and cyclist travel, the gap between the two massings, the 7-story heights, will remain, right? It will just not be a street there. It will be a pedestrian and...
Yes, yes.
And the location of this interruption of this block will still be there.
Well, we've indicated in the plan that there's flexibility even for that, because again, we don't know what the building footprint is going to be.
Understand. Fine. And the little public space, the pocket park there wouldn't be affected for that, or is just the calculation of its size remains the same and it can move?
That can also move.
The future?
Yes.
Okay. I understand. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll ask, I'll tell you what gives me some slight unease. I understand what you're trying to do here, Ms. Talento, and actually, now that I look at it, Ms. Jacobs, for record-keeping purposes, I believe I was the seconder of record on this. And the concern that I have is eliminating this sends a signal that the other ones, therefore, are in fact recommended, yet, as I understand it, none of these would be fully analyzed and assessed until there were redevelopment opportunities that arose. And your addendum at the end essentially says that. And so I'm not sure to what extent taking this out actually either conflicts with the existing plan or accomplishes what I think it is I think you're intending to do. So I'm going to wrestle with that a little bit, see if there's anything else, I might offer in terms of making your intent clear. But I think broadly speaking, the other concern that I have is I'm not sure at any point I've looked at 23rd or 22nd with the degree of specificity to know that those are absolutely desirable. Here, I was always expecting that the community would look at that when redevelopment opportunities came and make the best decisions at the time. And I'm having a hard time making the case that 25th Road shouldn't similarly only be looked at when there is a redevelopment opportunity. Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think it's on page 87. I won't claim to have done full specificity of the two other locations, but I did look at them, and I want to see if I understand. The 22nd Road North is, there's sort of a couple of dotted lines that are near, one runs into an existing street, and then one kind of goes across behind a parcel of property near, just above Halls Hill Park. I think this is eventually going to be a question, and then the same is true with the place where I think I see 23rd Road North is down near North Jefferson Street. Do I have the right two locations that I'm looking at? Okay. All right. So for me, at least, I think that I'm certainly open to a conversation on connectivity. There's been another instance with a block where in South Arlington where I did not feel that connectivity was such a critical thing that we should punch through South 12th Road in a certain space. I think that these other two places are along streets rather than going into what is an existing neighborhood, and that's how I would distinguish and why I'm inclined to support the amendment. Is there something I'm missing there from staff's point of view, or is this one where you want to say, this is the board's deal, we're staying out of it?
It is ultimately the board's decision. But I will say they are, I know your point that you're saying that the other two are along streets already, but they're effectively doing the same thing, which is connecting the grid of the existing single-family neighborhood to an adjacent commercial property. It's basically extending that accessibility to those neighborhoods equally for the three spots.
Got it. Certainly that makes sense. I guess you could say then that North Dickerson Street, which is a cul-de-sac, would be different with the dotted line, and the same thing could be true of what I think is 23rd Road North. I think that's...
Those other ones are also cul-de-sacs.
Yeah, got it. That makes sense. The distinction that I would make would be through, and then it's a combination of listening to all of the pieces of the neighborhood and the owner of the space, and I guess I'm just having a lot of trouble picturing going through the existing lease and the existing place. I guess 2062 would be next, but I've got to wrestle with that. I think I'm supportive of the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is where I started my questioning at the very beginning, and which, the answer is, this is really going to get decided when we do the site plan. So I'm fine to leave this in, consistent with our, how we're doing the grid, so I won't be supporting the motion, and then we'll have the discussion when the site plan comes, and maybe some of us will still be here at this table when that happens, but I'm okay going with the staff recommendation and not supporting this.
Any other comments? Mr. Karantonis?
Just one comment. I will support the motion. My comment is on the location of the gap between the massing and the block, because this creates a vista for 25th Road North. And that's a quality of life and good design issue in this branched out system of cul-de-sacs. Right now, the condition there is really not great. It's a wall that, the street drives into a wall. It looks like a fortified place, that, you live inside the fortification. And that would be unfair to anybody there to replicate that just to avoid a little traffic or, serious traffic even. For me, the location of the gap, I understand that this would be then a site plan feature where the gap would be, right? And how the pedestrian and bicycle access would be configured. But I think that the issue of having streets with decent vistas that, open the perspective of the street, and they invite, again, the western light here, it's a good criteria to observe. That said, I'm not going to further nitpick on that motion.
Thank you. Ms. Talento, I just want to make sure that we've got everything proper for the record. In your additional sentence language, with redevelopment at the site abutting, is that 25th Street right, or should that be 25th Road?
Thank you for that correction. Yes, it should be 25th Road North.
All right. So as we prepare for a vote, I'll explain what is the lamest vote in all of politics. I'm going to abstain from this because, I think that what I'm not comfortable with is treating 25th Road differently than the other ones. I don't think that there's a basis to do so. But at the same time, in effect, highlighting that this should really, really be looked at with an eye towards whether it is viable, desirable, feasible, should happen at the point of site plan, I think is encapsulated with your with redevelopment language, and could in fact be applied to all of these sites, really. And the word recommended changed to something else in order to better reflect that, this is really going to be determined at the point which we have some real project to consider. So for those reasons, since I don't have a reason to cast a clear vote against or for, I'm going to abstain. We are now ready to move to a vote on this proposed amendment. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I'm sorry? Ayes?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Abstentions? Christian Dorsey abstains. Ms. Garvey votes no by a vote of 3 to 1 to 1. This passes.
Mr. Chair, maybe it's a good time for me to do another one?
Oh, we're ready for you, yes.
All right. Ms. Jacobs can put it up. This just follows along with the other ones I've been doing, really clarifying what we've kind of been meaning, I think, all the way along. But it just is some language to just kind of reassure folks a little bit. And this refers to the tree canopy. And I'm on page 120, last paragraph. Have a little language to add here, which is up on the screen, simply reassuring folks that we're going to be conserving the tree canopy, but the maximum extent possible while balancing that goal with other plan sustainability, resiliency policies, and implementation strategies, which I think is what we already do. But I don't mind making it a little clearer if that's reassuring to folks.
Seconded by Mr. DeFerranti. Ms. Garvey, anything else to say to that?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, anyone else? Ready to move to a vote on Ms. Garvey's motion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, 5-0, and that is now part of the main motion.
Still hold the record for speed.
All right. Anything else in the policies and recommendations section? Okay. Haven't heard much conversation on design principles and guidelines. Anything from that section? Ms. Garvey, is your microphone still on?
It is, and it doesn't meet.
Okay, no problem. Okay, we'll move next to the implementation matrix. Mr. DeFerranti, I believe you had something here.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 185 of the plan, there is discussion, and there's been multiple commenters that have, as well as the Planning Commission, that have talked about the time for implementation of the Cherrydale and East Falls Church area plans. I have a motion to, I've worked quite a bit with staff and had some great and helpful conversations. And this is the amendment. It essentially moves to short-term to medium-term East Falls Church. East Falls Church as a full area includes the area nearest the metro, the Park and Ride, where we have a bus stop, bus station, and that is an area where there is certainly an opportunity for additional density over time. And so this essentially tries to shorten that time frame and does so by focusing on...
Before you continue to speak to it, let's just see if we got a second out there.
Sure.
Seconded by Ms. Talento. Okay, please continue, Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to my knowledge, there's certainly a need to consider the full, and we've heard from the East Falls Church Civic Association a desire to engage on revising or considering, in light of the new circumstances, the plan that they passed. We heard from Mr. Harrell the need to move forward. I think for my part, there's a focus most on the bus station area. And last month, when we considered an amendment, I was really focused there because I had already had some conversations that I hope can lead to progress, but it is a complicated site. And so it's only a part of the entire East Falls Church area. I think it's important for us not to overpromise that we can get something done tomorrow, but I do think that this is important to push forward on. And so that's why I have focused on where we need staff help. This is an area where I think the board and the staff will have to work together. It is property that is owned by VDOT and WMATA. Had 2 conversations with WMATA. I think for my part, that particular parcel, if we need to consider rezoning of that particular parcel, I am ready to go forward with that. But first would be an effort to really engage better with VDOT. And we need, I believe that we will need some, not extensive, but some staff support in order to effectively do that work. That's why this amendment is targeted to that area. And I also am eager, folks will notice there's Cherrydale, but advocates rightly say that we should move forward with rezoning or replanning Cherrydale. But I think it's also important to think about all of the other projects that all of us who are housing advocates want to get done next year. And there's a competition for resources in our planning work plan. And I am less interested in abstract thinking about the potential of an area than in passing rezonings that lead to more affordable housing as fast as we can reasonably and appropriately do so. So that's why I support this motion and not an accelerated timeline beyond medium term for Cherrydale.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Ms. Talento.
Thank you, Chair Dorsey. I will be supporting this motion. I want to first thank staff for their, again, engagement to hear the concerns of the community and board members. I did support the amendment to move to short term. Staff has come back and moved both the East Falls Church and the Cherrydale to midterm, and I was willing to be there because there was a start date and an end date. And I recognize that there are a lot of competing priorities, resources are limited. And for me, and what I didn't know at the time is that there's also a few plans that will impact, standing plans that the county has that will impact these plans being updated over the course of the next three years, which I believe should be updated before we engage in deep discussions on either of these plans. However, with the East Falls Church plan, another thing that came to my attention was that in order to do anything with the East Falls Church plan, we really need to have VDOT and WMATA at the table. And so this amendment is asking us to bring that engagement in the short term, which will be needed. And that can be started immediately, and negotiations with other entities such as WMATA and VDOT take time. They take time. And so I think that having this set up as short-term and midterm, I strongly support it, and I feel that it continues. What it does also is there's really not a gap in the vision of, in the ultimate vision of getting to a full Langston Boulevard. And so I hope that we will be able to start this in short term, get the East Falls Church plan aligned, and then move to the Cherrydale plan and close this out at some point over the next 4 to 9 years, hopefully sooner. But again, recognize that there are a lot of priorities, and I just want to thank staff for looking at their work, understanding the needs, and really finding this middle ground for us to land on.
Thank you. Say for my part, Mr. DeFerranti, I think this is a well-structured amendment because it puts the responsibility where it really should be in order to initiate this work on the short term, the county board, to advance the conversations and discussion to then allow staff to get the work. I think one of the limitations of the discussion before was, our telling staff, we want you to do everything that you're doing and add this to it and do it now. And that would have been a failure of governance. And this appropriately structures and recognizes that until there is collaborative stakeholder interest in engaging this work, which our staff cannot generate and should not be tasked with generating. So putting responsibilities where they need to be and aligning timelines accordingly, very well thought out, and I'm proud to support it. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, I'd like any thoughts from staff, and what's not mentioned here is Falls Church City, our colleagues there. I assume that there are discussions kind of ongoing about that area, including Falls Church City. Is that? Somehow I thought we might see Mr. Fusarelli on that question. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Anthony Fusarelli with the Planning Division. Yes, we speak often and frequently with our colleagues and partners at the City of Falls Church, including engagements such as our monthly Council of Governments Planning Directors meetings, but other opportunities. We've recently received an update from them on the, I believe, recently passed East End area plan for more of the Seven Corners, Eden Center area. So as it relates specifically to this portion, an intersection between the boundaries of Arlington County and the city, we haven't had targeted discussions on any sites in particular, but should that need arise, we would certainly have the connections to do so.
Thank you. Actually, I'd be interested in a briefing later on, staff, about these discussions and what's going on around. I realize I'm kind of more ignorant than I should be about what our neighbors are doing, including Alexandria. And then I haven't talked about this in a while, but I'll put in a plug for our thinking. I would like us to get the air rights over 66. That's a state discussion, but I bring that up every now and then. I really would like us to do that one day because I think it would come in handy. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fusarelli.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Ferranti, thank you for bringing that amendment. I want to emphasize one thing here. I stand by the initial statement of urgency to study East Falls Church and to get results done. That this here doesn't mean that we are not going to be accountable and we are not going to be engaging the other stakeholders, community stakeholders, the housing stakeholders, the transportation stakeholders that we need to engage on a short term. As a matter of fact, the moment that we see that VDOT and WMATA hopefully align, we would like to be shovel ready. We would like to be in an advanced place to take this and run. literally. This is how I feel about that. There is a lot going on. Ms. Garvey, Vice Chair Garvey knows about that. There is a plan for BRT over there coming through, a completely new envisioning of Route 7. Fairfax County has actually accelerated planning for West Forest Church, and this is quite aggressive. So it's not like all this is going to come to VDOT and WMATA as a surprise. And I know that Mr. DeFerranti and myself, and my colleagues, we are already engaging with them. And I think that the only footnote I want to add to this is that we will continue to be accountable about progress on that because it's extremely important and urgent. I, of course, will support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're now ready to move to a vote, or no? You have another thing to add, Mr. DeFerranti?
Very briefly, I'm mindful of Mr. Harrell's request for leadership on this. Leadership also means working on it, but being transparent. One of the partners is the state and VDOT, so I don't control. We have to work on something there. And that means it may not happen tomorrow. And then I'm thankful through the process for partnership with staff and going forward for partnership with staff, because we'll need to work collaboratively on where WMATA really is and also with VDOT. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, a vote on this amendment. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, 5-0. It's now part of the main motion. All right, our main motion has now been amended with 10 amendments. I am not going to go through each of them because we've just gone through them at length.
That's just fine.
And so at this point, we are ready to consider the main motion. And as part of this consideration, if you have any closing comments, those are welcome as well. Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I may be able to pull off closing comments with this. There are two short items that I think are worth covering. One is a question for staff. It's a succinct one. Commissioner Guerin with the Planning Commission, and there was an 11-0 motion about repurposing existing buildings. I guess I would say it's sort of hopefully this is something that could be considered. In the process of our group, I'm mindful of Ms. McIntyre and the moral challenge that several speakers mentioned with respect to climate change. Repurposing existing buildings, is that something that could be considered in our next green building incentive policy plan? Is that I don't know who, I think it's a yes, certainly, but I don't know who to direct the question to. But
We can have Demetra just join the call briefly. I know that she has some thoughts about that.
Okay, I'll take your cue, Natasha, that you said briefly. The answer is yes, and in fact, we are currently working with Worcester Polytechnic Institute on a project to test locally the prospects and the criteria and where the best opportunities are for adaptive reuse of buildings.
thank you very much. The only other point I wanted to cover, make sure we cover as we're thinking about retail designations, I would imagine that the interior buildings, interior standards could be modified in the site plan process. And this is just thinking about the gold and blue changes that staff made that incorporated. I'm not sure that all of the details, but I think that a site plan, we've articulated flexibility, and the board would retain authority to make a decision with respect to interior buildings, provided we followed all the appropriate processes. That's the only other piece. I'm just thinking about what's gold and what's blue, and I don't know if that interior flexibility, we would have to follow processes in order to do it, but is that something we could have the authority to do in the future?
So let me see if Mark can jump in for a second. I know that the retail plan is very specific about what we mean by gold versus blue, and in this case, we've been intentional in changing it. So if Mark is on the phone, he can, or online.
Yes, yeah. To answer your question, Matt, I think it's definitely designed to be flexible in terms that every site plan needs to sort of go through the process of understanding sort of what the guidelines are for exterior and interior. But it definitely, the gold designation definitely sets up a standard through which particularly restaurants are more applicable. You set up the infrastructure. It's hard to introduce the infrastructure later in a building, things like grease traps and ventilation. So the gold designation sort of allows that flexibility to happen through tenancy.
Great, thank you, appreciate it. Certainly there might be arts and culture uses for the interior buildings that I could see having an interest in the future, but I'm mindful that it's pretty specific on those. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I may have shorter concluding comments, but I wanted to get those two issues out.
Thank you. Ms. Talento.
Thank you, Chair Dorsey. I just have concluding comments. First, I want to take an opportunity to thank the community, the Langston Boulevard Alliance, Ginger and Paul, Sandy, and other community members who actually made sure that I was as up to date as I could be, having come on in July. I know as an advocate, that's what you do, but I also know as an advocate, that's also time away from your family and time that you're making at the flexibility of someone who is serving the public. While I had been following Langston Boulevard peripherally and actually attended some charrettes years ago, before there was a Langston Boulevard Alliance formalized, I had not been in the weeds of it. And if it was not for our advocates and for our community leaders saying, let's show you where we are, what we've done, what we're asking. And all the motions and suggestions that I've made from the work session until this point really have come from me digging deep into these books, but also really from the community leaders coming and saying, let me tell you what's happened, let me tell you what concerns are, what the feedback is, where we don't have support, where we do have support. Even Arlingtonians for a Sustainable Future made time to meet with me and really explain their case. And if anyone has worked with me, you know that I take everyone's feedback seriously and I analyze it and digest it and then try to determine what the best course of outcome is with all the information. And I feel like I did that here with Langston Boulevard. And so with all of that in mind and all this, I felt like I was studying for a final last night, really, and for the last 3 weeks, and for a midterm back in our last meeting. So with all that being said, I really want to make sure I thank staff. There's been a lot of advocacy on parking and a parking plan. And while I support that, we didn't have ability to move that forward, but I did note the numerous places that staff put through the plan about our suggestion on parking notes, really moving the plan to a place where we recognize that Langston Boulevard is not a metro corridor. And while we're looking to increase pedestrian and bicycle access and really make it a more user-friendly place for our pedestrians and bicyclists and overall for use, that we're still going to need access to vehicles, especially considering the other communities that Langston Boulevard serves, the surrounding communities that aren't on metro corridors nor have strong transit. So thank you, Natasha and Anthony and your team, Jennifer, for all of the work that you did to not just say, okay, we added it here, but really threading it through the whole plan when I was reviewing it the other day. I also want to, I also want to thank you for adding language in about our minority and women-owned businesses and recognizing the value of our legacy businesses and of supporting our businesses. There's even language in the plan that says, as redevelopment happens, we should be conscious and intentional to support our minority and women-owned businesses and small businesses and refer them to our AED, refer them for relocation services. I mean, really being intentional about how we value that and what exists on the corridor today. And even adding language in our economic and vitality policies. You know, being able to, I have to do my own homework, and then I can share suggestions and visions that work in the community. But then someone has to actually put it in writing, has to actually read the plan, has to determine where it goes, and that plan is over 100 pages. So again, you all did that with numerous feedback. The affordable housing, to be able to review the plan and see that there's suggestion in there that says directly, we look to direct AHIP spending on the boulevard. I mean, those are the kinds of tools that we're looking to really meet the vision of this plan. And while we need more tools, and so much has been said about that, I mean, we have made this plan better, realizing a vision of clarity on the direction we want to go. And you all did that just from hearing the community and the board members. So thank you again for that. And I really just want to say thanks on that piece. The boulevard is part of my home. I've been in Arlington for 23 years. I've lived on 2nd Street South. I've lived on Courthouse Road, South Courthouse Road, lived on the Pike. I lived in Crystal City as a young adult with 5 other roommates in a house on South Eads. And I now live on the boundaries of Cherrydale and Waverly Hills. Arlington has been home to me for a very long time. I value its diversity. And that's why I get sometimes frustrated when we talk about Langston Boulevard not being as diverse as the rest of the county, because having come from the most part of that diverse county and being able to be in North Arlington, in the most diverse area of North Arlington, like, I'm proud of that. It was important for me and my family as I was raising my children who are Latino for them to be in a diverse community. And with that said, we have still experienced things that aren't always great. And so Langston Boulevard to me is the hope in the future of what Arlington should look like everywhere. And I think that this plan is such a wonderful compromise of ensuring that gentrification doesn't move in, increasing density to support greater affordability, supporting legacy, minority-owned and small businesses, women-owned businesses, creating a multimodal community that allows for vehicles, which, by the way, for someone who is low income, that is a tool to move from social class. When you have a vehicle, you can work 2 jobs and get to your kid's PTA meeting. The public transit system doesn't allow for those efficiencies as well. You can create a life that is much easier for you to manage on a very tight budget. My father was a cab driver, so I didn't start driving until I was 23, 24 years old, because I didn't have access to a car, and Maryland didn't provide paid driving lessons. So it's not about, for me, it's not about the environment. I totally support climate change, but it's recognizing the barriers that are in place for people who may not have access to resources as everyone else does. So thank you for the work. Thank you for this plan. I'm excited to have adopted it. I think it's going to be really great for the boulevard in meeting all the needs for so many people of all backgrounds and economic resources. And if I do nothing else on the board through the end of December, I'm very proud of the work that was done today. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Talento. For my part, I'll just say as a concluding comment, one thing is, the only thing that is certain is that Langston Boulevard will change. The question is whether or not it will stagnate and decline and therefore be diminished, whether or not it will develop by right with little or no community benefits that accrue from that change, or whether we'll take ownership of it and plan for it and reap the benefits that come through special exception development. Thankfully, we have chosen the latter, and I think if anyone, whether you are a long-time or newer Arlingtonian, you live on the corridor or you don't, the plan that is before us today will undoubtedly, if we come anywhere close to realizing it, making living along and around Langston Boulevard better than it is today. And so I want to uphold that, because today we get at all of the ways in which people would want to improve it or take issue with it, and all of those are legitimate, but taken as a whole and by and large, this is a tremendous step forward, and it's one that I am proud to support. We have many mature communities around Langston which have asked for one thing throughout this process, not to be overwhelmed and overrun by changes that we bring. And so staff had to bring some different tools to the playbook. Arlington is long known for its effective smart growth strategies, where we know how to do metro corridors, and we've even looked at how to deal with high capacity transit areas like Columbia Pike. Langston Boulevard provided a different challenge, where those levels of heights that we are comfortable with producing the kind of value for the benefits that people want are just not possible here, marrying with the whole idea of communities not being over overwhelmed by development. So with those limitations, I think staff did a tremendous, tremendous job. And, you know, while we heard some criticisms that all impacts of this plan are not known, I want to be very clear. I hope our community can get past that as a talking point, because there is no possible way that we can model all permutive scenarios that are inherent in an area plan. To do so would require a commitment of taxpayer resources, the likes of which nobody would ever tolerate. And as much as we sometimes joke that Arlington has a planning process to come up with a plan, if we did this, we would be a community truly paralyzed by analysis and never get anything done for the benefit of anyone. And so staff has brought some great tools to analyze and assess what they have proposed and what has been refined over the process. And Mr. Keeney from North Highlands, I think, said it well earlier today. As much as this is a good, complete body of work, it is more of a beginning than an end, because it sets the framework by which we evaluate decisions to invest in the Langston Boulevard corridor, whether they come publicly or privately, contemporaneously when they are proposed. And it does so in a way that balances clarity, as well as flexibility. And that balance is reflected in the plan throughout. And I just really think it's a tremendously well done job. And so to thank Natasha and staff for doing this painstaking work, couple of observations that I've had being involved with it from the very beginning, really, it feels like. You've done something that's very hard to do in participatory processes. You have truly made sure everyone matters. You have treated no stakeholder as more important than anyone else. You have patiently heard from everyone. At the end, you have not been able to satisfy everyone, but that's impossible. What's important is that you truly, with a degree of genuineness, hear everyone, and what I've admired is that you've been able to be firm about your professional judgment and what works, but where other ideas could be incorporated and be consistent with that professional judgment, you've worked overtime to try and accommodate it. And that's truly a job well done. And you've done so with a lot of grace, which is also very much appreciated. Truly, that thanks, I know, has a lot of people who worked alongside you in helping develop the plan, who also deserve our appreciation, and you have it. Thank you all very much. And to the community that engaged, the community that generated this as a body of work that we've absorbed, thank you for delivering on your promise to keep the community broadly engaged so that they could understand the implications and the updates over time. Thank you for challenging us to go farther and harder. I kind of thank you for that as well. That was all right too. No, I'm kidding. This is truly this is a good thing, and I'm proud to be on the end, seeing it through and supporting it. So thank you all. Ms. Garvey.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to put on my timer too. This is hard for us to be brief. We've only been all at it but I've been at it since I got on the board in March of 2012, and it still had been going on. As Sandy and I kind of joked after the last meeting when we were, doing the advertising thing, the work session, all our hair's gone white. It's been quite a process. It's just really great. One of my sayings, I've been doing this for a long time, and I find myself often saying, all right, I think the vote's a good one because we're coming down where nobody's happy with us. And that often, it's maybe a little bit cynical. It's often true. If one side is too happy and the other side is not, that means you've probably not hit the balance quite right. But in this one, pretty much everybody's happy. I mean, there are a few people that are kind of disgruntled, but you're always going to have those folks. But really, almost everybody's happy. And that is a total testament to staff, to your work. I mean, amazing. And thank you so much. A couple of other things. When I got on this in 2012, when I got on the board, was doing the Columbia Pike neighborhood plan was just sort of getting underway, and you were starting to see the effects. And I was thinking, well, this is kind of the next neighborhood long street that really needs work, and it is. And you can see now the difference along Columbia Pike, much, much improved. And we're going to see that along Langston Boulevard as well, I think. I love some of the quotes that we heard today from our folks. there's a continuing quest for a better Arlington. I mean, that's what we're all kind of about here. And then also, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the terrific. That one was great. Thank you. I appreciate it. Mr. Williams really called out a lot of thank yous appropriate, not only staff, but, Sandy Chesron, Ginger Brown, who's here, Paul Holland, Jim Lantelmi, and others. It's been a long journey. This is kind of local government at its best. It's kind of why I've hung out doing this as long as I do. Everybody coming together, trying hard to get all of the voices there, trying hard to be responsive. And the criticism, we heard one criticism, it was advertised 18 days ago or something. We only had 18 days. Well, that was just a few tweaks from something that's been out here for months and months and months and worked on for years. And actually, 18 days is pretty long to look at a couple of tweaks. So thank you for the responsiveness. That was one of the things I wrote down first. I write notes to that's how I try to focus myself in these long items. And one of the first things I wrote down was responsiveness. And Ms. Alfonso Ahmed, that was while you were going through your thing. And it was just and then we heard this and we did this. We heard this when we did this. Really, really thank you. It's better for it. We've all come together. This is just a great community. Thanks a lot. It's going to get better.
Thank you. Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is a case where we've listened to everyone who's shared thoughts. There are a couple of comments. Mr. Iger and the Old Dominion Civic Association, we addressed the capital investment concern in part, mindful of your and the neighborhood's request for a park. I think the CIP is the appropriate place to focus that conversation, and I'm not promising tomorrow, but I do think that that's something we need to pursue. Building heights, that's an area where we might not be fully aligned. That's probably true with Ms. Weaver as well. Ms. Mahaney mentioned the school. For me, I'm satisfied that the scenarios laid out for the Lee Arts Center space include a process whereby we would consider the needs that Ms. Mahaney mentioned. Overall, I'm very mindful that there's more who are opposed to this concept in the abstract than were in the room today. But 30 people were here in support. That's a good majority. And I think this is fundamentally a different conversation than the conversation that I own and am proud of with respect to ending exclusionary single-family zoning. This is one where we've been able to get to broader consensus by engaging. And that doesn't mean, this is just a little different. On school density and school capacity, respectfully, we have that capacity. On whether we're reaching our affordable housing goals, we amended the plan to keep measuring ourselves by whether we're addressing affordable housing goals in a neighborhood that has not historically owned the need to be economically diverse. Climate change and Ms. McIntyre's moral call is a good reminder, but I do think that, I think it was one of our other speakers mentioned that if we don't allow for more housing here, with due respect to Ashburn, 4 more Ashburns is worse for our climate than us not allowing for more housing here. On affordable housing, no quote is more powerful than Ms. Farouk, who said, "I hope another little brown girl can think Arlington is a great place to grow up." That's what we want. And so huge thanks to staff. I feel like it's a rock band that includes Ms. Alfonso Ahmed, but everybody gets credit. Thank you. You guys were relentless to get to the 95%, and then the last 5%, you summoned the energy to finish, and I think this is a product we can all be deeply proud of. A huge thanks to our community who engaged again and again and again. And thinking about our vision, in December I'll have a baby girl, and I hope I can grow up taking her to parts of Langston Boulevard and showing her the way we want our community to be. Thanks.
Thank you. No other comments? We're now ready to move to Mr. Karantonis. You would like to get in on there? Okay.
So final comments, colleagues. Well, it's the sun is shining out there, and the skies have cleared. I mean, this is to me very Very important. We welcome our Langston Boulevard, Arlington's newest planned urban corridor. That's quite a thing to pop a champagne. So that's absolutely great. And planned in Arlington means a place for a visionary community. A place, where the head, the heart, and the purse align to deliver actually a lot more than it is included in these 200 well-crafted pages. Mr. Williams reminded me here as he testified, and I will never forget that when Ginger Brown and Sandy Chesterton walked into my modest storefront office down on Columbia Pike. And the topic of the conversation was, how do you bring the civic associations, the corridor stakeholders to a table, right? And how you transform a traffic watershed, was in the boulevard, a rather utilitarian part of these neighborhoods that have for decades been living with their back to the corridor. How do you invite them to turn around and embrace Langston and see that this is the transformational social and economic space for decades and generations to come, where Mr. DeFerrante's daughter will grow up. So 11 years after that conversation, we have this answer and a vision that I enthusiastically support. Langston will be a place for more and for all people from all walks of life, multi-generational, diverse, and generous, and welcoming to those who will choose Langston to call it their home. The plan offers land use opportunities to accomplish much more, and speaking of the affordable housing goals, it actually also significantly shortens the development timeline right now, which we should take big advantage of. The critical question will be, again, talking about all the goals, but specifically affordable housing goal, is whether we in Arlington are willing to commit the resources above and beyond what we have been doing until now. So things don't happen just because we have them on the plan. They happen because we can align the priorities, our budget priorities, and our actions to serve the plan and facilitate the development that we want to use and serve the people we want to serve. It is now planned as a mixed-use housing corridor, and I expect it to contribute to manage our housing crisis, frankly. And we should be literally, I really think that we should be able to deliver those 2,500 units until 2040, and we should hold accountable ourselves to that goal. I hope that all Arlingtonians by now have received this message, that failure on housing is not an option and the delay on housing is not an option either, and that 11 years to unlock the land use of a major corridor is an excruciatingly long period of time, and it should never happen again, in a sense. So we plan for all residents, for residents like Sadia Farouk as well, and I was kind of sad when she testified, because I was thinking all the time, how many Sadias have we lost in the meantime, 11 years mulling over this. So we plan for residents, but we should never forget who as a community cannot be afforded to be left behind. So on the issue of climate change, of course, it is not a transitory in the development plan, but it is responsive for the very first time. It says that it's a green corridor plan. I see that it comes with a remarkably high tree canopy coverage goal. It is framed by the explicit commitment to reduce emissions. It preserves embodied carbon in many places, or it creates the conditions for that. It manages stormwater. So it is aligned with our general sensitivity now to confront the climate crisis, and I think we should build upon that. So in all of this, more is possible. More is, of course, desirable, and it's frankly necessary. But I think that of this plan, personally, rather as a baseline, as somebody said, this is only the beginning, right? Not because I'm an environmentalist and an urbanist, but because, not only because I have a more aggressive vision, but because I believe that the climate crisis will force us to do things far faster and in a way more proactive way than we have done it so far. I celebrate in alignment with with everybody, and with Ms. Talento in particular, the community and the many stakeholders that engaged over so many years, proponents and opponents, more than a few opponents with whom I had the opportunity to talk, have been particularly constructive and helpful, and a whole lot of improvements have been adopted in this plan that came from the conversations that we had with them. So this makes me specifically hopeful, because soon we will see site plans coming in, which will hopefully bring us back to this table, and we will have better, faster, and more constructive conversations in actually implementing the plan. Last remark, the Langston Boulevard Alliance has been and is and will continue to be the placemaker, the chief community convener, the chief networker for all for small and bigger businesses. Economic vitality and social cohesion is the mission of the Langston Boulevard Alliance. This board has to be very supportive of that. This is the agent that will bring this boulevard ahead as a new planned corridor. And here, the final remark. The sun is out and the sky is very blue, and thank you so much, Mr. Alfonso Ahmed, and the entire team. I would love to stand up and applaud you for what you did. I've seen how hard you have worked, how poised you have been, how you really tried to get us through the most difficult discussions on this plan. The length of the engagement just tells us how difficult it is, and you have powered through. Thank you. There are no words to express the gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you. It seems that all concluding comments have been made. We're ready to move to a vote on the main motion, and as amended 10 times over. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. As Mr. Carantonis noted, the sun is shining. You all will get to enjoy it. We won't.
You can now take a stroll up Langston Boulevard. Yes. You can take an e-bike. It's safe to do. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, as testament to the board's efficiency, we're about 6 hours into our meeting and regular with the second hearing item. So, yay us. All right, Takas, come back. Here we go. Ms. Jacobs, when you're ready, please call the next item.
Item number 21 is an update to the Historic and Cultural Resources Plan, an element of the Arlington County's comprehensive plan.
Okay. If everyone else can keep the party going outside the room, we've got other business.
Got another party.
You don't have to go home, but you know how it goes. All right, Mr. Schwartz, take it away, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an exciting time for me because I've looked forward to seeing this element of our comprehensive plan reviewed and revised, and we have other people outside in the hall are clearly excited about it too. I'm going to turn it over to Cynthia Liches-Torres and Lauren Ferris to walk us through a presentation. So over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, members of the board. We're very excited to be here with you today. Thank you so much for this opportunity to present our recommended draft of the updated Historic and Cultural Resources Plan. Before I get started, I do want to take a moment to thank all the individual members of my team who, without their dedication and their support, we would not be here before you today. And that would be Lauren Ferris, Michael Tani, and Serena Bolliger. And I'd also like to acknowledge our consultant, Jackie Barton with Birchwood Planning, who helped us throughout this entire phase. So the original plan is an element of the county's comprehensive plan and was originally adopted by the county board in 2006, and this update marks the very first update to that plan. The planning process has been ongoing since spring of 2020. Here's a quick overview of our project timeline as well as some of the major milestones. A robust public engagement effort took place throughout the process and included stakeholder interviews, 3 online feedback opportunities, a virtual open house, virtual focus group sessions, and a total of 19 in-person engagements held countywide. We also used social media campaigns, posted yard signs, created a digital story map, and released 2 videos highlighting cultural heritage. We spent most of last year addressing preliminary input from interdepartmental staff and county leadership on an internal draft of the plan. This resulted in the release of the initial draft for public comment in mid-April of this year, followed by the release of the recommended draft in mid-August. And one more note about process, a separate implementation framework document is being finalized now with county leadership, and this will outline the ongoing short, mid, and long-term priorities, as well as identify resource needs and potential partnerships for carrying out the plan. Full implementation of the plan, however, will require both a phased approach as well as additional county resources. So before we could begin developing an updated plan, we first needed to better understand what we had been able to accomplish since the original 2006 document. And that original plan had 3 goals: to enhance the understanding of Arlington's history and character, to better integrate preservation values into county planning, land use, and policies, and to protect historic neighborhoods, corridors, commercial centers, and civic buildings. This slide highlights some of the major achievements that our program has since accomplished. Among these are the installation of dozens of historic markers, the creation of publications on Arlington's cultural heritage, the development of the Historic Resources Inventory, or the HRI, and the protection of nearly 24 historic properties via local designation and/or preservation easements. Collectively, all these accomplishments incorporated preservation more holistically into county planning and helped us build stronger internal partnerships. However, the field of historic preservation has evolved in the time since. Nationwide, the field continues to consider who it has served and how the practice of preservation can be more inclusive. As a result, our program broadened its reach beyond just historic buildings to recognize the human contribution and cultural diversity of our community. We also acknowledge the need to study how historic preservation is integrated and balanced with other county policies and priorities. We learned this has been done inconsistently and sometimes intermittently. We likewise became aware there is a varied understanding about how historic preservation operates in theory versus in real practice, depending on the audience. Another ongoing challenge has been a lack of programmatic resources, both in terms of funding to undertake major projects, as well as the small size of our team. This often makes it difficult for us to complete new work items, and often projects take longer than necessary. In recent years, emergent issues have arisen that required immediate attention and often shifts away from other priorities. At one point, we even took a several-month hiatus from this planning process. Examples of unexpected projects included contentious requests for local designation and major commemorative activities, among others. Consequently, our team has been in a constant reactive state with only limited time for proactive engagement and education. So reflecting back allowed us to determine areas for improvement, many of which are addressed in this plan update. The updated plan lays a new foundation for building on the past successes of our program while embracing new priorities and opportunities. The plan connects historic buildings and places with the people, stories, and traditions that shape and define Arlington. We recognize that the built environment alone does not serve as a comprehensive expression of our community. We are especially proud of the approach to equity and inclusion throughout the plan. In addition to the preservation field's shift in this direction, we were fortunate that our planning process began shortly after the county board adopted an equity resolution that identifies racial equity as a countywide priority. This formal commitment to enhance equity and access for all residents guided our updated plan, and we provide recommendations to preserve and interpret an inclusive collection of histories and resources for future generations. Other key aspects of the updated plan include exploring new creative preservation planning tools, emphasizing partnership building, both within and across county departments and within the community, intentionally connecting and balancing historic preservation with other county priorities like affordable housing, green space and tree preservation, energy efficiency, and racial equity work. Lastly, the plan identifies gaps in the preservation services currently provided by the county. Over the long term, as these needs in the areas of archaeology, cultural heritage work, and archival management are addressed, we will be better positioned to improve and advance the impacts of preservation countywide. The plan's strong emphasis on fostering equity and inclusion will increase access to our services, especially to those who have not typically been served and to those whose stories have not yet been told broadly. The equity aspirations featured in each plan goal describe how these achievements would help advance inclusion, diversity, equity, and/or accessibility, not only within our program, but also the county overall. We also considered the impact of language throughout the plan. We wanted language that was inclusive and enables all residents to see themselves in this document. Language that puts people and their identities first, and that demonstrates that everyone who lives here is part of the county's history. A major example of this language shift is in the actual document title. The original 2006 plan was called the Historic Preservation Master Plan. We saw the use of master as problematic language and wanted to avoid any suggestion that the term refers to a feature that is superior or directive. The new title of the Historic and Cultural Resources Plan is not only more inclusive, but it more fully captures the scope of our program's work. So these are the 5 focus areas that comprise the main goals of the recommended draft, and I will briefly address each one. Community engagement has 2 fundamental goals: to increase understanding of and support for Arlington's history, as well as its people and its places. We will do this by celebrating diversity of both people and place, and by undertaking more proactive, regular outreach. Recommendations include hosting quarterly outreach events, creating an annual report to highlight our successes and losses, and expanding our program's digital newsletter. We are also eager to connect with residents and groups that typically have not participated in our services before. The key objective of the next focused area is simply to encourage more historic preservation. Residents, property owners, and developers are asking for clear benefits to undertake preservation work. The updated plan will allow us to consider how to create incentives that could provide not only financial benefit, but also tangible process benefits, perhaps like streamlining permitting and zoning for preservation activities. We want to explore various financial incentives, such as growing and sustaining the new Historic Preservation Fund, and considering whether to establish a local preservation tax credit or tax abatement program. We likewise want to consider how to offer more flexible preservation zoning standards for historic buildings that are undergoing or reuse. This could include exploring how to establish county-provided benefits for owners of historic properties via bonus density allowances, quicker building permit processes, free native trees, and/or guidance on tree and landscape preservation. Being able to offer more flexible preservation incentives will allow preservation work to become more equitable while still providing a balance with other county priorities. Ongoing efforts to safeguard Arlington's history and cultural heritage will be strengthened by increased collaborations, both with other county departments and with the community. To succeed, we need to better define how historic preservation is integrated with other planning efforts and processes. This will help make preservation more proactive and consistent. It is important that we standardize our involvement in planning documents and studies, the CIP process, and also as a source of technical guidance for historic properties owned and maintained by both the county and Arlington Public Schools. We likewise want to build on current relationships with priority county initiatives, especially those that complement historic preservation, such as affordable housing, sustainability and energy efficiency, and the natural environment. And to address cultural landscapes in Arlington, we need to expand our partnerships. Historic cemeteries and burial grounds are a good example of an ongoing area of concern. Such sites could benefit from recommendations for ongoing maintenance and development issues. It also would be beneficial to increase our partnerships to better understand, interpret, and preserve the physical historic resources and cultural meanings of county parks and other public spaces. The focus area of preservation regulations involves improving existing tools and processes and also pursuing new tools. Much of the public feedback we received underscored a community desire for more flexibility in how Arlington preserves its history and historic places. Since the 1970s, local historic designation has resulted in the protection of a variety of significant resources countywide. Recently, however, there have been a few high-profile designation requests that unfortunately resulted in demolition instead of protection. We saw this as an opportunity in our planning process to study the local designation process and consider ways to improve it. The plan recommends several short and long-term ideas for potential improvements to this process. In the short term, this could be strengthening how recommendations of the HLRB, or the Historical Affairs and Landmark Review Board, align with designation decisions made by the county board, and ensuring that designation decisions use the legal requirements included in the state enabling law and the county zoning ordinance. In the long term, another approach could include considering whether legislative changes to the designation process should be sought at the state level, if there is consensus to do so from leadership and community to refine the designation process further. Additionally, the plan recommends considering new flexible tools. Such zoning tools like neighborhood heritage districts and microdistricts could honor not only architectural merit, but also cultural significance and value. They could offer more flexibility in preserving important aspects of character, such as massing, scale, height, and setbacks. They likewise could be used to help protect smaller collections of resources, perhaps a block or a portion of a neighborhood or commercial area, and could result in the preservation of a more diverse range of historic properties. The plan encourages the preservation of resources that are at high risk of being lost, and also those that represent underrepresented histories. Many different resources could fit into this priority category, such as places related to African American, LGBTQ+, and ethnic communities, women's history, designed and natural landscapes, and archaeological resources. Lastly, a major recommendation in this focus area is establishing an archaeology program for the county. This would include adopting an archaeology ordinance, creating an archaeology plan to guide county-held collections and provide expertise, and developing a standard review process for archaeological projects occurring on county property. Finally, the focus area of technology, information, and tools has two priorities, one for the Historic Resources Inventory, or HRI, and another for General Preservation Information Systems. The HRI as a planning tool was the leading recommendation from the original 2006 plan. The HRI has helped the county prioritize and advocate for the protection and/or reuse of specific types of historic buildings. It has proven to be one of the most effective ways that the county has achieved the preservation of historic resources, particularly via site plans. We have been using the HRI now for more than a decade and learned there is room for improvement. This includes making corrections to the data in the first phase of the HRI, creating clear policy requirements for HRI-ranked properties, improving how others access and use the HRI as a tool, and expanding the HRI into a second phase and studying new historic resource types, such as county-owned buildings, modern architecture, and institutional buildings like community centers, schools, and churches. Another major part of the technology focus area involves improving and expanding the county's general preservation information systems. The plan suggests conducting additional architectural and cultural studies and surveys, especially of the communities, people, and stories that have not been studied yet in depth. It is also important that our program finally complete an ongoing heritage survey of African American historic resources, not only to formally document that history, but to potentially recognize and/or protect associated places. Regarding managing our data better, we need to improve how we share information about Arlington's history and its physical records. Making this information more user-friendly and available for research purposes is a good start. To help achieve this, the plan recommends a more formalized approach to managing historic records countywide by creating an archival records program within the Historic Preservation Program. We likewise need to study ongoing risks, like climate change and development pressures, to historic properties, and then incorporate that data into our information systems. Since our planning process began in 2020, public engagement has been vital to our decision-making process. We reached new audiences and collected internal and external feedback via a variety of virtual and in-person engagement. Overwhelmingly, the feedback we have received has been positive. Several major themes have emerged, as shown here on this slide. Among the most popular responses were support for archaeology, history and technical assistance, as well as new preservation incentives and tools. This past spring and summer, we analyzed feedback on the initial April draft and made some minor revisions. These changes are reflected in the recommended draft, and here's a quick summary of what's different. We updated our icon in the comprehensive plan's color wheel to better reflect the broader scope of the Historic Preservation Program's work. It now includes architecture, historic interpretation, and archaeology in the symbol. We added locations of historic resources and neighborhood reference points throughout the document so the document can be a teaching moment. We also incorporated references to biophilia to strengthen the connection between the historic built environment and the natural environment. We made several clarifications throughout the plan, like providing additional context within the Statement of Historical and Cultural Significance, recognizing county transportation projects as a partnership opportunity, and explaining the size of the proposed neighborhood heritage districts in the regulation goal. We released a third online feedback form as a last round of public engagement. That comment period closed on October 1st and yielded 10 more comments for the county board to consider, and those have been included as part of your meeting materials. Earlier in 2023, staff presented both the initial and recommended drafts of the updated plan to the Historical Affairs and Landmark Review Board, the Long Range Planning Committee of the Planning Commission, and the full Planning Commission. Their feedback was all positive. Most recently, in September and October respectively, the HLRB and Planning Commission voted in support of the updated plan. Both bodies unanimously recommended that the County Board adopt the updated Historic and Cultural Resources Plan. So in conclusion, staff recommends that the county adopt the attached resolution that's shown in Attachment A to update the Historic and Cultural Resources Plan. This concludes our presentation. Thank you so much for your consideration, and we're happy to address any questions or comments that you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lechese Torres. And we'll now move to our advisory group presentations and give the honors of beginning first with the Historical Affairs and Landmark Review Board. Is Mr. Davis on? Oh, he's in the room. I didn't see you, Amari. Good to see you.
I want to begin by thanking Chairman Dorsey and the board for the opportunity to speak today. I just wanted to, Amari Davis, Chair of the HLRB. I'd like to start off again by really thanking you all for the opportunity to speak in support of the new Historic and Cultural Resources Plan. As previously stated in our letter to the board dated September 28th, 2023, and reiterated at the Planning Commission on October 4th, October 28th, the HLRB continues to strongly support the recommended draft Historic and Cultural Resources Plan. The HLRB has been supportive of the plan through the entire multi-year process to update the plan. Its success reflects the historic preservation staff work alongside that of their consultant Birchwood Planning. The HLRB cannot emphasize enough our appreciation and thanks for dedication of county staff and others have taken to ensure the plan addresses the most critical historical preservation needs of the county. And so I'm going to continue. As noted in our letter of support of the plan continues a long history of preservation and celebration of historical and cultural resources in Arlington. The original plan in 2006 was developed against the backdrop of impending development pressures. Today, the challenge is trying to balance preservation priorities alongside concurrent county priorities such as equity, affordable housing, accessibility, inclusivity, economic justice, sustainability, as well as rapid technological change. The updated plan presents the county with an opportunity to consider the preservation of historical and cultural resources with a new and current perspective. Further, we believe the plan encourages and incorporates the best in practice approaches to historic preservation of today. And alongside the plan, we ask the program staff to see the appropriate resources and funds to implement all phases of the plan. I close by simply humbly beseeching the board to adopt the plan as submitted so that staff may begin the hard work of implementing the critical strategies that further enrich Arlington's historical and cultural resources. And thank you all for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. And Mr. Burke, I see you're still here. Did the Planning Commission have a comment on this?
Oh, yeah. Planning Commission always has a comment. Mr. Chair, members of the County Board, the Planning Commission did hear this item at our October 30th, 2023 public hearing. We had a lively discussion with Historic Preservation Program staff. This is an exciting opportunity for our community. There were a number of areas of discussion, and while we didn't have any formal motions amending the recommendation, I'm going to mention two areas which I think do merit a brief discussion. The first one was Chair Patel asked for clarification on the term equity aspirations, and we talked about that, and it had asked whether we should be updating the historic resources inventory to create rebuttable presumptions for preservation to establish meaningful connections to history, culture, and community. So our staff responded that this might be something that they could look at when updating the historic resources inventory, and so that's maybe something to think about. The second was the concern about the resources for the Historic Resources Program, whether it's being adequately funded with staff and general funding. There was also a discussion about grants as a source of future funding, to which staff responded that there is a plan to create a new position focused upon grants, which was well received by the Commission. So in short, the Planning Commission unanimously recommends that the County Board adopt the proposed resolution to update the Historic and Cultural Resources Plan. On behalf of the Planning Commission, I'd like to extend our sincere thank you to the hard work of the Historic Preservation Program staff, our colleagues at the HALRB, and to the community members who participated in this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Jacobs, do we have any other commissions?
No, we do not have any other commissions. We also do not have any speakers.
And we do not have any public speakers.
That is correct.
So colleagues, the discussion is now with the board. Ms. Garvey, whenever there's no speakers, we always have to start by putting a motion on the table first. It's our rule.
So, yeah,
All right.
that's all right. I'd be happy to have a few questions, but let's just go right ahead. So I would like to move that the board adopt the resolution attached to the board report dated November 3rd to update the Historic and Cultural Resources Plan, an element of the Arlington County's comprehensive plan.
Second. Give it to Mr. Carantonis.
All right.
Please
Sure.
begin.
No, thank you. I'm going to pick up, I guess, where Mr. Brickey kind of left off. It's really great to hear from our commissions, because it's occurred to me, actually for a long time, you're small but mighty, but you're sort of under-resourced. So it's really amazing what we get done. Are you getting a grant writer, I think, is a really good idea. I think there's some amazing resources we have, and there ought to be some folks out there interested in funding more work with them. How about working with some of our local universities? Have you looked at that and getting some student interns in here to kind of help out with archaeology, with archives, with a lot of things?
Thank you, Commissioner Garvey, for those questions. Yes, we have used interns in the past. Yes, we have partnered with some universities on specific projects. But truthfully, that has helped us, but it really has been a short-term help. I think looking forward, the plan, the updated plan as it's laid out is very ambitious, is very aspirational. And in order to fully implement it, there are resource needs that would need to be considered. I don't know, Mr. Manager, is there anything that you would like to add on that?
I would just like to state for the record that I love historic preservation staff.
I think it's good when you put your boss on the spot. Yeah, so you need, I'm sure you need more resources. Anything else you'd like to add?
I'll just say, in terms of grants, that was the resource needs of our program was a part of the discussion at the most recent Planning Commission. And I will say, in the past, our program has been very successful in applying for grants. There are several state grants that the Virginia Department of Historic Resources either has or sponsors that we have had a lot of success applying for those in years past. But we've also been so busy in recent years that we've not been able to have the time to continue seeking out that funding. So once this project is done, we hope to be able to do that again. And then we've also been spending a lot of time, as you know, administering our new grant fund program that sponsors historic preservation projects. So that is a way to share some of historic preservation to a broader audience in the community.
Yeah, that's great. And I really, I mean, I'm sure probably everybody will talk about the sort of the new perspective and telling stories that haven't been told, I think are so important. I've always been fascinated by history, but a lot of people find it sort of boring, and you can tell it's probably because history seems to be about people who aren't like them. And now the new kind of perspective on history is telling the stories of everybody, and there's really there's someone, if you really tell the story well, that everybody can identify with, I think, and that makes history more real, more alive, and maybe we'll start learning some of the lessons, which, watching the news these days, it's kind of painful to see the lessons we just still haven't learned. But I think that's great, and happy to, obviously, I put out the motion, happy to support this. I think we've got a lot of exciting work going. I was really pleased, I'll just mention, and I'm going to do a little short board report on it on Tuesday, at the Ball Sellers House and the Stumbling Stones, and that was really, and that sort of pulls it all together that we're working on, and just shows the partners that we've got that are helping with these efforts. I was really pleased to be there, and it's just exciting to see the way history is moving. When I got taught history, it really was kind of about a lot of dead white men. Some of them were pretty cool. Some of them were getting cool things, but it's such a much richer story, and I'm really pleased that we're starting to work more on telling it, and look forward to seeing what you guys do once we adopt this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. It takes a particular level of focus after our last item to get us all on task quite quickly, and really appreciate it. Last month, I promised to dig more deeply, and I have, but not, I would submit, probably deeply enough. I guess 2 questions on historic, as far as resources and funding, without, without getting too into the budget conversation. It's really, the top 2 priorities might be, or I know the Historic Preservation Program and archaeology resources are 2 of the priorities that might be there. Are there others, or are those 2 the highest of the priorities as far as resources from your perspective?
Thank you, Mr. DeFerranti, for that question. I think we do have 3 top priorities, and those are what we are describing as the programmatic gaps, and those deal with archaeology, cultural heritage planning, as well as archival management. And I think, based on conversations with colleagues and the fact that we've been using the historic resources inventory now for over a decade, that really is at the top of our list, getting an update to the HRI to make it a more useful everyday planning tool, not only for our team, but for other colleagues in different departments, and even to the public and property owners. So I would say the HRI, just like it was from the original 2006 plan, is a very, very high priority. And then I would also say trying to get our program current with other local jurisdictions in terms of archaeology. Being able to have a formal ordinance, being able to have processes and steps in place so colleagues and county leadership will know how to handle archaeology as needs arise. I hope that addresses your question.
Just so I'm tracking and understanding what you said, hear loud and clear the HRI and the archaeology. The third, I mentioned the Historic Preservation Program. You mentioned cultural heritage planning. Are those not synonymous, but are those the same bucket? Or I just need to I want to make sure that as we're thinking over the coming months, that I've got clear whether it sounds like it's possible the Historic Preservation Program might not be your top 3, but a close 4th or something like that. But maybe you can help me clarify so I heard you right.
One of the things that I think with the HRI being a major priority for us, and a cultural heritage planner, if we were looking into that direction, we feel that one of the things that we would like to see with the HRI is not just make improvements to make it as usable as possible, but expand it. And as we were kind of noticing with the last item that was on your agenda with the Plan Langston Boulevard, we're really trying to tell the full story of everybody. And so something that would help, at least me directly, is having another person being able to assist with updating the historic resources inventory to make sure that we've captured all the different architectural resources that help tell the story of different people in different neighborhoods. So somebody being able to assist with that would be a way for us to move forward with making an update to the historic resources inventory.
Thank you, that helps. I really appreciate it. And the plans focus on the native acknowledgement of native lands is personally important to me, having worked for Native American students. It's just important that we do that regularly. You had also instances where some of our historic preservation community was not very happy with us, and I happened to be chair during some of that discussion, so I think it's entirely the right thing to put that in our plan. And then I think the rest of my thoughts and comments are for conclusion because they're budget related, and I think that, but just thanks for the work. I will fess up to having had a great conversation with staff in the interim in the last few weeks. I'm not claiming that I'm always the easiest with my many questions, but I really appreciate the work, and I'm mindful that when you're so busy that you can't keep up with the work, or you're having lunch at 3 o'clock in the afternoon or whatever it happens to be, there's a lot of work there. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Carantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for bringing that to us today. It's excellent. I have a lot of questions, but only one actually. So I want to reduce it to one that I care a lot about, because we struggle here very often with how do we incentivize somebody, right? And you bring it in. This is a new part of this update. And one of the bullets on page 5 on the staff report is, the board report is pre-approved zoning standards for historic buildings. Is that, this is legislative work, so that you will be bringing to us pre-approved standards that would be applied how to historic buildings?
So that is a great question. That is something that is to come, more details to be figured out as part of the implementation. I think a lot of that initial conversation will be with the county attorney's office as well as with the zoning staff to determine what is allowable. And if there are indeed incentives that can be provided for those who are undertaking preservation work.
I'm saying that also, I'm thinking about this because it's not only individuals who own these buildings, there are also, garden. Just look at the HRI as it is today, and this is some pretty big properties with a lot of complicated ownership schemes. And if we have to engage all of them on this is quite an undertaking. This is how I see that. All of the, I appreciate really the effort to bring that here. I've been myself, it's kind of interesting. There is an immigrant paradox in historic preservation. You would expect that immigrants would care a lot about what happened before, right? Actually, it's the opposite. When we arrive here, we're already victims of, this, uprooting, and so we try to find essence and attachment here. So we love historic preservation, and we have a relationship with that. I brought you something. I don't know if you have it. I will show you that. It's a little gift. This was my first work on historic preservation of my own community. I co-financed that. I found people to write it. So thank you.
Thank you. I'll just offer as my concluding comment. We've got no public speakers on this, which I guess means this is non-controversial, but I think that buries the important thing here is that this is damn good. And I am so proud of this work and to be a part of the county that has this work being created. Ms. Garvey noted that the field of history is evolving, but there are some countervailing headwinds where people want to restrict the history that is taught, particularly if it doesn't comport with maybe what they learned when they were young, or if it challenges or makes them uncomfortable by needing to confront inconvenient truths. And the fact that this plan is actually saying, we're going to move forward and really actually bring all of the developing tools that we have to consider everyone as part of the story, and applying principles of equity is something to be quite proud of. I'll remind us all that when we adopted the equity resolution, a lot of people, or not a lot of people, there were some people who were concerned that it was just virtue signaling. But we explicitly went through about how we wanted this to apply to all of our lines of business and all of our work. And when I reflect on that resolution and what that means as we've matured, this is really going to be a prime example of how that kind of thinking can affect what you do and, in fact, make what government does so much better. There are a lot of things that I love about this. I'll just highlight a few. The indigenous land acknowledgement is an essential story. It is one that is necessary to be told on its own, to better contextualize and understand the experience that happened to African Americans in this county later on. It is essential. And the fact that we are leaning into not only saying it, but doing the work through perhaps an archaeological plan and program to learn more about it is incredible. The commitment to equity that is throughout in terms of how we speak, interpret, and tell stories is incredibly commendable. The fact that we are thinking about preservation itself is not a predominant orientation towards structures, but instead to be able to think about how to use the built environment to tell stories and how to tell stories, even if the built environment has changed. I just love the way you're thinking about expanding the role of what preservation means, because as Ms. Garvey, I think you noted quite well, for a long time, it just meant valuing the things of old, wealthy, and typically whites at the expense of everyone else. Yeah, well, of course. And then the integration with other county priorities, land use, energy, sustainability, transportation. It is a broader look at historic preservation than I think we've really ever seen before in this county, and certainly I think even nationally, where it's typically kind of siloed, and in such a way that it becomes kind of a fetish thing for people in the community. And here we're talking about full integration with everything that we're doing. And then the aspirations to look at the historic resources inventory with an equity lens, both the existing one and maybe future additions, I think is tremendous work. I often reflect that one of the things that we talk about with Arlington is the garden apartment story. And I reflect on the fact that, when some of those garden apartments were created, people who look like me couldn't rent in them. And so when we think about preserving those stories, we're preserving the stories of the folks who were there and a part of that era, but it necessarily means that I'm not a part of that conversation, and I know that we can do better as we think about things. And I just think, broadly speaking, not only is this good, the right thing to do, people like, what's that senator from New York, Kirsten Gillibrand, have described Arlington as a soulless suburb. Well, that was never true. But I think this is the kind of work where we can take any such criticisms and say, oh yeah, no. We have a lot of soul, and we're willing to have those stories known throughout our community. So I wish there were more people to come and share this enthusiasm. It's sad that we only get a lot of people to come out when there's controversy or negativity. So I would just like to break through all of this by just saying, this is exceptional, and I am incredibly proud of the work that you all have done, so thank you. Ms. Talento.
Well, thank you, Chair Dorsey. I have two things to say. One, I strongly endorse everything Chair Dorsey said. I can't improve upon it, and I don't think I can add anything to it. So thank you, Chair Dorsey, for all of that. That was excellent. And the last thing I will say is, and I think I shared this when I had the briefing, we read many plans. I've read many, many plans over the course of my public service. And I don't know if it's because historians are natural storytellers. However, this plan in particular was like reading a book that I wanted to get to the end and figure out where the punchline was or what the story was, And I only share that because when you can devise a plan for county process that tells a story, tells why this story and process is so important and necessary, and shares actionable items to meet the goals, and make it interesting, not that data is not interesting, but maybe digestible is the better word, is really a skill. And so just thank you for your work on that. It is very clear the intention and the efforts that were put in to make it everything that Chair Dorsey shared. I think it's so valuable to our county. I won't be here when you have to recommend the resources that are required. I do think that the county is going to be going, and the school systems and likely the region, going into a few years, at least 2 years of cuts and challenges in budgeting. But coming from an advocate hat, as a department, I just ask you to remind us every time that you can the priorities that are listed here. You can refer to specific pages because it's very well done. I'm sure your implementation plan will be just as well. But just reminding us how the resources can be used across all departments. Because I think what you're saying is true, and it's shown here, that this really is a resource for all other parts of the comprehensive plan on making sure that everything that we do and touch in Arlington at this point in time probably has a historic value just because of how our county came to be. And so being able to have a resource like this is valuable, and I just commend you for the work in getting us to a place where we have such a valued plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one, I hope it's a simple question that you can give a yes to, which is on updating the HRI, there is a definable part of that work which could be done via additional consulting help that might not be an ongoing budget. I'm sure there's ongoing budget needs in that work, but there's a piece of it that could be a one-time update in what's needed. Is that right?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Turns out I hear the manager says there's not so much ongoing money. So that's great. For me, the historic preservation program is also something I'm going to be interested in the next budget cycle. If you do a grant program every year, it should be budgeted as ongoing. But there are multiple grant programs that don't operate every single year. And I think there are good policy reasons for not having programs every single year because they can become more like an entitlement rather than a grant. And so that's the second thought with respect to resources. To the plan, let's see. I don't think I mentioned this, and I'll just take a risk. Before I was on the board, I was on a committee through the schools called the Committee on, I believe at the time it was called the Committee on the Minority Achievement Gap, which is a title that I didn't most love. But in that, it then became the Superintendent's Committee on the Achievement Gap, which also has some challenges because opportunity gaps are at the heart of some of that work. We had a lengthy discussion with respect to Arlington's position or place as one of the first two communities to integrate our schools. And in the discussion, there was a belief that somehow we were this extraordinary community. And I won't say that we are not or were not, but I will say that before we integrated the schools, there had been at least a decade and perhaps 2 decades of attempts to integrate the schools that had been denied. And I just think that's a relevant story because it talks about history in a way that, like, some of us, even if we are aware of some of the real history of communities, the way that our community was formed over the last 100 years can help us understand history. So I didn't know that history of the decade plus of litigation that had preceded it. So it's a way of saying we need to tell the real history, but sometimes the real history of Queen City, for example, can be told a little bit in part by the federal government's decision to basically run right through Queen City. And I don't mean that to be too negative. I thought that would be a helpful thought. It leads into the Planning Commission's thought that Mr. Berkey mentioned, something that I just want to say, that, it is, we are going to continue working on racial and economic equity for the years to come. It is not fading away because it's not 2020 anymore. And we need history to help us learn and remember and keep us persistent on the next steps that we have to do to address that fundamental challenge to us as a community.
Thank you. Any other comments? You're teasing me. What are you doing? All right. All those in favor of the motion to approve the Historic and Cultural Resources Plan, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you all very, very much.
Mr. Chair, could I take a point of personal privilege before we go to the next item?
Absolutely.
Claude Williamson is with us today, and he's going to be retiring in a few weeks. And for some strange reason, he thought this would be appropriate to spend a Saturday with us. But I just wanted to acknowledge his presence. He's worked for us for, was it 75 years, Claude? Yeah. 80 years. But, you know, we hear a lot from the CPHD staff so far today. We don't often hear from Claude in this venue, but he is the master puppeteer behind the scenes. So I mean that in the most positive way possible. So I just wanted to acknowledge his presence here in this public forum and thank him very much.
Thank you for that, Mr. Manager. And I know many people within the building, within the department, will have an opportunity to celebrate you as we get closer to your last day, but we would love if you, since you are a man of such few words, you have many that you are allowed, if you'd like to give any remarks here on the occasion of your last board meeting. Thank you.
Oh, boy.
Thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Dorsey. It's been a wonderful career. It's been 25 years, not 75 or 80, but I've been blessed, to tell you the truth. I've done everything I wanted to do here. I do want to recognize the county manager for giving me this opportunity for the last 6 years of leading CPHD. It's been really the highlight of my career, and I just want to say thank you to the county manager. I hope I haven't disappointed you. I also want to say thank you to the county board. This county board has really supported CPHD in many ways. You've given us a lot of challenges, but it's also, and guidance, and it's also generated a much better CPHD for this community. And to you, Mr. Dorsey, I also want to say thank you for your leadership in your tenure here. I know that next month will be your last county board meeting, and I just want to say thank you for your guidance and just thank you for everything. It's been wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you, Claude. And if you got to go out, Langston Boulevard and this Historic and Cultural Resources Plan, not a bad way to have your last board meeting conclude, right?
Absolutely. I'm always impressed. It never ceases to amaze me in the level of professionalism from this department, and really across the board in all departments. And so I'm grateful to bring those two products to you today.
All right, thank you. The tone setter. All right, thank you all very much. Ms. Jacobs, we're now ready to move to the next item on our agenda.
Item 22 is the fiscal impact analysis of the tentative agreements between the county and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees.
Okay, over to you, Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the board knows, because this was a process that was set up after the adoption of the ordinance where the board accepted the authority for collective bargaining, we've set up a process, and we went through it last year with two unions, with our fire union and our police union, which is under the ordinance. We are obligated to report to you in November if there is a pending collective bargaining agreement on the financial impact of that negotiation or status. I am thrilled to let you know that this year, unlike last year, we actually have a tentative agreement. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Emily Hughes from the Department of Management Finance, who will walk us through a presentation. Over to you, Emily.
Thank you, Mark. So we have a presentation up on the screen. I'm going to be going through the fiscal impacts of that agreement with SLT. So in 2020, the Commonwealth gave localities the option to establish collective bargaining for public employees. Following this enabling legislation in July of 2021, the county board amended Chapter 6 of the county's code to allow employees to organize and collectively bargain in good faith over terms and conditions of employment. In 2022, the Labor Relations Administrator certified 3 bargaining units: the Arlington Coalition of Police, the Arlington Professional Firefighters and Paramedics International Association of Firefighters Local 2800, and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees District 20, Local 3001, as the exclusive representative of 345 service, labor, and trades bargaining unit employees. 3-year agreements were reached with ACOP and IAFF for FY 2024 through FY 2026, while a 1-year MOU governing wages was reached with SLT for FY 2024. Then in March of 2023, the county and AFSCME began formal negotiations for an agreement. Over the course of 8 months of negotiation, AFSCME and the county reached tentative agreements on 55 articles. All of the tentative agreements are summarized in the board report and detailed in the attachment to the board report. So the 345 employees that are part of SLT include a wide range of classifications, and we have just a few examples up on the screen. Auto mechanics, police public service aides, gardeners, plumbers, wastewater plant operators, and water sewer street service technicians. If you want to see the full list, it's also in the board report. As a summary, there are 51 areas where the county and the union agreed where there is no fiscal impact. Just a few of examples are the administration of overtime, which provides for the parties to address specific arrangements for the equitable distribution of overtime. Disciplinary actions establishes revised disciplinary procedures for written reprimands, as well as higher level disciplinary actions, including notice requirements. Classification specifications provides employees and union access to all classification specifications related to the SLT union. Employee license and certification requirements sets out procedures for notice, training for examinations, and retesting when the county or a federal regulatory agency determines that employees must acquire new or additional certifications or licenses. Health and safety establishes procedures for undue hazards posing imminent danger of serious injury or death. All of these articles, as well as the ones that have a fiscal impact, are falling under a 3-year agreement. So next we'll be getting into the 4 different areas where there is a fiscal impact. The first is union rights. This provides official time for union officials and representatives to do union business without loss of pay or leave. Parking increases the location pay for eligible bargaining unit employees from $80 a month to $110 a month. Callback and SLT gap premium hours. The callback policy stays status quo, while the new SLT gap premium starts in FY 2025 and focuses on employee safety and compliance with the maximum work hours policy. Wages articles are set out for 3 fiscal years. For fiscal 2025, a 4.75 pay increase up to the range maximum, along with a 2% increase to the maximum and minimum of the range. In FY 2026, a 4% pay increase up to the range maximum, along with a 2% increase to the range maximum and minimum again. In FY 2027, the parties will form a joint wage committee, which will develop a pay scale with steps providing that the structure is within the funding of the agreement, or continue the open range structure with a 3.5% pay increase up to the range maximum, along with a 2% increase to the range minimum and max. So over half of the fiscal impacts of the tentative agreements for SLT are going to have an impact on the general fund. The rest are going to fall within other operating funds that we'll go through on the next slides. But the general fund budget in FY 2025, 26, 27, and 28 will have the greatest impact because 179 of the 345 SLT members are charged to this fund. Although this is a 3-year agreement, wage impacts are on 4 different years because wages increase on anniversary dates. So you have that kind of shifting where the FY 2025 increases are going to impact 25 and 26. So you see 4 fiscal years on this table. The table on the slide outlines the impact in all of these years, with the total FY 2025 anticipated impact being $500,000. Given the projected budget gap in the FY 2025 general fund budget, this $500,000 impact of this potential agreement cannot be absorbed within estimated revenue growth without taking service reductions, increasing taxes, or a combination of these options. And as detailed in the report, if cuts were taken to fund this agreement, it would equate to approximately 4 budgeted positions, or approximately 0.1% across the board cuts in all general fund departments. If a tax rate were applied to fund this agreement, it would result in an increase in the tax bill to homeowners of approximately $5 to $9, depending on whether that increase was shared with schools or not. The next largest fiscal impact of the tentative agreements falls within the utilities fund, where 132 of the 345 members are costed. This table outlines the annual fiscal impact of the tentative agreements on this fund. The $400,000 FY 2025 impact of the agreements must be funded through the water sewer rates that are charged to customers. Every $75,000 of expense equates to approximately 1 penny per 1,000 gallons on the water sewer rate. So the SLT tentative agreements will require an increase to the rate of 6 cents per 1,000 gallons, which is about $2.85 to the average customer. Five of the 345 members of SLT, so not quite as big of an impact, are charged to the stormwater fund. As noted in the table, the impact of the tentative agreements on this fund in FY 2025 is $14,000. A $14,000 increased expense impacts the rate per ERU, increasing it by 22 cents. This portion of the rate was already included in the proposed 2024 rate of $258 per ERU that was already considered by the board earlier today. The estimated impact of this increase on the median ratepayer is 22 cents per year. Finally, 29 SLT members have their costs charged to the Automotive Equipment Fund with a projected impact of $80,000 in FY 2025. This increased cost to the fund will impact the maintenance costs charged to other funds and across departments within the general fund. Because the costs are spread, the impacts to individual departments and funds will be minimal. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hughes. And I presume we don't have any public speakers on this, or do we?
We do.
Oh, yeah, Anthony, come on up.
A couple of speakers.
I didn't realize they were considered the public on this, but I guess that makes sense.
James Rodriguez.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Rodriguez, how are you?
Hello, everyone. If you didn't know me, my name is James Rodriguez. I'm the Vice President of ASME Local 3001. First, I'd like to thank the board and the county manager's negotiation team for treating us fairly during this entire process. It was strenuous. We believe that our team afforded them the same prospects, excuse my eyes, always keeping in mind the projected budgetary concerns we face as a county. It is our hope that this modest agreement will be accepted in its entirety without edit. We firmly consider this agreement is the minimum that our members and your dedicated employees not only deserve, but require to maintain the basic essentials in these trying times. Unfortunately, this agreement only impacts a very small portion of the workforce that has historically been the least paid and least appreciated, but the most vulnerable to the current economic turmoil. So much so that a single tragedy in the life of an employee can bankrupt them and leave them homeless and destitute. This should never occur to any human being, especially an Arlington employee who rises well before sunrise to ensure the citizens' overall essentials and well-beings are provided for. We firmly believe this agreement will address many of the day-to-day operational demands, along with an eye on addressing long-term concerns such as career ladders and contracting out. Point to personal privilege. On behalf of Anthony, who's here, We would like to thank the board and the negotiation teams for extending their condolences and their best wishes to him in these difficult times. Thank you for your time and consideration on this momentous topic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Pistone, did you want to speak? We have you on the, okay. Then that's all our speakers.
All right, thank you, Ms. Jacobs. So the discussion is now with the county board. Start with any questions about the presentation or the perspectives that we heard from Mr. Rodriguez. Any questions? No questions. Ms. Talento, okay.
I just have a question to, I was not here obviously when the agreements came to play at the way that they're negotiated today. So I can only speak from limited experience on the other side of county service, which is on the school board. I know that during difficult budget times prior to the ability to negotiate with unions in that manner, sometimes you couldn't provide raises to our staff. And so I'm just curious, and in trying to, it was a different setup, so trying to get that in ongoing funding was always a challenge for the school system. In the county, how have we managed employee raises in the past? Have they been something we've been able to, or maybe this is a question for the manager, is it something that we've been able to keep as ongoing funding? Does that make sense? Like, obviously, you have salaries. There is an expectation as a worker that you'll eventually get a raise if you're doing well, or there may be a cost of living raise. Is that something historically in the county that we've been able to manage from budget to budget, or does it really have just depended on where the county finances were, difficult trying to keep it ongoing, how to manage cuts at any given year based on the funding that we had at hand?
The short answer to your question is that any pay raise that we include in the budget is funded through ongoing funds.
Mm-hmm.
Now, over the last couple of years, especially during the pandemic, when we weren't able to do that, we did make resort to one-time bonuses. But the presentation that Ms. Hughes made is speaking to funds that we would put included in the budget as an ongoing obligation.
Okay, so then when we look at the budget, it'd be an ongoing funding, and the recommendations of how to fund what you presented today, you know, how there were some increases on some of the taxes that you mentioned, that would get us to where we need to be, in addition to a percentage of cuts as was shown in the presentation.
Right, and I
think that ongoing.
And if I could add, next month, and I'm sure the chair was probably going to say this anyway, and I apologize, next month the board will have an opportunity to take up a good faith resolution to see whether you're accepting this and include that as part of our budget guidance. And then we will go to work on a budget, as you know, and you'll hear a little bit later about that there's a gap, but I wanted everybody to understand if you take that action, and I hope you do, that this is an obligation that we take seriously and we will fund. There's no question about that.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just wanted some context so that I could understand how I recognize this is very important, and I recognize the time and efforts that's gone into negotiations, and I strongly support in part all workers, but in particular our trades workers. So I just wanted to make sure I had a full grasp of how we were moving the conversation forward. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Vice Chair Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad we've gotten to this point with the AFSCME workers, and absolutely supportive. And Mr. Rodriguez, you didn't quite say it, but I find myself also thinking, you all are the folks that keep this county working. I mean, if you weren't doing your job, we can't turn on the tap and get water. You know, I mean, it's absolutely crucial, and I think people don't often realize how much we depend on your work. So, thank you.
I would add, first of all, thank you, AFSCME, Mr. Rodriguez and Mr. Pistone, for leading your bargaining unit to come to an agreement on 55 articles with management. As we know from other circumstances, I'm talking about the actors and directors, not police and fire, or actors and writers. It sometimes takes a very long time to do what you have done in reasonably short order, and I think it's because what was presented to us in terms of the general terms as well as the impact is something that we found the way to provide benefit for all sides and to protect against risk for all sides. And that's really what a constructive negotiation is all about. So I applaud you all. I applaud the county's team for getting this good result. And to me, it should make the work that we have in December in terms of passing a good faith resolution to actually fund this thing quite easy. And that's really thanks to the work of all of you. Thank you. Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Fully support this. Appreciate the work of our labor administrator and the entire team to get us to this point. And thrilled that AFSCME is a partner with us. Grateful for the chance to consider it good faith. And it's clear that you've considered both the need to value every time I pass in any neighborhood a truck that has our updated new logo on it. I think of you guys and the men and women who are helping make our county work. So just really grateful, and I just do want to add, without belaboring it, I really appreciate the chair and our entire board sending the message to you and your family, Mr. Pistone.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you. So sincerest condolences again. But so I live in an area that you guys are working day and night right now. It's around Columbia Pike and for a very long time along Walter Reed. And I remembered this famous statistics that we had here. Your department was like 60-something% present during the entire pandemic in person, while everybody, not everybody, but many others were at home. So again, thank you for actually providing a very smooth, compared to many others, very smooth negotiation here, and allowing us to have a predictable frame for our budget as it goes. That's only good for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. And there is no action required of the board other than to receive this presentation. Mr. Pistone and Rodriguez, you probably want to report to your members whether or not there's, what's the likelihood that the county board is going to fund this good faith commitment next month. Can't say for sure since there's no vote, but I see good things. I see good things. All right, thank you all. Ms. Jacobs, do we have any other items before us today? I believe we do.
Yes, we do. Sorry, never mind. Let's see. We have the FY23 closeout presentation.
And over to you again, Mr. Schwartz.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. What I'm going to do is we have the year-end financial summary and the fiscal 25 budget outlook. I'm going to walk through the year-end financial summary and then turn it over to our DMF team for the budget outlook. And I'm not going to try to read you all. We have slides, and we'll go through them. I'm not going to try to read them to all of you, but I did want to take this opportunity, I think I do this about once a year, to let you know you're about to engage in time travel, okay? We're talking about how did fiscal 2023 do? Well, we started preparing our fiscal 2023 budget in November of 2021, October, November of 2021. That was still in the throes of the pandemic. We were trying to take estimates on what spending would be from July of 2022 to June of 2023. And so here we are in November of 2023, reporting back on what we thought in October of 2021 and how well we did. And then you're also going to get a presentation after I'm done that's going to tell you what's going to happen in time that goes all the way up through June 30th of 2025. So we're covering 4 years, and I know it's not a joke. You know, budgeting is a science, and it's also art, and it's also a Ouija board. It's luck. So when I go through this, and I know it's often a question of like, oh my God, you know, the county ended up with money at the end of the year. We always make it a point, because we know we're going to be wrong. We have to be wrong on one side of the equation rather than the other. So with that, I'm going to give you a presentation on how we actually did in fiscal year 2023, if we can go to the slides. All right, so we'll go to the first slide here. Our year-end summary. Let me get to what, and I'm going to walk you through this. There's another slide that explains how our fund balance, which is over $300 million. we have ended the year with what I would term $47 million in discretionary funding. That is much higher than what we traditionally do at this time of the year. Just as a reminder, this time last year, the relevant number was $33 million. In fiscal '21, the relevant number was around $20 million. So this year, we ended up with higher balances for a few reasons, which we've highlighted in the box on the right, which is we ended up getting reimbursed from the federal government under the rescue plan money that was passed by the Congress during COVID, and also reimbursements from FEMA about our COVID expenses. And then third, as no surprise to anybody, we've done much better than we anticipated with our budget on interest that we've been earning on the investments that the treasurer holds. So that explains why the numbers are higher. Let's go to the next slide. All right, this is, you're gonna have to start at the upper left. Our fund balance is at $363 million. We immediately do take $106.9 million and set it aside in the reserves. That is a 5.5% reserve that the board is mandated by policy, which is actually below where our peers are in the region, and another 1% that's an economic stabilization reserve. So that money sits aside. That's almost $107 million. We have $24.4 million, we'll talk about this on the next slide, what goes into that, that is restricted and non-spendable. We have some required projects. We also have money that we give back to Arlington Public Schools. We have money, a large sum of money we've set aside in AHIF for projects that have either been committed or set aside in our pipeline. Then we have priorities the board's already taken action on. And then we have projects that are underway but weren't completed. And that comes to the last two boxes, which gets us to the $47 million. And you'll see I have recommendations on, only recommendations at this point about how to spend them. And we'll talk about that on subsequent slides. So let's go to the next slide. As I mentioned, the $106.9 million are set aside to maintain our AAA bond rating. You can see there, as I described, I described the bucket on the left, which is the 5.5%, the bucket on the right, which is 1%. We also have another bucket, which is our self-insurance reserve. We maintain our own insurance against casualty, and you can see by board policy, we need to maintain that at a certain level. So I proposed, by policy, we increase all three of these, and you can see what those numbers are there, and happy to go into any detail on that at the end of the presentation. Let's go to the next slide. I talked a little bit about legally restricted. We have $33.7 million that come to us in various ways. For example, seized assets, which our public safety departments get the benefit of, transportation grants, which can only be used for transportation. We have fiduciary accounts, which we're required to maintain and can't use for anything else, and those are set by policy of the Government Accounting Standards Board. Then you can see down below $20.8 million is money that's going back to schools because they had expenditures, savings, and they also enjoyed additional revenue from the county. So I know going through this quickly, and this also accounts for the fact that the school ledger, we take a small slice from that to make sure that they're contributing to their share of what our 5.5 general fund expenditure reserve is. Let's go to the next slide. Our affordable housing investment fund. I said earlier was $86.5 million. That's correct. We have another $5.1 million we get from the federal government from Department of Housing and Urban Development that goes into our federal home funding. You can see right now, we have allocated of that $86 million, we have $28 million. That's money that's already been spoken for Buckingham Village, Marbella, Arna Valley, Barcroft Debt Service. These are all things that the board has directed, deals that are done, that are in the process of being finalized. And then we also have $38.5 million that we have set aside from fund balances from last year and unallocated balances. You know, because we're going to be spending a lot of time talking about this next month, that a lot of that money, even though it's not currently allocated, will be going to projects, for example, like what we're doing along, So we'll be doing this at Barcroft. We'll be doing it. There are other deals potentially in the pipeline, the Goodwill site, a number of series of deals that are coming. So we set aside for those. So let's go to the next slide. The prior county board, and I think that means 4 out of the 5 of you are responsible for this slide, have set aside about $29.2 million. You can see these are things that you've already included in the previously adopted budgets, along with short-term financing. I'm not going to go through each of those, but you can see what's in each of those lines. As a reminder, OPEB stands for our post-employment benefit funding that we have for our trust fund. Let's go to the next slide. So this is where we get to a description of things where there are projects that are already underway. I will just point out a few of them. One of them you can see in the lower right hand, it says Langston Boulevard. We're continuing, finishing up, paying our consultants for the costs there. We've had work we've done on disparity in the workplace. We've also have allocations for a tree canopy study that you've set aside that we haven't actually implemented yet, but will. The future of the libraries, and then also a follow-up we're doing on our police practices group work, which is to take a look at some arrest data from Arlington County Police. And we also talked earlier today about one of the other items here on the Historic Preservation Grant Program. So I'm not going to read through all of those, but that's an example of decisions that have already been made and projects are underway. Okay, so then it comes down to the question of what do we do with the $47 million? I try to be very careful about making proposals to allocate those funds because it's been my practice as county manager since 2016 to not touch those funds and leave as much as possible for your consideration and rolling over into the next budget. But every year there are things that I think rise to the level of let's get them done now in November rather than waiting till July of next year. And you can see the list of those, and I'll go through them briefly. We are having some profound challenges in recruiting police. Our neighboring jurisdictions are proposing bonuses for police officers of up to $25,000 for recruitment. We are finding it very difficult to staff our recruitment classes. The sheriff has come to each of you, and I know we've had conversations, not as much with the public, but there is some very stressful work being done and staffing problems that are very significant. And so I propose set aside some funds there for bonus funds for people who work in the jail. We've had a number of conversations, and this, I want people to understand, I'm proposing a placeholder of $500,000 for addressing what is just part of our challenge as a community, addressing the opioid epidemic and the after-school programming challenges. It's not just the county's responsibility to address those gaps here. There are other actors in the community, but this is a set aside as we will be able to work on that, not hopefully have to wait until July 1st of next year to get some new programs underway. We also, small amount of money for our independent policing auditor, where we, both the county board and county manager, forgot to put it in, so that's on us. We're setting aside a small amount of money here of general fund. We have worked closely with our partners along Columbia Pike and also in Green Valley, and we're going to be bringing in additional mobile cameras that will help us address some of the challenges that we've had with graffiti and some other places, not just in those 2 places in the county, but in Clarendon and other places that will be a force multiplier for us with our public safety. We have a next bullet here is to address some issues that have arisen in the fire department with a letter we've received, and we're doing an ongoing analysis with an outside law firm about allegations of sexual harassment in the department. Then that next bullet is a contingent related to our Northern Virginia Juvenile Detention Center, and then money set aside for bonus for hiring of our human services staff. The next slide I have, and last slide, are those things I will say for each thing on this slide. These are things I'm suggesting. I would think they're all very worthwhile to fund. They do not necessarily fall into the category of things you have to do right now, like on the previous slide, but they're things I'm recommending. So they really are discretionary, and with that, I'm suggesting to try to ease some of the pressure we have in the affordable housing area, that we take the we have a significantly larger balance this year. Take $15 million of that and pay down a portion of the debt that we have for our Barcroft deal on affordable housing. I've talked briefly about the insurance self-reserve. Land acquisition, our fund is at zero balance. You could put $5 million here, you could put less. You could defer that until the budget deliberation. That would leave us in a position where if we wanted to acquire any properties between now and then, I would have to come back and ask for the funds, but we typically have had funds in the land acquisition contingent. Upper right-hand column, something I wanted to talk about, which you will hear a lot more about when I propose the budget. One of the impacts of slowing down the development pipeline and some of the commercial market vacancies you're seeing is that we simply are not getting revenue into our separately funded development fund to support our 140 staff that work in zoning and work in inspections, and it's very possible we could run out of money by the end of this fiscal year. It's not clear that we will, so I'm asking you to set aside $2 million in the contingent in case we do. Then I'm also suggesting that you set aside $3 million for one-time funds towards ongoing costs, which is a practice that we are weaning ourselves from and will get away from by next year. And then that leaves the $19.4 million, I like to say, which I'm not making any recommendation on other than that you carry it over into the fiscal 25 budget. And I realize I've gone through a lot of detail. I have had the opportunity to brief each board member. We've had the closeout board report posted for the last several days. The board will take this item up on Tuesday for consideration, and I encourage everybody to go to the website. The report is quite thick. There's a lot of allocations there, a lot of detail, but let me just conclude by saying we are in a fortunate position, and again, I think I explained why it is that we always end up the year with money. And we're in a fortunate position, and we have to balance carefully those kinds of decisions that we're going to make about whether to spend any of it now or carry it over into the larger budget deliberation where all the pressures are dealt with. So this is my proposal, and happy to take questions on that. But before we do that, this all sits in. I said I want to roll a big chunk of it over to the fiscal 25 budget. So now to depress you, I'm going to turn it over to Richard Stevenson.
Yes, so I have the opportunity to give you some news that is not as optimistic as closeout or the other items you had on your agendas earlier today, to give you a summary of what we're projecting for the FY25 budget planning. So for FY 2025, we are projecting a budget gap. Similar theme that we've gone through in the past several years, but this year with slightly different stressors and uncertainties. With wage inflation, projected community need, external influences, we project expense growth of approximately 2.5%. On the other side of the equation, we are projecting revenue growth of just 1% to 1.6%. This results in a funding gap of $25 to $40 million based on a number of assumptions, which I'll describe in a moment. We have begun preparing for budget reductions and realignments by requesting departments submit budgetary reductions of 7%, which equate to approximately $39 million in cuts. As you know, many areas of the budget are less discretionary with funding such as Metro, debt service, rent, the school transfer, and various state and federal revenue and expense programs. This leaves a much smaller portion of the budget to reduce expenditures to close the funding gap. Some of our primary budget concerns, as noted on the previous slide, are the office market with vacancies and risks in their valuation come January from the assessment office. As I mentioned, inflation and wage growth. Mark mentioned the transitioning from one-time funding and interest rates. And as you can see in the box to the right, this illustrates the level of one-time funding used to support ongoing expenses. Not something we want to do and want to continue, so we've made a commitment to eliminate this total by FY 2026. So on the next slide, for projected revenue, this year is a good news, bad news revenue picture. The good news is that most of our tax revenue sources are projected to be higher in FY25. However, one important component of this is our real estate tax revenue and commercial office building valuations, which are the big unknown at this point. We project residential real estate will be up 1.8%. This includes single-family homes, condominiums, and townhouses. Commercial real estate in the aggregate right now is projected to be down, pulled negative by the growth expectations in commercial office from anywhere from -7.5% to a -20%. The uncertainty of the decline is a function of how the assessor will evaluate the overall risk in the market for these properties, the vacancies in the buildings, and the rents and expenses charged by the owners of these properties. That analysis is currently ongoing, but we will not know and the manager will not know until the results of this until early January, which is in large part why we have to prepare now for potential budget reductions. We do expect apartment and hotels to be up slightly and general commercial property to be relatively flat. For our other taxes, personal property and business tangible, we expect that our second largest tax source to grow in FY25. Our business professional occupational license, our gross receipts have continued to grow year over year. And as I'll show on a slide in a moment, sales, meals, and our hotel tax, transient occupancy tax continues to be strong month over month and now have exceeded pre-pandemic levels. On the fee and charges for services side for revenue, it's variable, still recovering in some specific areas, but overall positive. And our interest income, as Mark mentioned, is strong due to higher interest rates we're projecting to continue into FY25. And then finally, for state and federal revenue, we're projecting those relatively flat. Any increases in those areas typically are offset by expenditures related to the revenue received from the state or federal agencies. This next slide shows residential and commercial growth year over year since calendar year 2014. The red line is a blended total growth each year. You can see in calendar year 2021, when we had negative commercial growth, overall growth was maintained at just over 2% by strong residential growth. This year, we expect residential growth to only be about 2%. So negative commercial growth pulls us flat to negative overall for real estate tax revenues, our largest source, obviously, of revenue supporting most of our government operations. Here is a multi-year revenue of sales, meals, and hotel taxes. As I mentioned before, continue to remain strong. These were the taxes that suffered significantly during the COVID pandemic, but all are expected to return to levels higher in FY25 from pre-pandemic levels. For expenses, for personnel expenses, salaries for employees that are not in the bargaining units are projected in a range. And for those in bargaining units, we're projecting the personnel costs consistent with the labor agreements. We're also are projecting increases in healthcare. We had a number of years that were flat. Last year, there was a slight increase. This year, for FY25, we're projecting healthcare to be up about 5%. And for retirement costs, we expect increases consistent with the increase in salaries. On the non-personnel side, we have contractual and inflationary increases in the forecast right now of 3.5%. They vary widely across departments and across contract types. Though when we're actually putting a budget together, we adjust these various contracts in the proposed budget based on their anticipated funding needs over the FY24 levels. You can see for the other non-personnel expenses, housing grants, our metro, there is a lot of uncertainty in that area as it relates to the costs that the localities will bear. Or for debt service, we're projected an increase of 6.4% or $5.1 million over the 24 adopted budget. And for housing, right now we have the assumptions being the ongoing level that's in the 24 budget, and we will need to add additional one-time monies in 25 if we're going to maintain levels that are in the 24. And then on the school side, the assumption is we're maintaining the revenue sharing transfer percentage of 46.8% of all local taxes. And the schools, similar to the county, will have some stressors in putting the 25 budget together based on ongoing and other needs. Finally, this slide just illustrates the various levers that we will take in developing the proposed budget. I talked about the reductions that we're considering now. There will be various fee change proposals. Every year we look to find efficiencies to reduce costs in the organization. We'll be limiting our use of one-time money to balance the budget. And we'll be doing a lot of evaluation on vacancy, see where we have vacancy savings. We still have stressors in a number of departments in hiring, and that may create some savings depending on the assumptions we take. And finally, the last slide outlines the timeline, the quality of time you'll be spending with us between now and the public between now and April. Mentioned earlier, we'll be getting guidance from you next month. Assessments will come out in early January, and we'll finalize the manager recommendations for the proposed budget in late February. And then the public process with work sessions and public hearings will ensue through April for when you adopt the budget toward the latter part of April for the July 1st fiscal year start of FY25. So with that, I'll conclude the summary of our forecast and turn it back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. So colleagues, today is just to receive this information and to give it a chance to marinate for a couple of days before we convene again on Tuesday and have an opportunity to hear from anyone in our public who so chooses to testify and for us to engage in substantial discussion on Tuesday night. So unless there are any absolute clarifying questions that you need to go into your next few days of consideration, we'll consider this item concluded. Mr. DeFerranti?
Mr. Manager, I'd like to request if there's a possibility of understanding the pipeline of housing projects a little bit better. I can email you, but I felt it was urgent enough that I wanted to say.
Right, and we can have, we'll have, the DMF team has a list of that, and we will send it around for you all to get consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Could
Anything
I
else?
just
Ms.
ask,
Garvey?
could you just elaborate a little on, I think it's 500,000 set aside for youth and behavioral health. I couldn't find a slide for these.
Right, so we have started at your direction to do what we're calling a gap analysis, to look at all the programs that we have that serve the youth in our community, and this covers a wide range. It covers the Department of Parks and Recreation, our Department of Human Services. We brought in our juvenile and domestic relations staff. We've worked with libraries to pull together that. We're also working with schools to fill out this analysis. We've had one sort of official public meeting with Voice and other organizations to try to fill in this analysis. There are a number of activities we have after school. Our police do a lot of things in the community. The one thing that we're trying to do right now is at least let people know what's out there, and there are gaps. And we received some proposals from outside organizations to take a look at that. That's still analysis that is underway. And so when we set aside $500,000, we know there are some probably very easy one-time needs available, but there are probably going to be some more significant needs. So I can say I know this isn't exactly the right number, but we need the time to sit through and have that conversation. I know people get frustrated when we say we need the time, but a lot of it is really connecting the dots, for example, allowing transportation for kids who are community centers to be able to come home, some things that we already don't need money to do. And so we're doing that. We will be reporting to you on a regular basis on that. But again, we're happy to take any questions on that. This is really a placeholder at this point.
I appreciate it. That's very helpful. And I do think we're going to find some things that the gap analysis is, we actually even have it. If we just move the pieces around a little bit, we can fill in those gaps. So thank you. That helps.
Okay, seeing nothing else, we are finished with this item. And Ms. Jacobs, do we have any other business to come before the county board?
No, we don't.
Thank you. And we are in recess until Tuesday at 3:00 p.m.